We just got here, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Meeting of the Board of Regents, Friday, June the 3rd, 2022. Good morning and welcome. Secretary Hunt, could you take roll, please?
Mr. Kriegler?
Here.
Dr. Evans? Here. Dr. Fitch?
Here.
Mrs. Gray? Here. Mr. Owens?
Here.
Mr. Puckett?
Here.
Mrs. Rudolph? Present. Dr. Schimberger? Here. Dr. Tharp?
Here.
Mr. Waller?
Here.
All right, so first item is public participation. We haven't had folks take advantage of this in a while, so just want to remind everyone, anyone with a legitimate interest in the actions of Murray State University Board of Regents may participate during the public participation portion of an open meeting. The amount of time set aside for public participation not exceed 30 minutes, divided equally among those signed up. No single speaker or group spokesperson speaking more than 5 minutes. The interested parties must register on a sign-in sheet prior to the meeting. Each participant is recognized by the chairperson and requested to begin by announcing his or her name and affiliation. Each group should designate one spokesperson. We're actually going to make an accommodation this morning for 3 speakers. The speakers should give any materials that he or she has to the board to receive for distribution to the regents. Open Meetings Act items are excluded. The chairperson has the authority to terminate the remarks of the individual when the speaker does not adhere to the guidelines and has the right to restrict comments on a topic. All remarks should be made to the Board of Regents as a body and not to a particular member. No person shall be allowed to make obscene, derogatory, slanderous remarks. And remarks shall end when the speaker's time is expired, so that's 5 minutes each. No participant may speak more than once on the same topic, and the board will respond to comments during the participation periods only to clarify question, only to ask a clarifying question, correct a factual error, or provide specific factual information to answer a direct question. So with that being said, the first person on my list, is it Shelley? Okay, Shelley. Sorry, this is a little small for me, so if you could come up and state your name and affiliation.
Chair, if we could, we're going to go in a slightly different order. I'm going to be going first, Dr. Aaron Irvin.
Okay.
And then Shelley Baskin, and then...
okay.
Yes. So do I just take a seat here? Or?
Yes, that'd be fine.
All right.
Just start with your name and affiliation, please.
So my name is Dr. Aaron Irvin. I teach here at Murray State University in the history department. I'm an associate professor. I've been here about 10 years now. I'm here today representing the faculty associated with the United Campus Workers of Kentucky. And the United Campus Workers of Kentucky's first platform, which my colleague will be passing out to you at the very end here of our presentation, is living wages and affordable health care. This is because even among peer universities, the wages for campus workers, including tenure track and tenured faculty here at Murray State, is lagging. Under President Jackson's tenure, university employees have already been dealt an 8.7% cut to their real wages. Meanwhile, housing costs have risen 18.15% in the past 36 months in Callaway alone. The rise in the cost of living over just the last 12 months currently stands between 7 and 8.5%. Murray State faculty and staff have seen no merit raises nor adequate cost of living adjustments in a decade. Most of us make less now than when we did when we were hired. As was outlined in the staff survey presented in the last Board of Regents meeting, almost half of the staff are considering leaving. If faculty were similarly surveyed, even amongst tenured and tenure-track faculty, the statistics would be similar. And as proof of that, I would point to the existence of UCW on this campus over the past semester as a direct sign of the dissatisfaction and disaffection among the faculty with the current administration. Now, in response to these present economic realities, Kentucky State workers are receiving between an 8 to 10% COLA this year and up to 12% in 2023. However, Murray State University's administration has planned for a 3% COLA for all regular faculty and staff, less than half of the cost of the rise in the cost of living this year alone, further reducing wages by a total of 14% since 2018. Student workers, meanwhile, will receive 0 COLA for the next budget cycle. Now, the Murray State University of the United Campus Workers of Kentucky is calling for a 10% cost of living adjustment for all campus workers in the next budget cycle. This not only is on par with other state workers, but will begin the process of Murray State offering faculty competitive wages once again. In the long term, we ask the Board of Regents to commit to implementing a standard yearly budget adjustment that codifies the annual cost of living adjustments linked to the statewide cost of living increases. This will help with both faculty and staff retention, but also with student retention. As President Jackson himself has stated, faculty are the front lines of retention and recruitment. And our direct efforts attract students to Murray State University and account for 71% of the university's income. We call on the Board of Regents to invest in Murray State University, to invest in those aspects of the university that pay the bills, and to pay faculty what they are worth and invest in the long-term financial health and well-being of the university. And with that, I'll hand it over to my colleague, Shelley Baskin.
Good morning. I'm Jonathan Shelley Baskin. I'm currently the Institutional Review Board Coordinator at Murray State, and I've been at the university in some capacity or another since I came here for undergrad in 2005. As you just heard, the currently proposed COLA for this year is wholly inadequate for the needs of our campus workers. This, plus the administration's lack of transparency with regard to the university's finances, have left campus workers frustrated and burned out. While the university celebrates not raising tuition and advertises being one of the least expensive schools in the state, workers are told that there isn't any money in the budget for recurring expenses like raises or benefits or new positions. Meanwhile, they see plans being made for future buildings along with the significant recurring costs those bring. We understand that the realities of public higher education in the state have necessitated deep cuts to budgets across the Commonwealth. But this does not mean that years of stagnation are the inevitable outcome. When we look at the financial picture laid out in the university's annual audits and recent bond statements, we see a university that's steadily growing its assets rather than one in perpetual distress. Cash, reserves, investments are all the highest they've ever been. Our debt ratio is great. Everything looks good. And yet we're told to cut department budgets and that we won't receive a raise that matches inflation. All of this has now led us to what seems to be the beginning of an exodus of even long-time employees, as our faculty and staff come to the conclusion that the only way to get fair pay and to stay in shared governance is to get out. The long-term consequences of losing decades of experience and institutional knowledge they carry with them is not hard to imagine. Murray State prides itself on its value, and rightfully so. Providing students with an affordable, high-quality education is a worthy endeavor. But if Murray State can't afford to pay its workers enough to keep up with inflation, maybe we can't afford to be the cheapest university in the Commonwealth. Thank you. And I'll pass this along to my colleague, Dr. Angie Gamble.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for your time. I'm Dr. Angie Gamble. I'm an associate professor of art history here at Murray State, and I just finished my 7th year here. And because none of our student members could attend today, some are out of town and some are actually in quarantine, so I will be representing them today. Let me just see. These. Student workers do many important jobs on campus. However, they are the only job class that gets 0 raise in the current budget. Many student workers are also supporting themselves and their families while working on campus, particularly because we have so many low-income and first-generation students. The majority of student workers are paid the federal minimum wage, which is $7.25 per hour. Just as a reminder, the national minimum wage was set at $7.25 in 2009, so that's over a decade. Our student workers have not received a raise in over a decade. And I'll just add a personal anecdote. When I was a student worker in 2001, of course not Murray State, I was a student worker in Wisconsin, I was paid $8.25 an hour, so 20 years ago. Additionally, many student workers, particularly those in housing, are also victims of wage theft. Student workers can only work a total of 20 hours per week on the books, but their jobs often demand more. They are forced to work unpaid hours or face reprimand by supervisors, or even put their financial aid at risk if they go those 20 hours. This is unsustainable. We call on the board to consider our student workers as an integral employees that they are, and the university should not run out of them if they continue to lose student workers. Murray State prides itself on its value, and rightfully so. And so we would like to make sure that our student workers are also seeing their value in their job value. So I'd like to thank you all for your time, and we definitely welcome questions from the board. And we also have copies of our full platform that we wanted to share with you all.
Any clarifying questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda then is the consent agenda, which was in your board books for review. Are there any questions regarding the consent agenda? Covers the minutes, the report of the registrar, which is the conferral of degrees, some internal audit reports, and the personal service contracts and staff leave of absence without pay list. Any questions on those?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? This is a voice vote. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion passes. All right, so moving on, we will, the report of the chair. The main thing we have here today is to go through the presidential evaluation. So every year there's a presidential evaluation, and that's delegated to the chair and the co-chair to combine the results of various inputs and put together a report. So Dr. Tharp and myself sat down with President Jackson to go over that review and the report in your board book. I will be reading it for the record so that it's on record, so I apologize in advance because it's a little long. And then part of my responsibility in doing this is to make a recommendation to the board, and on the wrong page, excuse me. And that recommendation will be to extend Dr. Jackson's contract for 1 year at a similar rate. So we'll be talking about that after I go through and read the summary. So this is the annual presidential evaluation summary of the Board of Regents. Chair and Vice Chair, and we completed this in May of 2022. In accordance with the board operating procedure for the annual presidential evaluation, the chair and the vice chair submit this annual presidential evaluation summary. For the preparation of this summary, the chair and vice chair utilize the following items: presidential evaluation questionnaire, responses by the Board of Regents members, the president's self-assessment, and our own assessments. Supplemental material included the 2021 Faculty Administrative Review regarding the President 2021 Staff Perspective Survey, resolution of appreciation from the Student Senate, citation of appreciation from the House of Representatives from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, a letter of appreciation from Indiana Task Force 1 of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. The board-approved instrument utilizes by the Board of Regents members consists of 7 sections as follows: strategy and priorities, leadership, financial management, faculty, staff, and students, external relations, relationship communication with the Board of Regents, and additional questions and comments. The first 6 categories had listed subsections, and the respondents could mark each subsection as follows: strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree, and cannot judge. Additionally, each category provided space for general comments. All 11 of the Board of Regents members who served from the beginning of fiscal year 2021-2022 responded, so thank you for that. The responses were aggregated anonymously within the university's Information Technology Department, and the aggregate responses were forwarded to the chair and vice chair. Under the operating procedure of for the annual presidential evaluation, the summary is to include areas where the president has been effective, areas for improvement, progress on the goals for the most recent period, progress towards strategic initiatives, and the presidential goals for upcoming period and forward-looking strategic initiatives. Dr. Jackson effectively worked with constituents to achieve the strategic agenda of the university. He did an admirable job in keeping the university open, safe, and operational during the pandemic. The board is impressed that despite the issues demanded the time and attention of the president over the last academic year, like the COVID pandemic, athletic conference realignment, and a regional national disaster, university priorities have continued to advance, including a new $12 billion bond issuance for deferred maintenance on campus, a new agreement with Shandong Technology and Business University, and a public-private partnership capital project evaluations. Sharing the vision statements and strides made in performance funding more prominently online may help communicate these objectives even further throughout the campus and community. When it became apparent our athletic conference affiliation was at risk of losing qualifying status, the president led an effort for membership in the Missouri Valley Conference and Missouri Valley Football Conference. These moves will raise the status of the university and begin to align our exposure to the footprint of our student body and alumni. Dr. Jackson is viewed by the board as a well-rounded president and an enthusiastic and articulate promoter of Murray State's values and missions. In terms of leadership, Dr. Jackson is effective in conveying confidence in the university's direction, bringing a sense of energy, pride, and excitement to Murray State. His love for and dedication to the university has been infectious throughout campus and the larger Murray State University community. President Jackson leads by example, and the example he sets is one of dedication to the university and a tireless work ethic. The president has attracted, developed, led, and encouraged a highly effective executive team, and motivates them and other constituents to get behind Murray State's vision. His administration seeks innovative ways to recruit students and is encouraged to continue to develop alternative approaches like online programs that can fit the demands of future students, both traditional and non-traditional alike. Responses by the Regents consistently commend President Jackson for his commitment and drive and for navigating the university through the pandemic and always ensuring campus safety. Dr. Jackson regularly implements new policies and changes based on the wide range of inputs he receives. He and his team have several accomplishments over the last year, including creating a new parental leave policy, efforts to enhance recruiting and retention, athletics realignment, and record fundraising. At the same time, under Dr. Jackson's leadership, the university continues to enjoy an outstanding academic reputation and has maintained its high rankings in many national publications. The president's background in finance and his former presidency of the University Foundation have equipped him to be an excellent steward of the university's financial resources. He and his team have managed through the pandemic without faculty or staff salary cuts, benefit reductions, furloughs, or permanent layoffs, all the while ensuring a balanced budget. Pension issues in Kentucky and performance funding formula have been significant headwinds during this period. Dr. Jackson is doing a good job of allocating resources appropriately among the academic departments, deferred maintenance, faculty, and staff. He is encouraged to continue efforts on recruiting and retaining faculty and staff, including the recent raise for university employees of up to 3.5% pay increase. Additionally, he has reviewed his existing areas of academic growth and decline, areas to invest and reduce where needed to more efficiently allocate the university's finite resources. Overall, President Jackson's administration has applied the university's financial resources in an effective manner that achieves the pillars of the institution's strategic plan. Dr. Jackson fosters shared governance and ensures communications with the Student Government Association, Faculty Senate, and Staff Congress. He prioritized faculty and staff positions during the pandemic and continues to make rational decisions in the face of political pressure. President Jackson is encouraged to continue the shared governance model in place at the university and to continue exploring policies that could lead to enhanced career opportunities for faculty and staff. His administration implemented selected work-life balance task force recommendations, such as the change to the parental leave policy as well as the bereavement leave policy. Task forces appointed by the president may want to publish these goals and progress of groups in the campus community to help foster additional opportunities for shared governance. The establishment of the Task Force on Institutional Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion has spawned the Regents Fellows Program, the Diversity Fellows Program, and doubled the Bill's scholarships. The President's Task Force on Academic Advising has been established to improve academic advising, student retention, and assisting at-risk students. President Jackson conveys a deep love of Murray State and has broad support from our student body. He responds to the concerns raised by the university's internal constituencies and is perhaps the most student-oriented president Murray State has ever had. In terms of external relations, Dr. Jackson represents the university in a very positive manner to alumni, friends, and others in the promotion of Murray State. The president has worked tirelessly to maintain Murray State's presence with various external stakeholders. His relationship with the Kentucky General Assembly and his advocacy for the university has been critical to the university's success in obtaining funding for deferred maintenance priorities, a new building for nursing and health professions, and navigating through the pandemic. His leadership has been acknowledged statewide as he continues to serve as the convener of the Council on Post-Secondary Education President's Council for our public universities. Dr. Jackson shows an inspiring commitment to student recruiting. Although somewhat limited by the pandemic, President Jackson has spent much time as possible on the road, visiting high schools and education personnel, helping the university remain visible in the 18-county service region and beyond. The president is talented in institutional advancement as well. This year marked the best fundraising year in the last decade. He has coordinated a major comprehensive fundraising campaign to correspond with the Murray State University Centennial Celebration in October of 2022. President Jackson provides relevant and timely information to the Board of Regents and is effective in clarifying complex issues by synthesizing and summarizing key points. Dr. Jackson has done a good job of keeping the board focused on the main challenges facing the university at any given moment, including risks and areas of underperformance. Given the challenging higher education environment currently, more time may be needed to spend to discuss these areas of concern in the future. Regular communication between the president and regents have greatly enhanced the members' ability to get up to speed and gain knowledge on key issues, allowing for more streamlined meetings. The Board of Regents has been asked to make big decisions in the recent past with the COVID pandemic, the Kentucky pension crisis, and athletic realignment, to name a few. All of these have been very public issues and were handled calmly and professionally. The president provided background information, alternative choices, peer comparisons, professional input where appropriate, and sound guidance. He has made sure that the board is informed, involved, and positioned in a manner to effectively support the vision and mission of the university. President Jackson's listed accomplishments were set forth in his self-assessment and include the COVID-19 pandemic response, enrollment management, recruiting and retention, Task Force on Institutional Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, new academic offering enhancements and changes, President's Task Force on Academic Advising, campus enhancements, financial management, private fundraising, government relations and legislative activities, student and campus life enhancement, athletics and leadership. Significant progress has been made in all these areas under Dr. Jackson's leadership during the past academic year. Many of these achievements and contributions by President Jackson over the last 12 months will literally have historical consequences to our institution. Per board responses, these are viewed as having been some of the most important. Campus capital projects, which include deferred maintenance, Curris Center renovations, funding for a new nursing and health professions building, and a public-private partnership for student housing and a dining hall. Handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, providing a safe environment for students, faculty, and staff while keeping a commitment to student learning. Developing a regional vaccine center. Athletic conference realignment, greater institutional visibility, Student recruitment and alumni footprint align with the university goals, more alumni giving and sponsorship opportunities, better competitive environment for our student athletes. Student recruitment, keeping undergraduate enrollment flat in an environment where first-time freshman enrollment is down 12 to 14% nationally, the largest graduate enrollment in 5 years. Fundraising, raising $13.2 million in new gifts and pledges, the best total in over a decade. Launching a new comprehensive campaign in conjunction with the Centennial Celebration, new private funds for scholarships and campus enhancements. Financial management, no furloughs, permanent layoffs, and no salary benefit cuts for employees, balancing the budget while providing a raise for faculty and staff, securing additional funding from Frankfurt for deferred capital projects and new campus building, and the tornado response, providing resources to our region in its time of need after a historic national disaster, supplying a dry, warm, and secure place for the first responders in the aftermath of that disaster. President Jackson has stated the role of Murray State University is to recruit, retain, educate, and graduate students, and all challenges, opportunities, and decisions are directed towards those goals. The overwhelming majority of notations by the board members were in the strongly agree category, and there are only a few disagree category and none in the strong disagree category. As such, we recommend that President Robert L. Jackson be viewed as having been very effective as president of Murray State University for the 2021-2022 academic year. Finally, the board is appreciative to Dr. Jackson for his leadership, especially during the pandemic, and believes that we are indeed fortunate to have a person of his caliber as our 14th president. Respectfully submitted, Eric F. Crickler, CFA, Chair of the Board of Regents, and Dr. Don Tharp, Vice Chair of the Board of Regents. Okay, I'll let somebody else speak if anyone would like to have any questions or comments regarding the report or the recommendation of it.
Chair Craig,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I would just like to not prolong, but to echo the sentiments of Chair and Vice Chair relative to the evaluation of President Jackson. I think that President Jackson exemplifies the best in leadership, particularly for a university given the economic climate that we find ourselves in. He communicates, he ensures transparency. Speaking as chair of the Finance Committee, there is not any information that is not provided. There's never a question that's not answered, and feel that the team that he has assembled that works with him, they represent this university well. So I commend him for another exemplary year.
Chair Krieger, if I
Yes, sir.
could, for people who use this term all over transparency, so I guess I'll throw it out here to be transparent. I think it's good for the regents to know that Chair Krieger and I met personally with Dr. Jackson. And a lot of what we spoke to Dr. Jackson is not within these 5 or 6 pages, but it was very clear to me and to Chair Krieger that Dr. Jackson understands the job and what he has to do here. And it's a lot. It is a lot. I think Murray State University is fortunate to have Dr. Jackson. I think Dr. Jackson has put together a team of people here that can manage the university. We talked to Dr. Jackson about succession planning and what's going to happen down the road. None of us really know, but he has a succession plan in place. He understands that. He's also looked at all contingency plans around the budget. What happens in Frankfurt? We realize that we can't control Frankfurt, but we can control Murray State. So all in all, if you look at state universities across the Commonwealth, Murray State's in a very, very good position. And I think it's in a good position because we've managed our stuff. We looked at the ability to get the new building. That's not a small step along. And also the stuff we'll be looking at today relative to P3 projects. So there's a lot going on here at Murray State, and Dr. Jackson, we applaud you for your efforts in leading the team.
Thank you, Dr. Chair Krieger, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I would like to echo again every sentiment expressed in the evaluation. Dr. Jackson, I would say, is a very student-oriented president, and I appreciate all of his efforts to help out with the Student Government Association. He came to almost every meeting of the Student Government Association this year, and when he wasn't, he was either in Frankfurt or visiting a high school out in the community, repping Murray State and showing just how awesome a president he is. Very visible to the community, very visible to high schools, and just make sure that our presence is felt in the 18 county service region and abroad, beyond that. And throughout the year, whenever I've needed help with an issue with an SGA or any of the senators that I've served with or anybody on my executive team needed Dr. Jackson for anything or anybody on his team, a phone call away. And they always answered, always picked up. There was never, and to echo what Regent Owen said, there was never a question that wasn't answered. There was never a point of clarification that wasn't clarified for us. And we really felt the help and the love that Murray State is known for. So we really appreciate you, Dr. Jackson, for your service to the student body and to the university at large.
Sorry. Good. I just think it's important for the public to know that not only was our 11-member board of regents polled in order to provide a lot of this data, but we were also provided with the results of that on an aggregated basis. We didn't know who said what or who answered what question. And so I commend the chair and the vice chair for being able to put a narrative to the actual response of this group. And it is my opinion that you guys have that your response is an accurate reflection of the data that was aggregated from the response of this group. And that's an important fact. You guys have not written this narrative that you just read, Mr. Chairman. You've not written this narrative in a way that slants the data one way or the other. It's a fair assessment of what we responded to in an anonymous way, but was aggregated for us to look at. If anybody disagrees with that, I'd like to hear that. But I think it's important for the public to know that your narrative reflects our aggregated response to the questions.
Thank you.
And that's exactly
Regent.
right, because we were furnished the raw data. We know what every response was. So we know that what you summarized was exactly what was submitted. And I think Dr. Jackson has the university on a great trajectory. You've assembled a wonderful team. You're forward thinking because the team is always building. You're forward thinking, and I know some of the things that are in the works now. And so it's not just that it's today, it's for the future. So you're always thinking a step or two or three or four ahead. And I appreciate that. So.
Regent Evans,
Secretary, thank you. So this is my first time conducting a presidential annual review, and I'm appreciative of the documents that were provided that help provide some context for me in filling this out. So the nature of my work, as many of you know, for the past several years has been on continuous improvement. So I wanted to highlight a couple things that were mentioned in that document that I do hope are taken up as areas for improvement or continued study in there. And namely is exploring policies that it could enhance or lead to career enhancement for faculty and staff. I think that is very important, and as a staff region, I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight that as one area that could be continued to develop. But also, as a member of an ex officio group of a shared governance group on campus, I do think that there could be more opportunities to enhance the overall shared governance on campus, particularly when it comes to committee work. There are often times where committee work and presidential committees aren't as clear on their goals and objectives and haven't posted their responses or meeting minutes or their goals that they have met in quite some time. So I would highlight that as another area that could be improved as well.
Could I speak to that just a little bit? Under the president's delegation of authority document, of which we as board sign off on, I believe that a lot of those issues are covered. The president meets with his faculty, meets with the staff, meets with the student regents. There's meetings going on all the time. So I just would like to go on record by saying that we have a delegation of authority document that we believe handles that ability for the president to be transparent with all his staff.
I would just like to remind, per some of the comments here, 2 years ago, we re-looked at how we did this and tried to add transparency for the Board of Regents. Everyone on the board, it's not always been the case that they would get all the raw responses and be able to see the others. This report has been provided to the board in advance, along with the recommendation that we were making, as well as we added the co-chair as well to the evaluation process, both as a check and balance, and also as a way to have more stability in that process from year to year. So board members are able to go and see the raw responses and see if the report reflects the general narrative that is given to the chair.
And everybody got the material well in advance. I remember that, coming to these meetings, and our big discussion was on, did we get the material in advance long enough for us to see it? And I know Eric and I were beating each other up over making sure that the board got this stuff in time to review it prior to this meeting. And good job, Mr. Chair.
And that's much appreciated.
Yeah. I can say it's a bigger job than it looks. It takes longer than I allocated. I don't know about you, Dr. Tharp. All right. So with that, we have a recommendation on the floor regarding acceptance of the report and a recommendation to extend the president's contract by 1 year. You have the attached employment contract that would be voted on in your board book that was put there by Council Miller. It's been the board's practice in the past to extend the president's employment contract for an additional year following a favorable performance evaluation. An employment contract extension would send a positive message relative to the board's confidence in President Jackson. So that is the recommendation of myself and the co-chair after going through this process.
Chair Kirkland, move.
Okay, we have the motion as it's stated in the book.
Stated, yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you, Regent Fitch. Any more discussion before we vote? All right, this is a roll call vote, so I'll ask Secretary Hunt to take roll.
Okay. Dr. Evans?
Aye.
Dr. Fitch?
Aye.
Mrs. Scribe? Aye. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Puckett?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Dr. Schimberger? Aye. Dr. Tharp?
Aye.
Mr. Waldrop?
Aye.
Mr. Krieger?
Aye. Congratulations, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you.
And,
May I say something?
yeah, I just want to thank you. I mean, I really think this was a historic year for our university. There's a lot of headway, so appreciate your leadership in that, and I'll let you speak.
Sure. I want to say this to everyone, including our previous speakers and anyone who may be listening. First, thank you. Thank you for the trust that you place in me, but not just me, the administration of this university and our faculty, staff, and students of this university. And shall we never forget why we're here. We're here for 9,600 approximately students, and that's our job, to serve them and to serve them well. That's our job one, first and foremost. It doesn't mean that anything's been said this morning that we, and all of us, many business professionals here, that we can't do better and we can't do more. I understand that. I'll be the first to admit that. The last 2.5 years have been a unique time for all of us. And so we've maneuvered through it hourly, daily, pivoting regularly, making at times some people happy, at times some people not so happy, but always trying to keep the best interest of the university in the forefront. It's a couple of regents have asked me this particular question. In the staff survey that's been referenced a couple of times, that was the last staff survey, and Regent Evans, I know you know this, but for the record, that staff survey is from fiscal year 2021, right in the middle of the pandemic. That was the last survey. That's the one that's being referenced. That's the one that said that a number of people are thinking about leaving their job. Probably all of us thought about leaving our job at that point in time. I did. I did more than once, Dr. Tharp. But we had a bigger responsibility, and we carried that through. In regard to the question, though, some of you have asked me, how many faculty have retired this year? And I think, and Courtney is back here and she can correct me, or Vice President Dudley, I think it's 17. I think it's 17 today, maybe 18. It's one or the other, as I recall. Pre-pandemic, just for the record, pre-pandemic in 2018-19, I had the data pulled for 6 years because I wanted to know as that came up, that issue came up. And it came up regularly. It came up at our town hall meeting. It came up at our budget advisory committee meetings. It came up at our shared governance meetings with faculty and staff leadership. It came up in numerous private meetings with everyone trying to practice good shared governance with all involved. But in 2018-19, there were 18. In 2017-18, there were 18 retirements. In 2016-17, there were 18 retirements. Exact same number. So I am grateful as a student who walked on this campus 41 years ago that this is still a good place. It's a special place. And I appreciate the Regents and the hard work you all put into this job for free. And the work that especially our constituency Regents do on campus. These are not easy jobs for any of us. Dr. Schimberger, Dr. Evans, and President Ian, Regent Puck. So I appreciate all of that. I appreciate how hard these are, especially on our administration. Those of us who've been on this campus each and every day since the pandemic started. And when I say each and every day, it was each and every day. We're trying to keep the campus safe and healthy. And I know that has been referenced a few times too, but I wanted to make sure that the facts are put out correctly in regard to faculty retirements. There's not a mass exodus, and I'm grateful. We have a ton of talent, wonderful faculty and staff at this university who do a great job each and every day. They're student-centered and advancing this institution as we all should be. And that is our job. We're going to continue doing our job in that regard. I appreciate your confidence in the administration of this university and also your confidence in the faculty and staff, and especially, again, our students. With that, I'll stop, and I appreciate the words today.
So next up is the President's report.
All right, we've got a lot to cover today, and I'm going to give you an update on some things you know, maybe some things that will be new news and good news in regard to this. And let me go up here. That way I can nice. So before I go to the first slide, we didn't have time to put a slide in place for the topic that I want to talk about for just a few minutes, a couple of minutes. So a few months ago, we applied again for the Governor's Scholars Program, which has been important to Murray State University for a number of years. We were actually the first campus that had the Governor's Scholars here at Murray State many years ago. We lost that contract a few years ago, as many of you will recall. So we made a really concerted effort and focused on getting Governor's Scholars back on this campus. And I want to thank Dr. Edminster, Dan Lavitt, who's here, Vice President Dudley, Provost Todd, Vice President Robertson, Dr. David Durden, President of the Foundation, who actually advanced funds from the foundation with their Board of Trustees approval, which we greatly appreciate, to help us with the Governor's Scholars Program. So it's 350 students would be, it's previously what had come here, the students who have come here some of the best and brightest in our Commonwealth. David Looney has worked very hard. Jordan has worked very hard. Dr. David Wilson. And I can go on and on with the list of folks that have worked on this particular issue. We were notified yesterday at 4 o'clock that we have been granted that agreement. So it's wonderful news for the summer of 23, next summer, through the summer of 25. So a 3-year contract. And I know that, Dan, I know you're here, and Dr. Edminster may be back there, as well as others, and as well as the administration. But I want to thank you, because it's important from a recruiting and retention standpoint. It's great for this university to have this flagship program here. And so that's the first item I'd like to report, Mr. Chairman, as well. So we're proud of that.
Great.
So in the last few weeks, Murray State University has received one of the largest gifts in our history, and the donors have asked that we keep the amount confidential. It's a multi-million-dollar gift from trustee of the Board of Regents and an alum, the Board of Trustees, and an alum, Karen Jones Squires, and her husband, Jim Squires. It's to honor her father. Some of you will remember Bob Jones, who taught engineering technology actually for many, many years, and his wife, Carol Jones. So they lived in Murray. He taught here for his career. And so Karen and Jim are honoring her mom and dad, who taught here and spent his career here. So this particular endowment, Dean Fuller and I chatted just before the meeting started. She's going to have enough scholarship endowments that basically everybody at her college may go for free, which be a good thing in engineering technology, industrial technology, cybersecurity, network management, really all of those respective areas. But there's a focus on women in engineering, women in STEM, as you hear stated regularly in different places. So I'm really proud of that initiative. And I'm proud of the work that Dr. Tina Bernat, she worked on this particular gift for 2 or 3 years. The Office of Development, they continue to do a great job. And the last bullet point, $34 million has been raised. A record amount in the last 4 years has been raised by the good work of Tina and her staff. And Dr. Bernat, I want to thank you publicly and your office, and continue to do great work. And this is a transformational gift to Murray State University. We're very grateful. The legislative session, when we met last, we were speculating on many things, but these are just very, very quickly, and Regent Gray and Jordan and I have talked about this many times. They know what the final result is, but just for the record, a new school of nursing is included in the budget, and health professions, a $45.5 million building. We've talked about $47.2 million of deferred maintenance and campus improvements. For the first time since there's been a performance funding model, $97 million was placed in that performance funding model. We're going to spend a lot of time next year talking about the performance funding model and how it works and what it means and how we can do a better job in regard to performance funding and enhancing our metrics so we can receive additional funds from that particular model. We will receive $3.3 million, the first time we received any monies from the performance funding model since its creation. And those funds you'll hear today from Vice President Dudley as she goes through a budget summary. Those are included in our budget for next year as well. $3.3 million of new funding that we'll receive after July 1. There's authorization of $92 million. We've talked a lot about public-private partnerships. We talked about that in the last few days in the Finance Committee meeting, and you're going to hear more about it today. So a $92 million authorization, work that's been done and being done in those areas and will be done in those areas with your approval. We don't talk as much about the initiative of Bucks for Brains. This is an initiative that started in the 1998 legislative session. And it's money set aside for endowment matching monies. And it is specifically by statute, by law, it has to be for STEM-H programs, so science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and healthcare related programs. Initially, we thought our allocation would be about $1 million. It's going to be about $1.5 million. So how this works is you take a gift, you turn $1.5 million into $3 million. That's how this works, and we've received this type of funding many times over the last 25 years, and it enhances scholarships for students, and we're excited about that. The Breathitt Veterinarian Center, I want to just say this, how important it is to our region. And I know Dean Brandon is behind me somewhere. He worked very hard in regard to first getting a new building a few years ago and also getting fenced off funding for this initiative. This session is the first time we've received any new additional monies for the Breathitt Veterinarian Center on a recurring basis. It's in Hopkinsville, as Regent Gray knows. That facility is vitally important to the region and the Hopkinsville metro area, the Fort Campbell base, and really the entire Commonwealth. But that center is vitally important. The work there is vitally important, and I want to thank Regent Gray for her work in this area. She made calls and visited Frankfurt, and so did Regent Owens and others. And we appreciate that. Jordan was the point person and did an excellent job. And I want to thank all of our legislators again publicly since the session is closed, and Governor Beshear and all those that supported what we're doing, especially Senator Jason Howe, our local state senator, Representative Mary Beth Imes, who our entire Western Kentucky legislative delegation were completely unified. And that's not an accident to support Murray State University. They understand, and I greatly appreciate the value they place on this institution and the support that they give us on a unified basis. And they did an excellent job. Also, Majority Leader Steve Rudy, one of our alums, did an excellent job and helped carry a lot of this legislation as well. Dr. Aaron Thompson with the CPE and Dina Byers went up and talked a lot about nursing, and I think she made sure that none of us were going to leave Frankfurt without a new building, and her faculty, and they did great work there, and we greatly appreciate it. So that's the final version of the legislative session. So you can see we've got a lot of work to do. You're going to hear about that later inside the budget, and I think Jason and Youngblood is going to give an update as well in regard to some of this work. I simply want to show this picture. We had a great meeting at the end of the spring semester with Regent Puckett. It was kind of a transition meeting. We had a Q&A session and things that are on our students' mind at Murray State University. We try to do this regularly, whether it's with Black Student Council. I know Dr. Carvel's behind me, other groups on campus. We do this regularly to hear needs and issues and facing our students. And this is kind of a transition. Ellie McGowan's on the front row in the yellow sweater to 17. She will be the new student body president and the new student regent. She will do an excellent job. She's from Fredonia. We're proud of Ellie, and it'll be a great transition. And Ian, thank you again for your service on this board and to the university. And I want to give a shout out to Jeannie Moore. So I had the honor a long time ago to be involved in student government too. And Jeannie was in that office then. And she's done a great job for many years. So appreciate Jeannie's good work also. Just a few days ago, we had the opportunity to host the West Kentucky Educational Cooperative for their May board meeting. I think they're quarterly. Their executive director is Gretchen Wetzel. She's a former assistant superintendent at Caldwell County Schools. She does a fantastic job in her role, and as many of you know, maybe all of you know, they're actually housed on the campus of Murray State University, and we're proud of that. It's 26 school districts and 30 high schools, and so their operations are here on our campus in the Hogan Camp General Services Building. And so we had a great turnout for this particular meeting, and a lot of questions in regard to Murray State and programs, academic programs, what's going on here, and just a lot of good discussion with the superintendents who are key to recruiting and retention throughout this region as well. So I want to give them a shout out and appreciate their good work. This is our senior breakfast, so we give out a lot of awards at senior breakfast to students, and Ian's working on his speech up there in the far right, and so he's getting ready to deliver. And I want to say on the bottom right photograph, Jordan Smith received the Jim Bauer Outstanding Staff Award, and which is the highest honor you can receive as a staff member. And I just want to say to Jordan, I really appreciate his hard work, especially during the pandemic. When it's in March of 20, we had to designate a COVID officer and someone who was the point person. And we looked around and we had one point person for that, and it was Jordan. And he worked 24/7 for many, many months in regard to that. He did a fantastic job at whatever he does. And Jordan, we appreciate the good work, and we appreciate that recognition as well that he received. We also, just a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago, the Diversity Achievement Awards before the end of the semester. I want to thank Dr. Carthel. Regent Owens attended this event. It was a packed ballroom in the Curris Center. And Dr. Carthel, thank you for the good work where we recognize many, many students for their academic achievements, their campus involvement achievements. And here are some of the photos that from that evening. I want to point out two in particular. Dr. Aaron Thompson, President of the Council on Post-Secondary Education in Kentucky, came down. Dr. Schimberger and myself and others were trying to remember other regents that were there besides you and Regent Owens. And Dr. Thompson was very grateful for the award he received and appreciate his work on behalf of Kentucky Public Higher Education. Aaron is a friend. I've known him a long time, and I appreciate his good work that he does on a daily basis. In the bottom right corner with Dr. Carthel is Johnny Green, who has a very unique and special relationship with the university. He's an alum. Dr. Carthel knows and works with him very closely, but he's a very generous donor to students, for student scholarships. And he came in with his family for this particular event and was recognized. But Mr. Green, we appreciate his generosity and good work in assisting our students as well. The Faculty Awards Banquet, a very nice banquet, also a packed house, and Provost Todd's over to, I got to at least try to get one laugh here. He had 6 dad jokes, and one of them was funny. And he did a great job hosting and emceeing that work, and Dr. Schimberger and Regent Owens attended as well. We appreciate that. Dr. Logan Nathan teaches in chemistry. I've known Logan for a long time. Our children started kindergarten or before together. He is our distinguished professor this past year, and he's a fine, fine individual and a fine professor. And we're proud of Logan and the good work he's done here for many, many years. With Dean Brannon is Dr. Bill DeWeese, a distinguished professor and college head, with Dr. Schimberger and myself. So we're going to miss Dr. DeWeese as well and his good work. You see the retirees in the middle center. There's a number of people who have been here a long time, and we're going to miss them. And I think you'll find this extremely interesting. So the 16 retiring faculty members had a combined 363 years of combined service. And it may be 17, so that 363 may be 399, but it's close. And we also recognize that even 51 faculty members with service awards, 5 years, 10 years, and so on, up to, I think we had Provost, I think we had somebody recognized with approximately 40 years, if I remember correctly. But 51 faculty members we recognize with 975 years of combined service to this institution, which is really amazing. So we want to thank all of our faculty members who were recognized that evening. Down the bottom right, Professor Khalil received a Regents Teaching Award as well. She does a fantastic job in occupational safety and health with Regent Owens there. And so a lot of good things going on in that particular area. It's the first time we had a faculty board banquet in person since 2019. So a wonderful event that evening. The Sparks Lecture, Dean Whaley is here. I want to thank him for his service to the region. We recognize outstanding teachers. And Regent Evans, your college, it's a wonderful event. It's an annual event. It's been going on for a number of years. It's named after President Harry Sparks. And I had the honor of knowing Dr. Sparks, a wonderful gentleman and a very good president who served here for many years. He was also a state school superintendent, and he was a professor in the College of Education. But I appreciate recognizing those in education. The teachers we recognized that night were extremely grateful, and I appreciate the honor of being the lecturer for the Sparks Lecture that evening to talk about the history of Murray State University as well. So good work by that college. Commencement, quickly, 1,501 graduates in the spring and summer. We had 2 sessions, as you all know quite well. Those of you who were there and participated. It was a wonderful event, packed house event. 1,100 approximately. I think it was actually 1154, Dr. Todd. But approximately 1,100 graduates participated. Many of them were from December. We had to cancel the December commencement, as you all know quite well. So it was December and May and summer grads. It may have been a record number, and my hand felt like it, by the way, a record number of students walking across the stage. And hence 2 sessions, but I think we've learned a valuable lesson that we're probably now away from 1 session any longer, and it's too much to do in one commencement ceremony. In the left photo is the Katimu ceremony that Dr. Cartel and his staff have been putting on for a number of years. It's always an honor to be there. That's the night before commencement, and recognizing students from his respective programs, and so that was a wonderful event too. Dr. Schimberger and Regent Owens were there as well. I want to thank Mr. Kevin Saul, Athletic Director Kevin Saul, Racer Athletics again. You may have seen this, but it's worthy of bragging on one more time. I want to thank our coaches, our athletic administrators, our staff. So for the 36th consecutive semester, 18 years, our student athletes have had a 3.0 GPA or higher, which is amazing. I don't know where that ranks us nationally if you start looking at those types of statistics, but we would have to be at the top of the list, because I saw a couple of really good universities posting out similar things, and they were bragging on 8 consecutive semesters, 12 consecutive semesters, but to have 36 consecutive semesters speaks to the good work of many in that respective area. Sunday morning, May the 8th, after commencement Saturday, we had a special athletic commencement, so we could recognize the softball team. They were out of town, as we know. We had 3 student athletes there who graduated. 2 of them will be returning here as graduate students and continuing to play. One is going into the workforce and already has a wonderful job in front of her. But we had a very, very nice commencement ceremony with families and friends, and it was just a special time for those students as well. Just quickly, I sent you all this article. I'm not going to go over the details of it. I wanted to stress just the headwinds that exist. The headwinds on enrollment and the headwinds nationally, and how hard it is, Dr. Robertson and Mr. Smee and their respective staffs know how difficult this environment is, from the standpoint of recruiting for every university, public and private, east to west. But in the spring, and I was shocked by this, in the spring there was a national enrollment decline of about 4.7%, and Murray State was up 5.8% in the spring. So reversed that trend, which I was very shocked at the gap of those numbers. Good advising makes a difference, and today you're going to hear some recommendations in regard to some changing in our advising model that we hope that will enhance this further. It's good retention and the focus on retention. Peggy Whaley and her staff under Dr. Robertson's leadership, you'll hear more about those programs today. And the performance funding model has a great focus on retention and many other things, 11 metrics, and retention is one of them. But the cheapest and easiest and best student to recruit, keeping the ones you have, and that's retention. And so we'll be focusing on retention, even though we're at the top of the list from a retention standpoint in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, we still have more that we can do in those respective areas. As we say often, 71% of our budget is enrollment driven, and those are facts. Recruiting and retention, I love this one photo on the left. So I asked Jill the other day when we were putting a presentation together, her favorite photo, and she said this one. If you see a yellow bag on campus and you're walking around campus, stop and talk to them as a prospective student or family. And it's a great idea that Mr. Smee, I think this was your idea from several years ago. If you see a yellow bag, it's someone we need to talk to.
And I'll just say I have a friend up in Indiana who's making the rounds with his daughter this spring, and they went to a half a dozen different campuses, and Murray State was one of them. Number one, he said the Murray State tour was the best, but he also pointed out, he said, this is the only campus where students would welcome them and say, oh, how's your weekend? Hope you end up coming here, and those kinds of things. And that really had an impact on that family, and it was because of this idea where everybody kind of sees the people coming through.
And Eric, that's indicative of the training that we do and the messaging that we do in regard to our students and to faculty and staff and administrators, to the public. If you see a yellow bag, say hello. And everyone is very, very good about that, and it does make a huge difference as well. So I love that photo. I wanted to share that with you. Since our last board meeting, here's some high schools we visited, so you'll see some future racers with some shirts on in there. I want to point out in the middle, this is Mr. Tharp, Mr. Sam Tharp on the right, is retired principal at Henry County High School. Beside him is the superintendent of schools, and on the other side of me is their current principal. This is a great high school. Henry County is a big county. They have one big high school, but Dr. Tharp, I know you're distantly related to Mr. Sam Tharp, and he said to always say hello. And but this high school we have a wonderful relationship with, and they do an excellent job there. And we're 27 miles apart, and so we're down there often, and they're a huge help to us from a recruiting and retention standpoint. You're going to hear a lot about the budget today. A lot of work has gone on with the budget for many, many months, probably since early last fall, so nearly a year probably, in regard to trying to plan what's going to happen in the legislative session, looking at metrics and numbers in every respect. And I want to thank Vice President Jackie Dudley and her staff and all of our administration, vice presidents, the deans, the chairs, everyone that's been involved, the Budget Advisory Committee, faculty, staff, and student leadership, or make up the Budget Advisory Committee. Faculty, staff, leadership we had meetings with. We had a town hall meeting and went through questions and answers and addressing major issues for a couple of hours that particular day. But I put a quote in here from Dr. Carr, our first president, from 1926. and he was speaking to the Board of Regents. And as you go through the work today, and the rest of the agenda, but especially the budget, he said, the work of developing this institution has only begun. There are many important and difficult tasks ahead. And it was true almost 100 years ago, and it's still true today. And I would suspect if we were here 50 or 100 years from now, it would be true then as well. And I think those were very wise words by a wise man, and we appreciate all the work, again, that's been done in regard to the budget and items we'll be addressing today. Academic developments. I want to thank the Provost, Associate Provost Purvine, Assistant Provost Ashley Ireland, our deans, our chairs, our faculty, for new online graduate certificate programs that will be launched very soon. New degree programs are in process or being launched or will be launched, and Tim and Bob and Ashley and the deans that are behind me and all others, thank you for your good work in this area. It's important to student recruiting. It's important that we have to make changes in programs. The world changes, needs change, and again, whether it's a particular program in science, engineering, technology, the Jones College, or in the Byron Fine College of Business, or pick an area, it doesn't matter. It's important that we continually look at these respective academic programs and make adjustments and changes, eliminations, add new ones. Should it be online? Should it be hybrid? Should it be in person? I mean, these are the type of questions we have to ask ourselves as we go through these types of developments going forward. Facilities management, there's a lot going on, and I want to thank especially Jason Youngblood and the Director of Facilities Management, Angela Lampy, the Associate Director. They've done a fantastic job. So these are spoiler pictures, and I'm sorry, Jason and Angela, if you're behind me. This is Wilson Hall. I just love these pictures of just the last few days. So Wilson, the windows are done, Dr. Schimberger, to my knowledge. And the building looks great, and it's going to really enhance the environment for our faculty and staff and our students, and we appreciate the work there. Wells Hall got the same makeover on windows. The center picture is Rather, which that work has started. You'll see there's no seats. So it's going to be a major makeover of Rather that you all have approved, just like Lovett. And the far right is Lovett. And Lovett is almost done. And when we come back for a new semester, but about August 1, and Jason, I'm putting dates in your mouth, I apologize. But about August 1, this building will be done. Right, Jason? No, he and I talked about it. Close. But we want it to be used for this upcoming semester to benefit our students and our faculty, especially the students in music and theater, and this is used for regional events and campus events. But the floors have been redone, the carpet is new, the ceilings have been redone, it's been painted, new HVAC systems, and the list goes on and on. The old curtains on the windows are the old ones, because the new ones are not here yet, caught up in a supply chain problem. But the new seats are in, the new, bigger, nicer, better seats. Regent Krigler, Chair Krigler, you've seen it.
I've sat in one and actually fit, so.
Importantly, the end cap of these seats are from the original seats from 1920, the 1920s. So they were placed on the end of all of our seats, and gold flaking was put back on them. But so you've got some old and some new, and it's going to really enhance this campus from every respect, academically, regional use, local use, etc. So I'm very proud of the work that's been done here and what we've ended up with. And I think you all will be very pleased when you see it. And at the next meeting, Mr. Chair.
Before you skip from that photo, I guess personally I'd like to say to you and your staff, thank you for saving these old buildings. It would just be, words cannot explain what would happen if we walked around the campus and these buildings were able to just deteriorate in front of us. So for us to go back and capture a bit of the history of Murray State University and put money into that, I just applaud the work that you guys have done. I know you can't stand up in front of everybody and applaud the windows and drapes, but among the, quote, Murray State family, I'd like to say that it's great stuff.
Dr. Dark, thank you. I think it was August 7th, 2018. So when I took this job on an interim basis, you said to me, you pulled me aside and said, you got to take care of yourself. And this is important to all of us. The campus look and design is important from a recruiting and retention standpoint. Taking care of this beautiful old campus and many of these buildings are on the National Historic Register is important. And so I appreciate that, and I think all of you will be very proud. And at the next meeting, I want us to go over and look at these buildings and tour them to see what's going on. I think we'll be, again, very pleased as well. I think lastly here, almost last, there's 2 slides. So it's our centennial. There's a lot of events that went on in the spring. There will be more events going on in the fall. I want to thank Sean Tooney and his staff and Carrie McKinnis and Dr. Tina Burnett, the banners that you see on campus. So we put up centennial banners to celebrate our 100th year. And so it harkens back to all of our history, to the very beginning. And I think it speaks volumes to who we are and who we've been. And if you haven't had a chance to really notice the banners, I think you'll be very pleased. Our Centennial History book will be coming out in the next few months. And I want to thank Dr. Jeff McLaughlin. I had a chance to visit with him again yesterday, and Sarah Marie Owens, who are just wonderful individuals, but also great authors in their own right. And Sarah went through and really together we figured out the photos that depicted the last 100 years of Murray State, and I think you all will be very pleased. And the entire Pope Library staff that is here, the University Press of Kentucky is extremely pleased with this book, and we're proud of what the end product now looks like. And Dean Chris Ferguson, Jordan Smith were the co-chairs of this committee. So we started in 2019. And we finished it about 3 months ago or so. And lastly, I know we're going to recognize our Regents later, Mr. Chairman, but it's your birthday. So I'm going to recognize all of you again. But Chair Krigler has a birthday today. But Eric, you and I have known each other for a long time, and I want to thank you for your service. I want to thank you for all you've done at Murray State. Which you're going to continue doing at Murray State. And not only were you a heck of a football player here once upon a time, but you've served here well. And we owe you a deep debt of gratitude. And I want us to give you a round of applause. Regent Rudolph, thank you. 6 years. It's a long time. Right? You've done a great job, and thank you for your work, your continued work. And I remember again in the fall of 18, Lisa said, Dr. Jackson, we're going to go tour residence halls. And we did. And we did. And we saw work that needs to be done and needed to be done, and the pandemic got in the way. And the work today that's going to be recommended to this board will enhance those areas. So a legacy from you and at that time Chair Guest, and we appreciate that. Regent Ian Puckett, thank you again. You've been an excellent student, Regent. You're going to be here as a graduate student, so we're going to continue seeing you. We appreciate all that you've done. You've been a great representative of your colleagues. We appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
All right, report of the treasurer.
Good morning. I've done it badly, I have to follow that. The treasurer's report doesn't stand up to it.
As we have done for a long time, we provided the board, in your board book, I know you've all seen it, you may not have looked at the detailed financial statements, but we do have those. If you choose to go to those and look at any of the details that are reflected in the dashboard. A couple items I want to point out this morning, I will try to make it brief, but on the first page of the dashboard, first and foremost, I think if you'll look at all of the graphs, they're pretty flat for the last 3 years. Whether it's our total revenues, our expenditures, or the percent of revenues to expenditure, or budget, percent of revenues to budget at this point in time, as of the third quarter. So the data you see here is as of the end of March. The two items that had larger fluctuations were cash and net position. You'll see that very easily, and I'll touch on those on the next page, but everything else is really pretty flat compared to the prior 3 years at this same point in time. Going forward on the balance sheet, and this is the balance sheet of the institution, overall institution, the net position increased quite a lot. There's two primary reasons. One, cash is up for the sole reason that we sold bonds. So the bond proceeds, $12 million bond proceeds were sold, but the expenditures that those were sold for have not been materialized yet. We've got projects to start, so that cash, it's a timing difference in financial statements, whether, we don't like timing differences because it creates fluctuations. But this is a good one. We've got the cash, the expenditures will be incurred over the next year or two as those projects materialize. The other change that is really the most significant impact is at year-end, June 30th of 21, had a large pension adjustment. Our pension liabilities went down. Well, that wasn't reflected in the March of 21 numbers. It didn't happen until June 30th. So consequently, it is reflected in this year's numbers. So we see a big fluctuation. So that again is solely related to that year-end pension adjustment that was done at June 30th of 21. So that's really an explanation, a very small compartment of what the balance sheet numbers and what those fluctuations are.
Mr. Chair, if I could, Jackie, would you point out on page 94, it's important for the board to understand the top left. And if you would just touch on briefly the pension liability, just so everyone knows what that is and what our net position is, so everyone knows what that is.
I'm not sure which page 94 is.
I'm sorry, it's the last page, it's the last page, your last page, top left chart.
Okay.
So if you look at pension liability, it's 141 million in the third quarter.
Yes. And are you asking me to explain what that is?
Yeah, just to make sure, I want everyone to understand what that is and what the net position is, meaning what the net assets liabilities are at the end of the pension liability exposure that we have.
Right.
As part of the combo.
Right. So the pension liabilities are called pension and OPEB, which is our post-retirement benefits that we have to record, which institutionally we do have some obligation because we have to pick up our share of the healthcare, the state's healthcare plan too, because we have to pay that as part of our pension liability. So starting in fiscal year 20, the third quarter, we had a pension liability of $185 million. And that was KERS system, that was a teacher's retirement system. And the reason we have this liability is the pension systems aren't funded to the level they need to be funded at. And all of the institutions that participate in those plans have to carry a portion of the liability, their fair share, according to all of our auditors. So this is a required liability that we have to record. Over the last few years, that liability has went down. This year it started to go down, and in the prior year too, it did go down because of investment income from the pension systems. I'm not sure what's going to happen for 22 when we get our year-end numbers. We may not enjoy that decrease. We may actually see an increase in the liability. But the impact of that liability to us is it has had a very dramatic impact to our unrestricted net assets, our net position. This all started back in 2015 when we had to start reporting this. And at that point, all schools, including Murray State, had a negative net position. They all went negative. And today, since we've had to really start, this is a liability we own. We really got to own this. It's not just a book entry. This is reflected in our bond ratings and how we are reviewed from a financial standpoint. So that negative net position is no longer just, well, it's a book entry. It's a real liability for the institution. So the impact, we can't understate that impact of that being negative. So I'm not sure if I'm explaining what you want, but
It's a real liability.
it is a real liability.
And so it doesn't just appear on the balance sheet as a liability. There's also a cash flow associated with it. We have to pay.
Yeah, there is.
So part of the student tuition or the general fund dollars that we receive from the state goes to retire this.
Yeah, actually, this year, for KERS, the institution started paying a flat payment. It is something we're going to pay, approximately $7.2 million for the next 30 years. We will pay that flat amount. So that's added to our expenditures, which will have an impact on the net position in an opposite way. But that liability is owned, and we are paying, it's more of a debt service or a mortgage payment on it.
But not only are we putting money in to reserve for our current employees, this net liability is from our past.
Yes.
From the state's past, not just from.
Well, right, it's everything, but it's our again, our fair share.
Right.
Our proportional share based on the participation we have in those retirement plans. And this does reflect past liabilities, not future.
Well, and I think it's important to point out, I mean, when you look at this, it looks as though the liability has gone down, $40 million over the last couple years, but that's not cash flow to us. That is,
It's more.
it's market to market. It's the way this is calculated. When the stock market goes up and interest rates are down, it makes it look smaller. That's gone on the last couple of years. So as an accounting entry, this liability comes down and the net position goes up. It helps your debt ratios and so forth. But if you look at the, it's not going down because it's been funded better, in other words. And so with interest rates going back up and with the stock market coming back in, it could very easily reverse course, and we still have to pay the cash flow. So this is, in essence, a non-cash item that moves the accounting and changes the ratios. So you just have to make sure you kind of understand that the cash flows that we're having to pay on a yearly basis are still rather large because the pension is underfunded.
And hence, Regent Water, to your question, and the reason I want us to point it out, House Bill 8 in the last session is paying this off over the next 30 years. And that's a real liability. In the executive summary of the budget, this will be presented and touched on in just a moment. What the percentage is now, the dollar amount it is now, and how that increases over the next 4 or 5 years that we have to plan for. And it's several millions of dollars that we'll have to plan for. So you'll see that, and it ties to this particular thing.
Yeah, really, the only cash flow is a negative cash flow. The other is like a true investment, you're right. Cash flow is paying that amount annually, the $7.2 million. That is the cash flow.
A mortgage.
It is.
It's a mortgage. I guess in some ways we're lucky that it's fixed. Because if we're looking at bad times, we're going to be lucky that we're fixed at $7 million. In good times, it looks like bad.
Yeah.
But in bad times, it's good that payment, that obligation is fixed.
Right. But I do caution you that we don't know what the impact will be at 6/30/22 because we don't have those numbers yet. And with the market we've experienced over the course of the year, this is another item I'm going to touch on, is we have had significant losses in our investments at the state level. It's an economic situation in our country and world, but we don't know. We may actually be increasing liability back to a certain level come the next time I present this to you, which will be the year-end statement. So.
Jackie, I have a question about the income statement for the auxiliaries, especially in looking at the notes that are provided. So I'm seeing about a $400,000 total decrease in the total revenues, but when you break that down, you've got about less than $1 million decrease in Sodexo dining revenue. What are we attributing that to?
Yeah, this is a timing situation. You may recall, it's really the last it's probably been about 3 or 4 quarters ago. Last year, we recorded a $3 million, it was one of the capital investments from Sodexo. And we had it on a financial statement and we didn't get it deferred because it shouldn't have been recorded as revenue at that point. Because it's something when we get those funds, we have to recognize the revenue over a period of time. And so that's caused us to have these fluctuations throughout the financial statement until we can counteract that timing change. So it's not a loss, a true loss in revenue.
Got it.
It's more of a timing situation. Going back to the second page of the dashboard, just the overall income statement of the institution, we're showing a net change in position there. It actually went down. And I did want to point out, for reasons that we were just talking about, is that's due to the market changes of the funds we hold in Frankfurt. So all of the institution's cash, all of the revenue we collect from tuition and fees, maybe grant revenue, all of that has to go back to the state treasurer, and they invested based on their investing models. And we've had losses almost every month this year. Actually, I got the report this morning from the state, and we had the first gain in many, many months. So you will see this will impact our balances going forward pretty significantly. Not something during the budget cycle last year we would have anticipated, but that's the reason for the big drop, primary reason. So I don't want to point that out.
Does that include the $12 million for the bonds that we
That
had?
does not, because that come in so late in the quarter in March, that really didn't impact that much. Now, we will earn on those bonds, but that doesn't come back to the general fund. That will stay with those bond proceeds.
And they also go to Frankfurt?
They do go to Frankfurt. They're invested at the state right now. And when we do projects, we have to draw those funds from the state to reimburse our
Basically, we're
coffers.
drawing our own funds from there.
Right.
Safety.
But when we sell bonds, that's always how that works. That's just a standard process. Tuition and fee projections. You recall, last quarter when I was here, we were projecting close to $4 million, I'm not going to say shortfall, but it's budget to actual. And I want to explain that on our gross tuition, we're almost going to be on point. We're going to meet our budget almost just right there. It's a scholarship, it's the mix of scholarships, the mix of students. Here we talk a little bit more about that when we get to the budget. But we've had a change in mix. Some students, particularly international students or non-resident students, they're paying a higher gross tuition rate. But we have higher scholarships that come along with that. So it's that change in mix that's caused this. So we had more scholarship dollars that we applied to students' accounts than really what we had budgeted this year. Our contingency, our $2 million contingency is intact and will go to offset half of that change.
Some of those dollars, those scholarship, additional scholarship dollars, I think there's some COVID dollars in there as well. So.
There were some COVID dollars in there, but what we're talking about here in scholarships are just those scholarships that are funded from the general fund, education in general. We do have a number of scholarships that come from the foundation, really $5 to $6 million worth. But we also have federal dollars that come in and apply to students' accounts, which would be the CARES money. So that's not reflected in the change in these scholarship numbers I'm talking about. Their scholarship awards are up a lot because of the CARES money when you look overall at all the money we're applying. You go on over to the education and general balance sheet. Some of the pension is the overriding reason there again, because all of our pension transactions are made to the education, general, and auxiliary funds. So that again is the primary reason for that change in net position on the balance sheet for education in general. The income statement for NG, it's up for the same reason on the pension. We had in the third quarter or the fourth quarter last year, we had a decrease in expenditures that's carried over to this income statement. So really, I know going forward, the pension adjustments are going to cause us fluctuations at probably every quarter when we sit here. And for quite some time, that's going to be the largest fluctuation we see. We've touched on auxiliaries, and I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I won't go through the detailed numbers I provided here. They support these numbers in this dashboard, but if you have something you want me to dive into more, I'm happy to do that.
Any questions for the treasurer? All right, thank you. All right, we'll take a, I'm sorry. Right here in red where it says voice vote, I should have read that first apparently before I decided to, yeah, so give me a break on that, right? Fair enough. Okay, so the floor is open and we're willing to accept a motion to accept the report of the treasurer. Okay, we have a motion and a
I'll second it.
second. Any other discussion on the report? All right, this tells me right here it's a voice vote, so all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. We'll take a short break here. I've got that it's 10:07, so let's start back at 10:20, please. Thanks for that, Kat. I appreciate that. the meeting back to order.
Get this thing under control.
I'm trying. All right, we'll start with our committee reports and recommendations. First up is Dr. Schemberger with the Academic Excellence and Scholarly Activities Committee.
Thank you, Chair Krugler. I call to order the meeting of the Academic Excellence and Scholarly Activities Committee. I serve as chair, and the members on this committee include Regents Virginia Gray, Leon Owens, and Ian Puckett. We have 3 items on the committee agenda, 2 of which will require board approval, and 1 is for information only. And I am joined by Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Timothy Todd. He's going to navigate us through the agenda, so we'll start first with the Academic Administrative Appointments update, and that's for information only.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the board, honored to be with you again this morning. As Dr. Schemberger said, the first item there is for information only. We've got a few academic administrative appointments that we wanted to bring to your attention. And I want to give a little history on the top 3 of those on page 106, and then I'll expand a little bit on the chairs at the bottom of 106. But the university, as all of you know, takes accreditation very seriously, especially institutional accreditation in addition to programmatic accreditation. In fact, earlier this morning, Dean Whaley and Dr. Purvine had to sneak out of this meeting to do an exit interview with the school counseling accreditation bodies, and then they came back in, as you notice behind me. So every one of our colleges and schools under the dean's leadership has at least one program that's fully accredited at the national or international level. For example, Dr. Schemberger's department and programs are internationally accredited at the highest level. The other business programs under Dr. Eaton are at the highest level. So we all take those very seriously, but at the end of the day, the institutional accreditation through SAC-COC, the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, is the institutional body that accredits us as a university. And if we don't have that, we're basically out of business. So the reaffirmation of that process is once every 10 years. So when you're looking at on this page, the domino that started these recommendations was for Dr. Purvine in what he does. He is our SACS liaison, and for the next 2 years, we need to take some things off of his plate so he can really focus on that. So that's the domino that started these first 3 appointments. Dr. Purvine, as I just shared with you, the SACS liaison in that process. Ashley Ireland's been doing a terrific job, as all of you know. The interim will be coming off of her title. And then Renee Pfister, who's been under Dr. Robertson over the last couple of years, she is going to become an associate provost. She's still going to be doing everything from a predictive analytical modeling for Dr. Robertson and enrollment management, but she'll be also assuming some roles in the provost's office, including supervising our institutional effectiveness office, all the data. So those kind of explain the first 3. The following 4 these are, because of retirements, these are chair or director appointments. Under Dean Whaley, Paul Luco is retiring in his Department of Community Leadership and Human Services. Katie Hancock will become the interim chair. Under Dean Fuller, Tracy Wortham is retiring out of OSH, and Tracy Bird will become the interim chair. Under Dean Eaton, Mike Bacchino has retired, and Dr. Dave Gessler is going to be the interim chair of Organizational Communication and Leadership. And back to Dr. Fuller again, under Dean Fuller, Danny Claiborne is retiring after a long career at Murray State, and Jamie Rogers is going to become the interim director, executive director of the School of Engineering. So as the chair said, this is information only. We wanted to keep you all up to date on academic administrative appointments.
Any questions or concerns or comments for Provost Todd? I do just want to reiterate about the SACs. You mentioned it's once every 10 years that the process, but really the process happens much sooner, almost really about midway. And that's when we start to, we've got to really get our reviews done and start formulating everything.
Exactly.
So, our second item is the 2022 Board of Regents Teaching Excellence Awards.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. The Regents Teaching Excellence Awards were established in 1985 to honor those faculty deserving recognition as exemplary teachers. It is the highest teaching award for faculty that is available at Murray State, and it's your award. The 10 of you in the room are the ones that bestow that. May I read the names of the award winners? Dr. Sunil Kuzi in the Barron College of Business, Dr. Stephanie Schaff in the College of Education and Human Services, Ms. Danielle Muzina, the College of Humanities and Fine Arts, Dr. Ray Horton, also in the College of Humanities and Fine Arts, Dr. Rachel Allenbaugh in the Jones College of Science, Engineering, and Technology, Rashad Khalil in the Jones College of Science, Engineering, and Technology, Dr. Candace Alvey in the School of Nursing and Health Professions, and Emma Vaughn in the Center for Academic Success. So that is an action item because it's your award that you're bestowing on these excellent faculty members as teachers. And I respectfully present those to you.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion to accept the list of faculty as recipients of the Board of Regents Teaching Awards?
So moved.
And is there a second from the committee?
Second.
Okay, excellent, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries from the committee. Chair Krigler, I present to you a motion to accept the 2022 Board of Regents Teaching Excellence Awards for the recipients as named by Dr. Todd.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? We have a second and a motion. Any discussion from the board at large? All right, this requires a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you. And then the final item on the committee agenda is Professor Emeritus designations.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. These individuals, which I will call, are long-serving faculty and certainly deserving of Professor Emeritus status, and I'm honored to present them to you. R. Michael Bacchino, Kala Chakradar, Danny Claiborne, Gina Claywell, Laura Dawkins, William DeWeese, Richard Dodson, Michael Kemp, Paul Lugo, Ann Nealon, Lynn Patterson, Brenda Sheets, Lou Tilson, Barbara Washington, and Tracy Wortham. And I respectfully present those to the board for your consideration.
Thank you. I just want to point out, just for those who might be watching or are not sure how Professor Emeritus becomes as such, a faculty member, ranked faculty member, 10 or more years of distinguished service to Murray State University. From the committee, do I hear a motion to accept the Professor Emeritus designations as presented by Provost Todd?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries from the committee. Chair Krigler, I present to you the Professor Emeritus designations as presented by Provost Todd.
We have a motion from the committee. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion about the Professor Emeritus designation? All right, with that, we will take a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you. If I could just take a point of privilege to just say it's been my pleasure to serve as chair of this committee and to work with Provost Todd. It's been great meeting with you and Dr. Purvine and also Ashley Ireland. I don't know if she's still there. She's my good friend, colleague, Ashley. It's been wonderful to, whenever we have anything on the agenda, make sure to meet with them. We have good discussions and a good time, I think, at the same time. You know, as the name implies on that committee, academic excellence, that's what we do, you know, at Murray State. So I've always thought it was always an honor that I've been able to serve as chair of a committee that I think sets the tone for everything else to happen at Murray State University. I don't know what my second term will bring in terms of committee appointments, but it's been a wonderful pleasure being on this committee, and that concludes my report with this committee, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Regent Schimberger. So athletics, we're going to table till this afternoon, and we'll go to the audit committee, and then we'll probably pull some things forward from the afternoon before we do enrollment management. So audit committee, Vice Chair Tharp.
Thank you, Chair Krigler. Get my act together here. I am chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee. Those members serving on the committee are Chair Eric Krigler, Dr. Jessica Evans, and Lisa Rudolph. We have only one item to bring to you this morning, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Jackson at that time. And you'll see one item that's just a housekeeping, and that we're going to, the committee working with Michelle Saxton as she rolls off. We're going to be presenting the president's travel expenses on a quarterly basis rather than on a monthly basis. It's just his efficiency. The president doesn't travel that much that he's getting a lot of information, so we figure rather than doing monthly 3 sheets of paper, we'll wait and do it on a quarterly basis. There is no issues there with this being done, so you'll see it as well. President Jackson.
Sure. Dr. Thorpe, I would just add, just for this board, Michelle Saxon has been the internal auditor for at least 10 years. All of you know Michelle. She's done an excellent job. And she asked a couple of months ago if it would be okay to be considered for another position on campus that she saw posted that was open, that required a CPA. We don't have many CPAs on campus, and I assured her that we encourage individuals to look at different opportunities if they so desire. And she did. She received the position. She started June 1, working for Wendy Kane in the back in the area of financial aid and scholarships, doing audit-related work and other work and as well. So we will start a search after today in regard to a new internal auditor who will also be a CPA. So that's the search process that we'll be going through in the days to come. So that's a quick update, Dr. Thorpe, but because of the nature of the position, I want to make sure everyone's aware of where we're going.
Unfortunately, due to some prior commitments, Michelle couldn't be with us here today, but she asked that I send out all her warm wishes for this board going forward. She has appreciated working in her role as internal auditor. She says she misses it, but she'll always be around. So as most of you know, ever since I've been on the board, I've worked with Michelle on internal audit, so I've got to know her quite well. So we wish her well. I think it's good that the university can advance people in their positions and do something else.
Thank you.
So that's my report.
Great, thank you. Regent Fitz, Building and Grounds, I think no report this time, is that correct?
No report.
All right.
I think we're going to have a little bit of an update from Jason Youngblood during the finance
Finance budget. Okay, awesome. We're going to skip a couple of things so that we can knock out some things from the afternoon this morning. So if you go to item 12, policy changes, I believe that's 486. I know some of you were having some technical issues, so I'll give you a minute to get to that spot.
That's page 46.
Page 46, I believe. So this is regarding the policy changes. Do I leave this there? So the policy changes, personnel policies and procedures manual regarding the bereavement leave policy. So this is the second reading, so I will read the background and then I believe we'll have a voice vote. So the proposed policy changes were recommended to the university's Faculty and Staff Insurance and Benefits Committee after an institutional review and comparison of the bereavement leave benefits offered at 8 Kentucky institutions. The revised bereavement leave policy extends the current policy to add foster children, grandparents, grandchildren, or other qualifying adult to Section 1, which also includes immediate family members, spouse, child, or stepchild, parent, or step-parent, sibling, or step-sibling, or in-laws. Increases the paid leave time up to 2 days for the death of a close relative or a close relative of a spouse, aunts, uncles, nieces, and nephews, and increases the paid leave time to 1/2 day for the death of other relatives, associates, close friends, or current or retired Murray State University employees. The Board of Regents approved the first reading of the bereavement leave policy at its quarterly meeting on March 11th, 2022. Action today represents the second and final reading of this policy. So with that, I believe we'll need a voice vote. So we'll need a motion on the floor to accept this policy.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion on this policy before we vote?
I just want to say one thing. This proposed policy, even though this is second reading, I might have noted this at the last meeting, but I do want to extend some amazing gratitude to Regent Evans, because really you started a lot of this when you worked on as a member representing staff of Congress on the Faculty and Staff Insurance and Benefits Committee. There was a subcommittee in place that looked at that. A lot of back and forth between the insurance and benefits, and then also with Jackie Dudley and her team, and of course with President Jackson. I think this is really where shared governance was a true representation at play. There's some things the committee presented. The administration came back with some, ideas for improvement or what we could do and what we couldn't, and then of course with HR and on the picture as well. So this is I think a good representation of that. I'm very grateful that we've got an extension on this policy to include all those that have been mentioned.
Great. Any other discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second, so all those in favor of this motion, please signal by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. All right. Now, I believe legislative and economic development, we don't have a report for today, is that correct?
No report, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Then let's go to the marketing and community engagement report. That will be page 456. If you're having to use a PDF versus the program, page 456. This is the Marketing and Community Engagement Committee, Regent Walter.
I call to order the committee, and I will turn the agenda over to Dr. Burnett.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. The Board of Regents is being asked to receive, accept, and approve the donation of the following gifts and equipment and supplies from Timothy D. Jones, who is a DVM at Mayfield Veterinary Clinic. Dr. Jones is a 2000 graduate from the Hudson School of Agriculture's Animal Tech and Vet Tech programs, and also has a master's in agricultural science from Murray State that he received in 2001. This equipment is being asked to be accepted to the Hudson School of Agriculture at Murray State for student use in both pre-vet medicine and veterinary tech programs. The vet scan equipment, valued by Zoetis at a total of $74,495, will give our pre-vet and vet tech students hands-on experience and training in their fields of study.
Dr. Jones takes care of my dogs. Takes care of our dogs as well. So, two very valuable members of our household. All 100 pounds of each of them. It's very generous, and his dad was my top physician until he retired shortly. So, members of the committee, is there a motion that we accept with gratitude the gift of Dr. Jones?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Amongst the committee, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Mr. Chair, the committee would recommend that we accept with gratitude the gift of Dr. Jones.
All right, the committee has made a motion on the floor. Do we have a second from the board?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any other discussion? Or talk about our dogs? Okay. Great, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Anything else?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
At what level does a gift come to us for approval?
Dr. Thorpe, great question. Depends on if the gift is being made to the university or to the foundation. So if it comes to the university, it comes to this amount. And there is an amount, it's
10,000 or more.
10 or more.
Yes.
Okay.
And so usually equipment that's going to be used in teaching and learning is gifted to the university.
If you got something in mind, we could have somebody come talk to you.
Well, if you could come to my house, I wouldn't find anything worth $10,000.
I bet that's not correct.
You could empty my house and it wouldn't be $10,000.
Now that we have Dr. Bernard up here, I would like to say congratulations on your part of those successful fundraising efforts that we talked about this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have an excellent team of directors all the way down to my administrative team. I'm also grateful for my partners in University Advancement, Sean Tooney and Carrie McGinnis, it's a team effort, so thank you.
And based on the guy you followed, you had nowhere to go but up.
Yeah. I don't think that's true. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina, thank you.
All right, next we're going to go to page 463, number 11 on the agenda. Some personnel changes that we'll need to vote on. I'll see the full of Dr. Jackson.
Mr. Chair, thank you. This is addressing Chris Ferguson, who's the interim dean of University Libraries, and I would ask Provost Todd would come up and introduce this particular issue. But Chris has done an excellent job over the last couple of years, and so this is a recommendation to the board today.
Yes, Dean Ferguson, interim Dean Ferguson has done a terrific job. She's been at Murray State for several years. She's well respected by the faculty and staff. The Provost's office, Ashley Ireland, Bob Herbine, and I did go over and meet with one-on-one, well, as a group, I should say, in person with all of the faculty and staff, and she has complete support. So Dean's Council as well. So we recommend this appointment for your consideration.
So it's a recommendation that Dean Chris Ferguson, interim Dean Chris Ferguson, would be Dean Chris Ferguson.
Okay, we have a recommendation for the board.
So moved.
We have a motion
Yes.
and a second. Any discussion or questions for Provost Todd?
I'm just going to clarify that per the Board of Regents policy manual, as far as faculty region is concerned, I will be indicating on my vote that I will support the recommendation, but I will refrain from approving the salary amount.
Any other questions, comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. Then all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Oh, it's a roll call vote. Again, the amount in red for Secretary Hunt. It's my birthday, give me a break. I'll use that card if I have to. Yeah, you know, I have these glasses. You'd think I'd be able to read a roll call vote. So I will ask Secretary Hunt to go through the roll.
Dr. Evans? Dr. Fitch?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Puckett?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Dr. Schimberger?
I approve her appointment, but refrain from the salary.
Dr. Thard?
Aye.
Mr. Waldron?
Aye.
Mr. Kramer?
Aye. Motion carries. All right. Second item.
Mr. Chairman, the second item, once a year, annually, the Board of Regents approves the appointment of our general counsel at the university, and Rob Miller currently is in that position, and we expect to be in that position. Rob has done an excellent job, especially of late, at going through a number of important issues facing the institution, including the P3 items that we've talked about recently and today. So it's our recommendation that Mr. Rob Miller would be reappointed as the general counsel of the university.
All right, we have a recommendation from the administration to reappoint or reaffirm the general counsel appointment of Rob Miller. The floor is open for a motion or discussion.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Questions, comments from the board? Without any, then it tells me right here, this is a voice vote, so I can go ahead and move forward. All those in favor of reaffirming the appointment of General Counsel Miller, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Rob, thank you. Good job.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Okay, now we will go back to item 8E, which is enrollment management and student services. Page number 141.
the Enrollment Management and Student Success Committee?
Yes, Enrollment Management and
Okay.
Student Success Committee.
All right, I would like to call to order the Enrollment Management and Student Success Committee. I chair this committee along with Student Regent Ian Puckett. The other members on the committee include Regent Robbie Fitch, Regent Virginia Gray, Regent Melanie Schimberger. Today we have for information only the preliminary 2022 enrollment and retention numbers that you already have in your board book, and we will have a report from the President's Commission on Academic Advising. We have some real exciting news from that committee. Following, we will have actually an item for action, which is very unusual for our committee. In fact, I can't remember the last time we had a vote on this committee. So before we get started, I would like to recognize the people who have been working on the Commission for Academic Advising, because they have put in a tremendous amount of work and they have wonderful recommendations. I think this will make a huge impact for our students. So the co-chairs are Peggy Whaley from Student Affairs, Ashley Ireland, Academic Affairs, Lee Johnson from the Barton Fine College of Business, Sandy Clemson, College of Education and Human Services, Esther Malm, College of Humanities and Fine Arts, Christy Watkins, Hudson School of Agriculture, Ed Thome, Jones College of Science, Engineering and Technology, Jessica Neighbors, School of Nursing and Health Professions, Marla Pointer, Center for Adult and Regional Education, Christy Jackson, Registrar's Office, Ashley Rogers, Registrar's Office, Dr. Renee Pfister, Enrollment Management, Jillian Smith, Undergraduate Student, Sean Smee, Office of Recruitment, Don Robertson, VP of Student Affairs and Enrollment Management, ex officio, and Tim Todd, Provost, VP of Academic Affairs, ex officio. So you can see that's quite a diverse board. That's quite a diverse committee. So we expect wonderful things, and we'll dive into the numbers.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, and thank you, President Jackson, for appointing this commission. Because when you look at retention, there's nothing more critical and more important than good, solid academic advising. And we have a good advising system here, but we wanted that. The commission was to analyze how we're doing things now, look at best practices, and talk with students, talk with faculty, and then develop recommendations moving forward. And the commission has done an outstanding job under the leadership of Ashley Ireland and Peggy Whaley. So they will kind of go through how this develop the format, the process, and the final recommendations. So it'll be projected up on the screen, but it is in your board book, I think, starting on page 145.
Thank you, Regent Rudolph, for reading the names of the folks that we worked so closely with over the last year on this very important project. We engaged in several activities to figure out what we were doing very well, what other schools are experiencing and how they might be changing their operations, and then places where we can make some impactful changes for improvement. And the committee worked together to work on a recommendation that fit between these rails. And I'm not going to read them to you, but we wanted to make sure that we preserve the things that are important to us as an institution, and one of those is the valuable relationship that a student has with a faculty academic advisor. But then also to continue to enhance other supports that students might need, maybe more so now than ever, in order to be successful. And we also wanted to acknowledge the natural complexity and the natural conflict that occurs when we ask faculty advisors to advise. But the first time students have an opportunity for that engagement is during the summer when most of our faculty are not on contract. So we wanted to make a recommendation that looked for improvement, that preserved what was going well and what was doing well, but then improved for the future. So, sure. We started to think about advising as really a three-tiered, three-part holistic experience. The first part is still a recruitment function. It involves the students' first encounters with the institution and advising to what the students bring with them. And by that I mean the credit they bring with them from dual credit experiences, from AP credit. It also involves their scholarships and financial aid issues, what they might want to experience in housing, or whether they need to commute, what that might involve. But then also things about the transition from a home life to something that might be totally different for them. And that is still, like I said, the recruitment function of advising. Schedule selection is a part of that, and what a student takes, what courses they take in their first semester here. But there are so many other things that we see that students are overwhelmed with and excited about, that where that falls might differ from student to student. The second part is really the retention function, and President Jackson has highlighted this, that advising is key to retention in particular. And that involves advising to the student experience while they're here, outside of, but including, academics. So it involves making sure that as the students' needs change, that their supports are available to them and that they're aware of that. That can include awareness and access to counseling services, changes in financial aid and scholarship as their situations change, how their work, their on-site, their on-campus work experiences, but also their ongoing sense of belonging and their success in classes, making sure that they have the support they need. That works hand in hand with what we have always called academic advising, and that tends to be really focused on the courses that a student takes, excuse me, along a pathway to a career or life goal. That has been what our faculty advisors have done well on, and they will continue to do. But we know that the student experience is so much more broad than that. And advising not only to what courses to take the next semester, but beyond. How does what you're taking in your core general education curriculum, how does that help you achieve your life goals? All of these three tiers, all of these three pillars of advising are now how we are going to approach as we move forward with a new academic advising model here at Murray State. And with that, I'll turn it over to Peggy to talk about how we're going to move forward.
Thank you. So the broad-reaching recommendation from the commission was to establish a dual advising model for the first and second year, where we would have professional advisors on 12-month contracts who are working with those first-year students to help them transition into Murray State, be it summer orientation, make sure that the transfer credit that they're coming in with and that they're connected with the right campus supports when they come in. And then that faculty advisor will be trained on academic requirements within the program, career and co-curricular opportunities and long-term goals, much of what they're doing already. But I think the emphasis is on, it's a dual advising model. We're valuing the role that the faculty advisor plays in the success of the student, but also realizing that we need to do a better job with our first-year students, transfer students, first-time freshmen, in order to make them have a successful start to their experience. So this picture of the model represents that, where we've got students where we've got the partnership between the first-year academic advisor and the faculty advisor. So that first-year professional advisor, they'll be the primary advisor in the first year. They're the orientation, they'll work with students to make sure that they have a successful transition. They'll make sure that for those students who are at risk of not succeeding, maybe struggling in academics or with some personal issues, that they've got their resources in place to be successful. At the same time, that faculty advisor is that secondary advisor, which they play a critical role in making sure that the student is in the right courses, that they're starting the conversations about what are your career goals, what do you want to have in your full academic experience, study abroad, those kinds of things. So again, it's a dual partnership. It's not one over the other, but we are going to ask our professional advisors to take the lead with our transitioning those students into the university. And underneath that, undergirding all of that is our student support services. So we want to make sure that students are connected with the many support services that are available to them. So they've got good academic advising, they've got the support that they need to be successful. And then in that second year, the roles are going to shift. So in the second year, the faculty advisor becomes that primary academic advisor, and the first year professional advisor kind of takes a more secondary role, but still in that student's life so they can provide the support that they need. We've already made headway in moving forward. One of the other recommendations from the commission was to hire a coordinator for first year academic advising, so that individual can take the lead on implementing a pilot model. We know we can't start right out of the gate with a full campus-wide model. We have to start it in a kind of a small scale pilot model, so we will do that this year. We've already hired the coordinator for first year academic advising. They will start on July 5th. We were able to, with the retirement that we recently had, we were able to complete a job audit, and we'll hire a professional advisor to assist the coordinator in first year academic advising to build this pilot model, to take a look at all the work that the commission did, but then do some more work as well, talking with individuals across campus, talking with other institutions, so that the pilot model will start in the spring of 23, and then after that, we look at the model, we assess the model, and then we'll take it campus-wide after that. So that is the recommendation coming from the commission.
Any questions about the process, format, recommendation? I would say this committee started working in early September and finished your work in mid-April. And one of the things we guaranteed the commission was that it wasn't just going to take their work and say good job and put it in the file cabinet and not use it. So we assured them that all the efforts they put into this were going to be utilized. So they've done an outstanding job, but certainly they're open for questions you might have.
I have a couple of questions. And if you feel like I'm yelling at you, I'm not. Jill told me earlier that my voice doesn't pick up on the recorder, so I'm trying to make sure I get it on the record here. I'm probably getting too thick in the weeds here for this, but the pilot study, do we have any idea? Is it going to be concentrating on one college, or is it, how do y'all envision that?
It will probably be one, maybe two colleges. Or, you know, the coordinator first year academic is advising is really that person.
Okay.
So I need to decide what that's going to look like with our assistance.
Got it. And then from the advising standpoint, so I'm trying to picture, of course, from a faculty's perspective. So when advising season comes around, you know, once a semester there, and I'm looking at my gate, I don't release the advising hold until that student has met with me. So they have to meet with me. How's that going to look in terms of that process? Because I know my department, we follow that. We cannot release advising holds until they meet with us somehow. So how would that work?
You know, I don't know, because we haven't rolled out a model or we haven't had those discussions, I don't know that I can answer that completely. Part of the work of this coordinator will be to have discussions with individual colleges and faculty and make sure that we've got the process in place. Okay. So it works well for the faculty, works very well for the student and that professional advisor. So I'm sorry, I don't have the details to answer.
No, it's okay. So basically the new coordinators who we...
But we do recognize, I'll not speak for them, we recognize the importance of the students seeing their faculty advisor before they register for classes. Mm-hmm. That's true. We don't want to displace that at all.
Right.
So how many people do you anticipate that each first year professional advisor will be mentoring, for lack of a better word? What do you think their responsibility would be? 10, 20, 50, 100?
I don't know that I can answer that. I'm sorry. It will depend on how we how the design, how the pilot rolls out, and how many first-year students that specific academic unit has, and how many staff we can employ in this model. So and again, we've looked at models, first-year academic advising models, and we know that's what we want to do, and we've looked at other institutions. NKU has a first-year academic advising model. I think they have 17 people employed working with their students. So a lot of it just depends on how many students we've got coming in that academic unit and how we can staff it, and what does that design look like. And it may be somewhat of a unique design for one academic unit versus another. So again, some of it's, we're moving down the road and we've got the pieces in place, but we don't have the full design or all the details worked out.
So are these first-year advisors all going to be kind of incremental hires, and then, but we don't know kind of what ratio we're going to need, so we don't know how many of those eventually. And that's what the pilot will kind of come back and tell
And
us.
that's the importance of this coordinator that's going to develop the model and we want for the academic areas to determine what the level of need will be. But we are looking at how do we repurpose these positions to hire these academic advisors. So a lot will depend on how quickly we can do that.
Did I hear correctly that the pilot's being planned for fall of '23?
Well, the coordinator will start in July, and the idea is to have a pilot going in the spring of '23 before orientation starts.
Other questions, comments?
We look forward to the results from the pilot.
Thank you.
Okay, next, then we want to just give you some updates on the summer preliminary summer enrollment and preliminary fall enrollment. Yeah, this information is in your board book. It starts on page 149, but try to keep it as up to date as possible. What you're going to see projected on the screen reflects the numbers as they look just a couple of days ago. So the first, we'll talk a little bit about summer, comparing this summer's enrollment. And as we compare it to summer of 20, summer of 21, summer of 22, this summer we are slightly down in our enrollment for the summer. The major reason for that is, or the reason for that is that with our Shandong program, those cohorts of students take classes at different times. Last summer, there was 232 students that took summer classes. This year, there was significantly less than that because many of those students took classes in spring. So if you remove the Shandong piece from the enrollment numbers, we're actually up this summer by 50 students. But the Shandong numbers are always going to, depending on when those classes are taught, will impact what the numbers look like. So we also, you'll note from the dashboard that we're up in our URM students for this summer, and we're also up in undergraduate students from our 18 county region. So our summer enrollment is, again, very strong. Last summer, we had the highest summer enrollment that we had in the last 10 years. So that's the information on the summer enrollment.
Mr. Chair, if I could. Don, you may want to, excuse me, discuss Shandong Technology and Business University for just a moment. This week, we taped commencement. You all have heard us talk about the Shandong program now for 4 years or so, and our first graduates from Shandong with Murray State University diplomas is occurring.
You know, we had the first graduating class, which was a smaller class, with this first class of, it'll be a little less than 50 students. Most of the cohorts moving forward are all 150 students or more. But it's always significant to graduate the first group of students to receive this dual degree program, this dual degree. So if we bring in 150 students each year, then obviously we have around 600 students, and then the students graduate, the next class coming in. So it's a significant program that we have. Right now, we're teaching all of the classes online through MyGate because we can't travel to China right now. But once we can, we'll be teaching some in person, and then again, hopefully continue some of the Zoom classes also. These students also have the option, if they choose, to come to the United States and actually study here, and we anticipate that some may do that if we move forward in the future. But predominantly, the students will be taught over in Shandong. The business classes are being taught by our faculty in conjunction with the faculty member there, and the prerequisite general ed classes are being taught by the Shandong faculty. So it's a very strong and very important partnership. Any questions about the supplement? Okay, next then, Dr. Pfister will talk a little bit about our fall enrollment projections.
So if you notice that we're about 1% down, which is 57 students over last year. But I want to note that we're up 5% over fall 2020. So that is great at this time. The credit hours speak better than that. We are up 1% over fall 2021, and we're up 4% over fall 2020. As you recall, fall 2020, and surprise to us, we had a large first-time freshman class. Everybody was home and had an opportunity to come and be with us in different ways. In terms of the undergraduate URM, which is very important to us, as well as to any diversity plan metrics that we have, we are down a little bit, 1.5% over last year, but we're up 4% over fall 20. And then similarly too, we're down a little bit in our 18 county undergraduate. And I know that's very important to this board, but we're up 7.5% over fall 2020. I do want to highlight that for summer, just to go back to that, Dr. Robertson, that Kentucky undergraduates are very crucial to us at this juncture, and we're up 5.7% over summer 2021, and that was our highest year in 10 years. So it's just a testament to what faculty and staff and students are doing to make Murray State their focal point.
Questions about the fall? Okay, the next slide, we're going to talk, and Peggy's going to talk a little bit about our undergraduate recapture campaign. This is a major retention initiative. As you know, obviously a big piece of the total enrollment is not only our incoming students, but our current students, and making sure that they're registering for classes for the next fall. That's what retention is all about in your system. So our recapture campaign that is coordinated through her office is very critical to that.
Right, so we started the recapture campaign in April, and every week we run a report to see how many of the academically eligible students, undergraduate and graduate, will return for or have registered for the next semester. We share the list with our academic deans and chairs and advisors, and then they do a lot of reach out to see what's going on with the students, why they haven't registered. So if we look at the comparison, the 4th week of April versus the 5th week of May, you can see that those numbers, and looking at spring 20, spring 21, spring 22, are going in the right direction. We've seen a decrease of 46% since mid-April. So everyone is working hard to reach out to those students to find out what is the reason they haven't yet registered. Maybe they just, other things have gotten in the way, they haven't yet registered. If it's a financial issue, we're getting them connected with the Office of Financial Aid to figure out if there's a solution. if there are other issues going on, we're working with those students. We're also going to work with a new company, the Scholar House organization that does calling campaigns, reach out campaigns, and we're going to work with them next week, and they're going to start calling those 742 students and a number of graduate students to reach out to them, do a phone call, say, on our behalf, and find out, what are the reasons that they haven't yet registered. So a lot of effort, legwork, phone calling, emails, texts, reach out to students to encourage them to register for the fall.
Questions on our capital retention initiatives?
What's been the big driver of the success here, just year over year? Was it Starfish? Was that the name of the software? Or what really is driving the success there, you think?
The Starfish Student Success Network is our early alert system and our system where faculty can outreach to students, we can outreach to students, and they can use it. I think with this particular, the Recapture campaign, I think the reason it's been more successful is we're constantly sharing the information with our academic colleagues. We're making sure on a weekly basis they get the information. We're doing better outreach from our office to students. We built with Sean's team a registration toolkit of graphics and social media templates and things like that the academic units can use in sharing with our students. So I think it's just a better coordinated effort of outreach to students, and we do it much sooner after advanced scheduling ends. So that starts in April, and we're starting to share these lists with our academic partners a couple weeks after that ends. So they're already starting to talk with students before even the semester ends.
So the faculty's getting that information and they're talking to students in class, or hey, are you?
They could be emailing, they might be calling, they might be sending a text. We're sending outreach to students as well through text and email. We, as you mentioned that, I just had a thought and I lost it. And it was a good thought, I'm sure it was. But I just think that was it. The other thing is that we have the information on the Google Sheets that's shared with each of the academic units, and they put information, their notes on what's transpired with that outreach, and then that helps my office take a look and say, okay, this group of students maybe hasn't been contacted, or they've been contacted and there's been no response, or they're not returning because of financial reasons, and then we can do appropriate outreach from there.
But I would say, and that's all very true, but a major reason for the success of this is the leadership coming out of Peggy's office. And she does a wonderful job of coordinating this, staying on top of it, and keeping it very timely, and looking for different ways to have outreach with the students. So that's a major factor. Okay, any other questions about the retention? And then lastly on this, Dr. Fisker and I will talk to you a little bit about fall and many new student data, as we're again trying to build our new student class for the fall. And again, there's several, as you know, with the model that Dr. Fisker has created, there's a number of indicators that indicate whether students are coming or not. So as you look at this dashboard, the campus visits are very critical. We're up almost double where we were last summer in terms of the number of students that have come to class, have been coming to campus over this past academic year and during the summer for campus tours. Another important indicator is housing applications, and new students' housing applications, and we're up 6% in housing applications over 2021, and really up 9% over housing applications in 2020. So that's, we feel very good about that. Race or Nation orientation, our summer orientation program is critical. We're up 4% in terms of the number of registrations over 2021. We just finished an orientation yesterday. We had 287 students. We have a second orientation tomorrow. We have 310 students registered. So If you compare those numbers to the first two orientations last year in June, we're up about almost 3% in the number of students. So that's all very, very positive, and I feel very good about that. State first-time freshman numbers are up. We're slightly down in our numbers from other Kentucky counties, but we're up in our 18-county service region, which is very, very important. And our number of first-time freshmen admits and first-time freshman applications are all significantly up. So again, these are all positive indicators as we're looking to build the fall freshman class.
I have a question, actually a couple of questions. So our first-time freshman scholarship applications are slightly down over last fall, but if I'm reading this right, I'm trying to, the lights in the way. But Racer Nation orientation registrations are slightly up over last fall.
Correct.
That in a way doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and Wendy Kane is here purposely to help with this, but.
And we're puzzled by that also.
Okay.
And for the grid, if you're on the academic grid, you don't have to submit a scholarship application right then. So you can get, Wendy, help me.
Yes, so it's multitudes of reasons. A lot of students are okay with what they get with the academic grid, so they don't compete the competitive scholarship application. Some students will start it and get busy with other things and not submit it. And sometimes it's not really even on their radar. I mean, they get the communication, but they don't do it until they sit down with us at orientations to talk about, like, maybe they have a gap or what the needs could be. So one thing we do is we do leave the scholarship application open year round. We are continuously awarding alternate scholarships for the competitive process through the foundation. So we will award scholarships all through the summer as well as all into fall semester.
Okay. So it's still possible that these, I mean, until they get here, they're still in a lot of ways prospective students for us, you know what I'm saying? So they're coming to orientation sessions, registering for classes, at least to get their classes, but maybe still haven't fully committed.
That's correct.
So there's a possibility then once they commit, they might go back to a scholarship application.
Right. So there are processes, just, and Sean Smith is here too, with last week and before these orientations this week, I believe there were 7 to 10 communications. Is that right, Sean?
And each of them at least got 2 phone calls reminding them to do the scholarship application.
So that's in place, and also Regents Schimberger is when I do the scoring, the most impactful component of their attending has to do with scholarship and a campus visit. And what we've seen in that scoring system is that those who don't do a scholarship are probably the ones not coming to RNO, Racer Nation Orientation, excuse me, and then they have a lower score. So we have seen that is critical, but people have come together and worked profusely on other opportunities with a Centennial Scholarship this year under President Dacton's guidance and Vice President Dudley to make this more tenable. There was a student just recently, right, that we contacted, has a great ACT score and never completed the scholarship application. So she was out of the running for those competitive scholarships unless she's an alternate. It's a sad situation.
What we have heard, and Sean Smith with this staff work very closely with the high school councils, that this particular graduating class, more than anyone they've ever seen, just has no sense of urgency or getting things done. And so that's frustrating them, but we keep focusing on it because you're right, with orientation, and we've talked about this before, students apply to multiple schools, and many times they're going to go to multiple orientations and they're trying to determine which school they're going to go to, which one they're going to finally go to. The scholarship financially is a big piece of that. That's what happens in the orientation. So the yield process throughout the summer is just an ongoing, constant communication. Both with phone calls, texting, social media, print material. That's where Sean Tooney's operation is so valuable. We meet every week talking about that. The latest initiative is all the academic deans sending a personalized postcard to every one of the students that have been admitted to their college. Again, encouraging them, just again, keeping in front of them, encouraging them to, well, we want to become the Murray State. And so those personalized notes make a big difference.
In Sean Tooney's area, crafting that was great, and then organizing that through the provost office so that all the deans were very helpful, and that goes out next week. So there are protocols in place for every week that we get to do.
Regent Schimberger, to your point, so yesterday, obviously, we had a number of students and families on campus, and there were 2 students and families that I talked to, and I said, we filled out FAFSA, we filled out, we go through the drill, filled out scholarship apps. 2 of them had not, so I sent them to Wendy, and they're coming, but they haven't filled out a scholarship application. Nationally, so it's very concerning. It's something that we've got to figure out in higher education. We've got to figure it out in Murray State. The other issue in Kentucky and in this country, FAFSA completion. So that determines if you get a Pell Grant or not, as an example, and student loans and other types of financial aid. FAFSA completion is down nationally. It's down in Kentucky. So it's the same issue that we're dealing with scholarship applications. So the universities, all the public universities are working closely with the Council, the CPE, the Council on Post-Secondary Education, in regard to a media campaign in regard to FAFSA completion. So if you've seen on TV or social media, FAFSA completion in Kentucky, we all are participating in that campaign, because you cannot, many students will qualify for a Pell Grant, but they're not completing it. And many students will qualify for a number of scholarships, but they're not completing it. So it's just work we have to do.
Do you think that the FAFSA still has this connotation, it's only for loans? You know what I'm saying? So they're already equating that to, I don't want a loan, maybe, because they're already,
But it's required for this to have a scholarship here at Murray State, so
Yes.
they have to complete it.
Is it still as complex as it was?
It's still complex, and Wendy, the new FAFSA starts next year.
Well, they made a lot of changes over the past few years. It's actually not as complicated as it was.
But there's a real short version.
It's a shorter version. There's an app for it. You can actually use data retrieval, where you really just have to go in and verify some information. So we can get through the process very quickly. It's just getting parents and students together. We do a lot of Zoom calls and try to get those things processed as well.
And the FAFSA is so critical because a lot of families think, well, I wouldn't qualify, so I'll fill it out, and they really can't.
Okay.
And not just for loans, but for federal dollars. And so that's why we don't want them to be left short.
And then my other question is, this is just something I'm thinking through, and I think it would be interesting data to see, but I don't want this to be a hardship. And you might be against this, but we've already got here the out-of-state for first-time freshmen. I'm just curious to see with our move to the Missouri Valley, if we could see a possible, where students might be coming from there, especially the footprint is
90% of our students
are
come
already
from-
there.
come from that footprint. Correct, Dr. Jackson? we talked
91.
about.
91.
And then with other things that were recurring, we have some more students that we're aware of with more regional states.
Okay. Are we going to really
And-
track
and-
those? You know what I'm saying?
Those can be tracked. If
I'm
that's,
curious.
Yeah,
If you want
Regent
to.
Schimberger, in regard to, I think all of our surrounding states up, so it's at 91% number is important, but all of our regional states except one are up, and that's from memory. But I think that's pretty close.
You're correct,
Thank you.
as usual.
So, but it stands to reason, if the OVC counties were low yield counties, and now the MVC counties are going to be 91% yield.
It's not yield, sir.
Well, I
It's
understand, but
where they came from.
Where they come from. But my point is,
Can we enhance the yield?
our our emphasis, our footprint, we're going to be on television in these markets now because we're going to be competing against those teams in that area, and it just makes sense that additional emphasis in that 91% area is going to yield better results.
Some of it, Regent Mulder, that's an excellent point, and we were talking just a few days ago, it's been a couple of weeks ago. So we're talking about Southern Indiana and Evansville, that market, because they pay in-state tuition. Those counties are unique counties, as well as some counties in Tennessee and Illinois. Unique counties, they pay in-state tuition. So we're going to be playing every sport in Southern Indiana every year, not just periodically, and not just the OVC tournament. So it has to have a TV effect. It has to have some effect in a positive way, because we're going to be in Evansville and Southern Indiana regularly. And that's the same way in Illinois. You're going to be playing SIU in every sport every year regularly. Illinois State, Bradley, etc. So it has to help. Obviously, today we can't quantify it because it's too early, but we can later, and it's a very good point. But it has to have a positive impact.
It just seems like there would be some opportunity, because in the other states that are serviced by NBC, that's where we don't know a whole lot. And it would be just really interesting to see what our presence there, even though it's not going to be as frequent as, say, Indiana, Illinois, but still, it would just be something to really watch and grow those opportunities for, definitely for marketing.
Well, you can only help.
Dr. Pfister, from you take all this and do a forecast. Have you looked to see how that forecast was relative to first week of June last year, the year before? Are we up or down, and kind of what's the bottom line on that?
I realize I'm in a public session, so I'll be very careful how I say this, but related to this same week, the last 2 years, we're down over fall 20 and we're up over fall 21.
Fair enough.
Is that good enough?
In fact, we talked about that this morning.
And that's the beauty of Dr. Robertson, as you know, and Dr. Pfister knows, that's the beauty of the process that was started a few years ago of the quantitative analysis and scoring of students, because you've got to fish where the fish are, and we are. And we're targeting those students, and we know this in March and April and May and not August, because it's too late. So we can target those students very directly, whether it's calling out of Mr. Smead's area, and they're doing a great job there, or if it's a targeted postcard, or if it's a targeted social media event, whatever the case may be, we know where to attack, if you will. And that's made a huge difference, and will continue to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when you look at our trends versus the national averages, I think a lot of it comes down to some of the analytics that you've heralded, and then obviously the whole team jumping in, but being more efficient through being able to target the students that you have the best opportunity to close and bring to campus has been very important. So appreciate your work.
Thank you.
You're very correct, and that's why I was very supportive of Dr. Pfister's move to the provost's office, as long as she still was going to do predictive analysis. I was sure that would be the case, because it makes all the difference.
If I might, I've learned so much from this experience, and I appreciate Dr. Robertson as well as the team.
Question about scholarship. I missed it somewhere. If a student comes to Murray and he or she doesn't have a scholarship, and let's say it's November, do they still have an opportunity during that semester to get a scholarship, or do you have to wait until the next semester?
The scholarship application is once a year for competitive scholarships.
They do still have an opportunity. We leave the application open year-round, and we are continuously reevaluating and awarding scholarships throughout the year. So yes, they have opportunity.
So the number that we advertise, and I could be mixing apples and oranges, apologize for that. Foundation Board lists a dollar figure of scholarships that it gives annually.
Sure.
Is there another number for the amount at the university, or is that all one number?
Very good question. Last year was $115 million in scholarships and financial aid was awarded out of Wendy's office, as an example. That number continues to increase in the last few years. As you all know, we've reported a number of times the amount of need-based financial aid that has been awarded early and late in the semester to help students. It's probably $2 or $3 million. I just don't know the amount off the top of my head, but it's a significant amount of money that's been awarded to those students. And that's outside of the CARES federal monies that's been presented as well. I'm talking about foundation and university need-based awards. There's tremendous need out there and growing.
For a university our size, that's a tremendous amount of money.
It is.
It's huge. And Mr. Toomey and folks, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do, but it appears as a university, we would really be promoting that. I was sitting over in the foundation board meeting, and I saw that number, and I go, good, great, that's a lot of money. And then again, I go back and I see Murray State, 9,500 students, and I see that dollar figure. So all the people, students in our 18-county region need to have their eyes on that and try to get a piece of that.
I think the number today, 99% of our students receive, coming to Murray State University, a scholarship or some type of financial aid. So it's almost all.
So the question gets to be for those students, I hope we're recording here, for all those students out there who have not made application to Murray State University, go out there and make application.
Call Wendy.
Well, that's why our students graduate with very little debt.
Good point. I just want to say, it goes without saying that Wendy's operation is so critical, very, very, very critical to our success. And they work tirelessly to get as much money into students' hands as possible. And early on, later on in the process, they're constantly, how can we help the students? And how can we help them receive the most aid possible, and how can we help reduce the amount of loans they have to take out? So they do,
So
they do an
now
outstanding job.
we have a lot of skin in the game now. If we're giving that many scholarship dollars, it is up to us to retain those students.
Absolutely.
And make sure they get through.
Make sure they graduate.
And make sure they graduate.
It's a cycle, it all goes together.
And all this is in an environment where 41% of our students are first generation college students, right? So if your parents didn't get grants and scholarships and the whole admission process, you're doing it for the first time.
Dr. Robertson and a group of people met again about first generation and URM and low income, and Dr. Corfell as well, to ingratiate a more developed plan for that.
We have a lot of services we want to make sure we integrate it in our students, first gen, URM, and all students really know what services are available. Sending a consistent message and putting this in front of students and families constantly, so they don't have. There's no reason why they cannot afford to come if they take advantage of what we have, and there's no reason why they cannot be successful, because we're a very nurturing university. Regent Puckett and I talked about that yesterday, and so we just want students to take advantage of our resources so we can help them be successful.
And this economy is not making your job any easier. With this inflation we have, person really got to look hard at where these dollars are coming from. But got a good story to tell. I mean, it's a wonderful story.
Well, and it's an environment too where some people are questioning the value of the degree, so there's a lot of factors that we're working against, and so that's where Sean Toomey's operation is so critical to get you that.
Okay, any other questions concerning this? Okay, we'll move on then
Okay.
to an action item. It's the revised freshman admission requirements.
Okay, joining us is Maria Rosa, who's our Director of Admissions, the Director of Undergraduate Admissions, and International Admissions, and the Transfer Center. And she was charged with, as you know, we've been charged by the president actually to develop phase 2 of our strategic enrollment management plan that initiated under the direction of Regent Rudolph several years ago. And so there's a number of committees on that, and we'll give you an update on that at the next meeting. But one of the committees is looking at admissions, the admissions process, and that was being chaired by Maria and her. She has a committee looking at this. And so as a result of that, we do have some revised freshman admission recommendations, particularly as it relates to the test, being test optional, which a lot of schools are going to now. It's becoming a topic of conversation. So I'll let Maria kind of go through the process and we'll answer questions you may have.
Thank you. If I may, I would like to just recognize those that have been involved. So in the leadership of the Strategic Enrollment Commission, Dr. Jackson, Dr. Robertson, Dr. Pfister, Peggy Whaley was integral as we looked at the retention aspect of these proposed changes. Our committee members, Dr. Byers, Dr. Tommy, Wendy Kane, Tracy Roberts, Jennifer Huseman, Jennifer Smith, Kevin Muncie, Lisa Schmidt, and a very special thank you to Charlie Allen Dunn, who was able to lend her immense talents to create an admission calculator that you'll get to see an example of at the end. Okay. So we come to you today with some information and proposal. And this proposal is a result of a lot of research and looking at many things. So we know that we want to continually evaluate our admission criteria at the university and make sure that it's meeting the needs in several different areas. Namely, and first and foremost, is that it's an effective and appropriate tool to evaluate the potential success for students at the university. We certainly want to make sure that we are admitting students that have a reasonable potential for success as they move throughout their educational goals. Secondly, we want to make sure that we are looking at research and best practices nationally and make sure that we're staying on trend with those and utilizing those in our decisions. And thirdly, we want to make sure that these are attractive policies to students. We know that when students show up here in August, we work backwards. One of the first steps to them being in class in August is that they fill out the application. We want to make sure that our policies are attracting students. We know that research trends change, and we want to be on the forefront of that. So one of the first things that the committee did in their work is looked at some of our competitors in the state and in the region. You'll see a summary of the different admission criteria at some of those competitor institutions here on this slide. We'll get into the details more of the proposal later, but you'll see currently with our Murray State admission standards now, we are in a test optional, partially test optional mode. Over the years, we have utilized all three of those areas that I talked about to kind of create even better opportunities for our students. And 2 years ago, we did go to a partially test optional mode. So currently we are at a 3.0 and higher high school GPA. Students are admitted without test scores being evaluated. That is absolutely on trend with research. We know that recent research shows that high school GPA is a much better predictor of potential student success in college as opposed to test scores alone. So we would put more weight on that high school GPA. We also know that there's a lot of bias in test taking. Students that perhaps their socioeconomic background does not allow for the completion of a lot of test prep or taking the test multiple times. First generation college students where families may not understand the importance of test taking, so we also want to further emphasize the GPA as a potential for their success. So as we look at these, our competitors, we see that our current model puts us slightly above in terms of the stringency of the different institutions, and with the proposed, we would be more in line. So the proposal coming forward, and we'll go through a little bit more detail in a minute, but we would be bumping that to a 2.75 GPA. Students would be admitted without test scores, and there would be a holistic review process below that. And as we looked at all this great research that we had, Dr. Pfister was able to provide the committee with a lot of information that helped form this proposal. We should go over that.
This is specifically looking at those who had a 2.75 to a 2.99, and we denied over the last 2 years because of those criteria. And as you'll see for fall 2021, we had 93 students at that same time in February. Okay, these were compared to the same dates. And we had 91 in fall of 2022. So you can see the percentages representing our URM, our first generation, and if they happen to be both. So that is critical for us to be able to help students as well as to be able to work more effectively with the retention aspect. At the end of fall 2021, or when we got to fall 2021, we denied 106 students in that same range. And you can see those percentages as well. The criticality of us helping URM students and first generation students is the backbone of what this university is about, right? We need to help students where they are. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to take them.
And I think, Renee, the other point on that is, these are students that we denied, but if you go back to that chart that you were looking at previously, they were accepted at all these other, in most of these other schools, not all of them.
How many of those students, so I'm looking specifically for the current, so for fall 2022, 91 students were denied admission. Did any of those 91 go through an appeal process to be admitted into the university? Do you know? No.
I can say that we do have a number of students that utilize the appeal process. I can't say specifically how many of this particular category did, but we do go through that process often.
And realistically, one form of appeal is to apply to one of these other universities that doesn't have the same standard. Right.
Yes, sir.
I mean, from your heart, to think that there's 40 URM or first generation students that we've turned away, that's heartbreaking. What's the downside? What does this higher standard than our peers, what does that give us? What does the...
Let me speak on maybe the opposite side of that. I've done some analysis on what our fall 2021 students did who had an appeal or had a certain ACT score that were in that 2.75 to 2.99. And this is where Peggy's area is going to be critical. So let me say it this way. Those that had a 3.0 and above that were test optional last fall, 75% of them had C's or better at Murray State University in their first fall semester. Those that had that 2.75 to 2.99, only 47%. So there is a retention need there that we have to focus on. So it's kind of coming at your question in a backwards way, Regent Walter. We have to put the resources there for our students, and other universities have to as well. So what's the downside? The only downside is that we're going to be helping students, and we've got to be aware if there's extra needs, in my opinion.
And we have this dual advisor model working now that would fit right into that.
Yeah, that's a piece of it, and also the reason, in anticipation of this passing, that's why we're meeting to make sure that our students know the resources that are available and how to better provide those services to them.
Dr. Pfister, I guess my question is, and I appreciate that last data point that you provided, but as we stand right now, are we prepared to ensure that we are able to retain those students if in fact we met that goal? That's what concerns me. I appreciate the, I don't know if I want to call it lessening of the standard or not, but I appreciate that. But I'm just concerned because if we're going to retain those students, we have to be prepared ourselves. And I know that we're looking at putting in these additional resources, but as of this point in time, I'm concerned that we're not prepared. And then the worst thing that we could do is, if we look at the 47%, the worst thing that we could do is have those students come in and then they become discouraged.
I understand, and Dr. Robertson, as I mentioned before with Dr. Carthel and Peggy Whaley, as well as TRIO Services with Melissa Cooper, had a meeting just this week to make sure we've got pillars and items in place with Dr. Carthel's program, as well as different aspects with maybe Black Faculty and Staff Association to have those supports that we need if they're not there. So there are pillars and stair steps, if you will, in place to do that. I can't guarantee a student has to make a decision himself or herself as well. I have 2 children that have to do that every day. And we will do our best to have those supports in place, and maybe.
No, you're right. That's why we want to make sure that students know the resources are there and how to access them, to know it very early on, and also the families are aware of all that. And that's why we did consult with Katie's office, because that's the office that mainly primarily takes the lead in our retention efforts. And her staff was comfortable with this 275, feeling we had resources to address the needs of these students.
I just, we definitely support it, but at the same time, I think as a board, it's important for us to stay focused on that and maintain, I guess, the pulse. And I'd like for us to have maybe very frequent updates if in fact we go to this lesser GPA.
Retention is very critical. That's what we want.
And regional, obviously we can do that. I think that with the changes we talked about this morning in regard to retention, changes in retention, changes in advising, additional retention support, I think we're beefing up all those services that are needed to be successful there. And there's also that other balancing effect that Regent Walter mentioned, is we have a responsibility to this region as well. We're a state university, and we're in the opportunity business, as I say often here. It's our job to help and to advance these students as well. All of them won't make it. The retention rates will not be as high as a student with a 4.0, but that doesn't mean they cannot be successful as well.
So was there any, so you said that students in this range had C's or whatever. Has there been any longer term look to see what retention is? I mean, one semester of C's isn't necessarily, I mean, because if they get part of college and depending on what their financial situation, if they're taking on debt to do that and can't get to the end where they're getting the benefit, then that can be problematic. And then, well, go ahead with that one.
Yes, I went back over the last 2 years to look at the same protocol, different mission standards, to see what the percent of our students had C's at that first term and then how many were retained. So that 75% is our kind of magic number there for those in their first semester. We have a retention rate for first to second year that as of last year was at 79%. So we are retaining those first year students at a higher level than when they got that C or above in their first semester.
But
So
I
that's
guess the longer term.
right. So if you go back to 2019 and 2020 and 2021, that 75% is the same level. I was trying to anticipate some of those questions that you might have, and I may not have them all, but yes, we did.
Well, that's a tough, I mean, retention in that time, but there's a lot of reasons going on, but sure.
And Chairman, I think to that point, the issue, the real issue, if you think about it here, is we're talking about 100 students. I mean, that's really all we're not talking about 500 or 600 students, and we've had many conversations about this. We're talking about a cohort probably of 100 students, give or take a few. And we can easily monitor and measure and report back in regard to 100. If this number was much larger, I'd have a different feeling in regard to this topic, but it's a fairly small cohort.
Yeah, the number we feel is manageable, and that would be, and that doesn't mean they're all going to come, but we talk about race. You know, again, that would be if every one of the ones we've not came, that's the most additional students in that area that we'll be working with. So it's a manageable number, or we feel it's a manageable number that we can help provide the assistance they need, as long as they take advantage of it to be successful.
The other question I would have just on the one underneath 275 is why we would throw out the admission test altogether. And so when I know you said there's some studies that have done that, but when I've looked at some studies, it's shown that underrepresented students and lower economic students going test optional hasn't helped admission because the families that don't have the money to give support for test prep also don't live necessarily in the best school districts or are able to give their students some of the other aspects to that. And I'm not sure if it's holistic, we're using less information. And my understanding, I mean, the reason these tests were adopted in the first place was because they did have the highest correlation with student success. So why would we eliminate them altogether?
I don't think we would necessarily eliminate them altogether.
Well, it's not part of the.
It would not be a
review.
stated portion in the proposed plan. In the holistic review, that would certainly be a part of the process that we would review on those individual students. And we certainly do know it is still absolutely a factor. So in that holistic review, we do plan to include test scores as part of that.
So will that be required as part of the holistic review that they take the test?
We have not gone through and set specific requirements for the holistic review, but in terms of the work of the committee, test scores was one of the first things that came up that we would ask for from students. What we do know is that even with the past 2 years having a test optional admission, we still have the great majority of our applicants still do choose to submit their test scores. So we do still have that on file for most of our students. For those who choose not to submit test scores as part of the admission process because they do not have to, we do require them later in the enrollment orientation and advising process to submit what we are calling advisement scores. Those could be ACT or SAT scores. They could be an alternate assessment test such as Accuplacer or Coyote testing to make sure that we're placing students in the appropriate courses for their skill level.
Well, so even if they're accepted, they will have to take some sort of test to be able to help us identify who needs
Absolutely.
additional
Yes, sir.
help in certain areas.
Yes, the CPE requires that we have assessment scores on file for each and every student regardless. So those scores will be obtained one way or another, and we've been doing it for the last 2 years. So we're working with students constantly. You know, we have a very robust communication plan that we work with students leading up to orientation, and our faculty work closely with them as well. But students at the point of advising do have assessment scores on file.
But at this point, you're not sure whether or not there will be a minimum for the holistic review or there won't be a minimum.
We have not gone through specific details of what the holistic review would be, so we do not have that stated at this time.
I have a question about the admission criteria at institutions that you listed here. And again, I'm going to go back to basically my earlier point that I made with Dr. Pfister and making sure we're kind of looking more also at where we're going to be, even in athletic conference. I get it's athletic, but it's going to be a new market as well. So did we look at what the admission criteria at BC institutions? I see, you know, SIU Carbondale, that is one, but was there an examination of the others?
This work started almost a year ago, so those were not specifically looked at, but we certainly could add some additional schools in if we want to review those.
Yeah, I mean, I just, you know, I just think we need to be more intentional, I guess, and see who our friends in the sandbox are, so to speak. So.
We don't have any additional questions at this time. We can move on to the next slide. So this is just as Chair Kriegler was mentioning, this is kind of a more laid out view of the proposal. So you'll see on the left our current standards, which we've talked about, the 3.0 and above do not require test scores. Below at the 2.0 to 2.99, currently we are looking for a minimum ACT of 18 or better. And in the proposal, 2.75 and above would be admitted without test scores. 2.0 to 2.74 would be involved in a holistic review process. This is just a schematic depiction of that. So students who have a 2.75 GPA, yes, they're admitted. If not, we're looking at that 2.0 to 2.75 range, a holistic review, and if not, there would be a denial at that time, and they could choose to pursue the appeal process, which we do have currently in as well. And this is the work that we mentioned earlier that Charlie Allen Dunn was able to do for us. We want to be very transparent with our students. You know, when we talked about having an admission model that's attractive to students. Part of that attractiveness is being transparent, is an easy to follow admission process. Students are very nervous as they're applying to colleges and they want to know what to expect. Dr. Pfister was actually able to share with me a really interesting study this morning even, and it speaks to your point, Regent Waldrop, about students that we're currently denying. This survey was looking at the behaviors of students based on, in recent years, many institutions going to a test optional policy, and it stated that 24% of our underrepresented minority students choose to apply to a institution when they have a test optional policy. So, or they're more likely, 24% more likely to apply to that type of institution. And this is just another tool that we can offer to students as a resource on the website. This would be a very simple model that would allow students to kind of get at least an unofficial first look view at their possibility for admission at Murray State. And so this is just going to show us, and this is a very early prototype of it, but if Jordan will hit play, this is just showing if the student clicks here, they're going to choose I'm a first-time freshman, and one button, how old are you? And this will just allow us to replace them with the correct information. Next, they'll put in their high school GPA. So self-reported, next, and then Dunker tells them congratulations, it looks like you qualify for admission. This is also a recruitment tool that will push them directly into the admission application linked here. There would be additional options, you know, if the student chose transfer or other choices within that.
We wanted to try to keep this calculator as simple as we could, but just to give that first initial invitation to the student.
So if it's under 2.75, what's the message that's sent to the student?
The message would say, thank you so much for the information you provided. We'd love to see you apply, and we'll review your application with additional details.
This makes me think of a conversation I had with my mother just this week. And this kid is going to be a great Murray State student in a couple of years. He's just a junior. COVID has been a nightmare for him. He could not concentrate. He could not function under the Zoom model. And his GPA plummeted because his test scores are fine. Depending on whether or not he can recover his GPA next year, you know, it may not be an issue. This would be an issue.
Yeah, we want to be able to offer opportunities for students. I think that's where the holistic review allows us to do that. We can look at, you know, curricular mentioned different schools, and obviously the GPA and the rigor at different schools is going to be varied, and so that's something that we can look at in holistic review. We can look at the types of courses a student took. We can look at does it look like in their transcript an acute event that affected their overall GPA. Were we doing well freshman year and then something happened in the life of that student sophomore year and kind of fell below and then have built back forward in junior and senior year, but the overall GPA is still a little bit lower. So that gives us an opportunity to look at those patterns and use our expertise to, and you know, with all of this, we're always striving to make the best decision for the student. The last thing we want to do is admit a student that doesn't have a reasonable opportunity for success. So that's at the forefront in making all these decisions. We want to make sure that we keep that in mind.
But it does allow for us to look at life circumstances and, you know, letters from counselors, letters from teachers. I mean, these are all things that are looked at that can make a difference in that decision of whether that student should be admitted or not. So it's going to be more work on her staff, but I think it's going to be to the advantage of the students.
So the recommendation here is for this to take effect starting in the 23-24 academic year, correct? So what would be the timeline for cutoff for getting this entered into the 23-24 bulletin? Is this something that the board look again in August? Because I personally would like to have more information about what the holistic review process would look like.
Based on the timeline for admission and building a class for 24, now would really be the last time that we can enact this for building a class for 23. Now would be kind of the last time that we can look at that as the recruitment process starts, even in late summer and building, hitting full speed as soon as school starts. So if we needed more time, we should be looking at a 24 in proposal.
Well, let me ask this. So under the current admissions policy, the Part 2, so a student who has at least an ACT of 18 and a 2.0 GPA on that 4.0 scale has some pre-college curriculum. What has been any data that we can extract from those students as far as their success rate here? Do we know any of that?
I did not include any ACT components, so what I gave you if they were admitted, and I do have that for the 2.0, so let me just find that really quickly if we have another question. But I did look at the 2.0 to here it is, 7.4, so if you were a 2.0 to a 2.74 over the last 2 years, then having a C or above, actually some of those students did better. There's a range of 34% to 52% over the last 3 years of having that C or better in that first semester. So some of those would have had maybe would have had an 18 ACT. Some of them may have been denied and went through an appeal process. So since the focus of this was on the GPA, I didn't segment it, but I have in the past based on ACT when we were doing different things for the previous admission standards.
Other questions? Other questions?
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Then, do I have a motion from the committee to approve the revised freshman admission requirements?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Chair Krigler, upon the recommendation of the president of the university, I move to approve the revised freshman admission requirements for inclusion in the 23-24 Murray State University Academic Bulletin and subsequent editions of the aforementioned publication, with the understanding that the administration is allowed to make changes to particular aspects of wording as long as the prescribed standards per this recommendation remain unaltered. Oh, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
All right, thank you. We have a motion on the floor from the committee. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion or questions from the full board? All right, then I want to check and make sure this is in fact a voice vote. So with that, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign.
Is abstention an option here? Pass.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. So we'll put you down as pass. Anyone voting against the motion, please signal by saying aye. All right, the motion carries. And with that, we will adjourn for lunch and be back up here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right.
Is that on? Yeah, okay, sounds good. We're going to do this one more time. Okay? Are we done? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jared. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, we're, yeah. You know, we might need to bring some people from the music department in next time. I don't know, I'm not gonna say anything about. All right, we're reconvened here. Thank you for that, having an all-day meeting, just make the birthday great, so. All right, so we'll start back up with the athletics committee meeting. That will consist of, the subcommittee will consist of myself, Regents Fitch, Rudolph, Tharp, and Waldrop. The first item of business is head coach contracts. And so, Coach Saul, if you could sit down there, and we're going through the head coach's positions. Just to remind you, assistant coaching positions tend to be 1-year contracts, so they're in the salary roll, I think that's in the book, so you can reference those. But multi-year contracts have to be approved by the board, and so those are the head coach's contracts. You can see here, we have men's basketball with Steve Prohm, whose compensation and salary are very similar to the former coach, and very excited to have not only if you remember the job he did the first time he was here, but even outside of that, someone who's I think won the Big 12 tournament twice, maybe, I think, and just a guy of really high character, so excited to have him on board. We have Coach Kara Amundsen, softball, who led a historic season this year that we'll talk about in just a moment. So we are extending her contract, and she's getting a raise as well if the board approves it. And then track and field coach Adam Kiesler, again, had a great season both in the indoor season and the outdoor season, an extension and a raise there. Kevin, would you like to make any comments on?
No, just incredibly proud of the individuals that you mentioned there in our athletics program. This past year finished second in the OVC Commissioners Cup. We are currently 113th in the country out of 358 schools in the Directors Cup without the points that softball has earned and that Miss Hagens will earn in Eugene. So we've got a chance to get into the top 100 again. So just incredibly proud. A lot of great stories, 6 championships, 36th consecutive semester of a 3.0 GPA this spring, and some really good things going as we transition to Missouri Valley College.
Awesome. Regent Owens, I'd like you to just maybe relate to the board. I know you went down for softball down in Alabama, and some of the feedback, not only from watching the ladies compete, but some of the other comments that you had shared with me previously.
Yes, sir. Board members, I was blessed to be able to travel to Tuscaloosa and support our Murray State women's softball team, and I want to publicly thank Director Saul for the hospitality. But I will tell you this much: in Murray State, our young women coaching staff, they were highly complimented by the University of Alabama fans for not only their professionalism, but also, I was told, quote, they exhibited the best in student athletes that they've seen. And that was just a high compliment. And personally, I was very disappointed I wasn't able to watch them play this year during the regular season, but just took it upon myself. I told my wife, I said, if you can't go, I'm going. And so I went and spent a couple of days there watching them play. And although we weren't successful in winning either of those ball games, they played just exceptionally well. And it wasn't under the best circumstances due to, of course, the unfortunate accident. And also we had some players that were injured first game, but they accounted for themselves very well. They should be proud of what they've accomplished.
Great. All right, so the floor is open. Any other questions or comments? If not, I will entertain a motion to accept these personnel contracts and changes. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion or questions regarding the contracts? All right, if not, then we'll take this is a roll call vote.
Was that committee action?
This is committee action, yes.
Okay, you don't have to roll call.
Okay.
Committee, just full board.
All right, so in the athletics committee, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. All right, motion carries. Then I'll bring this action to the full board. The athletics committee moves to accept the contracts as stated in the books for the head coach of men's basketball, softball, and track and field cross country. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the full board? Questions? So this is a roll call vote, so I'll ask Secretary Hunt to call roll.
Dr. Evans? Aye. Dr. Fitch?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray? Aye. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Puckett?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Dr. Schamberger?
Aye.
Dr. Tharp?
Aye.
Mr. Waldrop?
Aye.
Mr. Crickler?
Aye. Okay, next order of business is the athletic director contract, extending that to June 30th of 26. You know, Kevin just mentioned a few of the points of pride of the athletic program, not only being really true student athletes with the GPA, what did 36 semesters, is that right, of a 3.0 and above, and there's just a ton of great stuff, not only from the spring sports, but all the way around the year. And I would just commend Kevin. I work with him a good bit on the athletic side, and just his professionalism and work ethic driving the athletics department. You know, this year we had the realignment of the athletic conferences, and that was a ton of work. I think sometimes people from the outside think president just picks up the phone and calls the commissioner and says, hey, we want to join this conference. Okay, when do you want to do the press conference? Because it's not all out in public. And I can say that Dr. Jackson and his team did a great amount of work, but Kevin really and his group provided a tremendous amount of information. We had mileage to each city and versus the mileage in the Ohio Valley Conference. We had budgets, we had everything. Then there was a comprehensive plan put together to make the transition in a competitive and fiscally responsible way. And Kevin and his group put together spreadsheet after spreadsheet after spreadsheet of that. So he does all the internal side, and then on the external front, he's been a great face to our former players and student athletes, and is there with the current student athletes as well. So I would highly recommend this on behalf of the committee. So we're back in committee. Do I have a motion to accept this recommendation?
So moved.
Have a motion, do we have a second? Have a motion and a second. Any other additional comments, questions? If not, then from the committee, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion passes. So on behalf of the Athletics Committee to the full board, I would like to make a motion that we accept the extension of Athletic Director Saul's contract as stated in the board book.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Comment.
Yes.
I've had an opportunity to work directly with Director Saul as well, and We're very blessed to have him. He exemplifies the best, not only in athletics, but he's a fine person. And he has a great team of student workers and also other professionals that work with him. He's well deserving.
Agreed. Other comments, questions? Thank you for all your hard work. So we have a motion and a second on the floor, I believe, and this is a roll call vote as well? Okay, so we'll call the roll to vote.
Dr. Evans?
Aye.
Dr. Fitch?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Puckett?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Dr. Schimberger?
Aye.
Dr. Carr?
Aye.
Mr. Walbert?
Aye.
Mr. Kriegler?
Aye.
Okay, next on our agenda, thank you, Kevin. Really an asset to the university, and appreciate all the work you do and your team as well.
Thank you all, had a great year. Super year.
All the way around. So we get to do a little bit of fun stuff now and recognize some of the teams and coaches and so forth that have really excelled this year. So the first group that we're going to do is this historic softball season. Obviously, you know, the students are out, and usually we like the coaches here, but we let them out for one reason and one reason only: if they're out recruiting. And so, like a true coach, you know, they're out on the recruiting trail. But I still want to read this into the record. I mean, I believe the softball program was established in 2010. 2010. So this is a historic year. 40 wins. Well, it's all going to be in here, so you guys will hear it. So we'll go with that. Let me just read this resolution into the notes. So the Murray State University Board of Regents resolution of acknowledgement and appreciation to Coach Kara Amundsen and the women's softball team in the 2021-2022 season. Whereas the Murray State University women's softball team won the Ohio Valley Conference regular season and tournament championships, marking the first NCAA tournament appearance in program history. Whereas the women's softball team achieved 40 wins also for the first time in program history and set a program high with 7 all-conference selections, including Coach Amundsen being named the 2022 OVC Coach of the Year and student athlete Hannah James being named the 2022 OVC Pitcher of the Year. Whereas student athletes Logan Brondmeyer, Hannah James, Gracie Osborne were named to the OVC first team. Lily Fisher, Sierra Gilmore, Taylor Jackson, and Jenna Verber were named to the OVC second team, and Gracie Osborne to the all-newcomer team. And whereas this women's softball program earned the 5th best ERA in the nation at 1.53, 5th most shutouts at 19, and 6th best walk-to-strikeout ratio of 5.11. And whereas the women's softball program achieved additional notable accomplishments, including student athlete Hannah James breaking the career strikeouts record and becoming the first pitcher to reach 500 strikeouts, Coach Amundsen reaching 250 wins, student athlete Logan Brondmeyer breaking the single-season doubles record, and student athletes Hannah James and Jenna Verber being ranked in the top 25 nationally in ERA. And whereas the team set a softball program record 14-game win streak and the most home wins in program history with 18, is one of only 4 programs nationally to have 2 or more pitchers ranked in the top 25 nationally in ERA and has the 3rd best turnaround in the nation at over 31 games. Now, therefore, on this 3rd day of June, 2022, be it resolved that members of the Murray State University Board of Regents unanimously express their appreciation for the achievements and services of the women's softball team. And be it further resolved by the Murray State University Board of Regents that this recognition of contributions and dedication of the women's softball team be preserved in the minutes of the board after having been read aloud and passed unanimously by the board on this, the 3rd day of June, 2022. So congratulations to the women's softball team. All right, next, track and field. So again, they have a lot going on here, and You know, Rachel, we want to wish you best of luck in nationals. You know, she was competing in Bloomington, Indiana, where I live, and I had a trip. I was hoping to be able to watch her compete there, but we're excited. Apparently, she can jump from where she's sitting onto this table if she wanted to. So we're proud of you for that. So let me just read this resolution. The Murray State University Board of Regents resolution of acknowledgement and appreciation to Coach Adam Kiesler and the track and field team in the 2021-2022 season. Whereas the Murray State University track and field team won the Ohio Valley Conference Indoor Track and Field Championship held in Birmingham, Alabama in February of 2022 and was recognized accordingly by the Board of Regents at the quarterly meeting in March 11th of 2022. They're back again. And whereas the Murray State University track and field team also won the Ohio Valley Conference Outdoor Track and Field Championship held in Murray, Kentucky, May the 11th through the 13th of 22. And whereas the Murray State track and field team winning both the OVC championship titles represents the first sweep of both championships since 1992. Whereas 5 individual Murray State champions were named during the OVC Outdoor Track and Field Championships, including student athletes Jenna Pauley in the heptathlon, Rachel Higgins in the 100 meter and the long jump, Amir Evans in the 800 meter, Hannah Malone, Talaja James, Jakala McSwain, and Rachel Higgins in the 4x100 relay. Rachel Higgins earned the NCAA qualifier status in the East Regional Preliminaries, one of only 3 OVC athletes to qualify. And whereas the team had 15 podium finishes, achieved 32 personal records, and 1 OVC record finish for Rachel in the aforementioned long jump, earned its 2nd outdoor track and field championship in 30 years. And Coach Adam Kiesler received his 2nd OVC Outdoor Track and Field Coach of the Year award, the first being in 2019. Now therefore, on this 3rd day of June 2022, be it resolved that the members of Murray State University Board of Regents unanimously express their appreciation for the achievements and service of the Murray State University track and field team. And be it further resolved by the Murray State Board of Regents that this recognition and contributions and dedication of the track and field team be preserved in the minutes of the board after having been read aloud and passed unanimously by the board on this 3rd day of June 2022.
Just want to introduce folks that we have with us, assistant coaches Jordan Johnston and Kelsey Regents, who are critical to our success as well, and probably one of the most humble head coaches that we've had here, but just this staff is doing remarkable things, discarding records that haven't been done in 60 years combined, so just really proud of what they're doing. So. Ms. Higgins will be representing Murray State in Eugene, Oregon, leaving on Tuesday to go compete in the national championship, currently ranked after regionals 8th in the country. Is that correct? We're 8th? Okay.
Best of luck to you out there. Great job.
One more.
This is the guy's going to put it on the internet.
Good luck, Rachel. Proud of you, girl.
All right, we have one last resolution here for athletics. For Coach Milkman, who, if you have followed her career at all, you know just how incredible it has been. She's not able to be here today because she's one of her golfers is getting inducted. Do you want to?
She's actually with Coach Connie Kiesling, as Coach Kiesling is recognized in the OVC awards banquet today for the Hall of Fame. And so she wanted to be with Coach Kiesling and made that commitment prior to announcing her retirement. And so she wanted to follow through with that, but very appreciative we connected today and very appreciative of this recognition. We will certainly do more down the road.
And this is a special one. My wife has known Velvet since they were in high school. They were actually on the golf team together and would be partners going around. And after reading through this, I think my wife may be the only person who played golf with Velvet for any particular time where the score didn't improve that much. So she's really, well, neither one of us. She's probably better than me still.
That little piece will take.
I'll tell you, that'll be fine.
Because it's your birthday, you might get a
little slack on that. So, all right, so Murray State University Board of Regents resolution of acknowledgement and appreciation for the women's golf coach, Velvet Milkman. Whereas after 29 seasons, Velvet Milkman has announced her retirement from the Murray State University women's golf team, and whereas Coach Milkman founded the Murray State women's golf program in the fall of 1993, the only coach the Racers have ever had in that sport, served for 18 years as a senior women's administrator for MSU Athletics, and led the department as the interim director of athletics from July 18 through February of 19, and served a 4-year term in the NCAA Women's Golf Committee, including 2 years as chair. And whereas Coach Milkman is synonymous with success, class, and character, and epitomizes everything the university desires in a winning coach and athletic program. And whereas she has competed for the last 29 years at the highest level, is recognized as one of the finest coaches in the country, has been a teacher, role model, and mentor to numerous student athletes, both on and off the course, and has left an indelible mark on Murray State University with 6 NCAA team appearances, 35 OVC Medal of Honor winners, and 10 Ohio Valley Conference individual championships. Whereas Coach Milkman is the winningest OVC championship coach in Murray State history with 12 wins, and for nearly 3 decades has mentored thousands of student athletes while building a nationally competitive women's golf program. And whereas in the 29 seasons, every 4-year student athlete under Coach Milkman's care graduated and won an OVC conference championship. And with 12 championships and Racer teams dominated by winning 3 OVC championships in a row 3 separate times. She mentored 8 different student athletes who combined to win 10 OVC Player of the Year honors, produced 10 medalist winners, and 55 all-OVC players, and coached the first golfer from Murray State and the Ohio Valley Conference to advance to the NCAA championship. And whereas Coach Milkman's student athletes also performed at the championship level in the classroom with 35 recipients of the OVC Medal of Honor, signifying perfect 4.0 grade point averages. Now therefore, on this 3rd day of June 2022, be it resolved that the members of the Murray State University Board of Regents unanimously express their appreciation for the achievements and services of Coach Velvet Milkman to the women's golf program at Murray State University. And be it further resolved that the Murray State University Board of Regents, at this recognition of contributions and dedication of Coach Velvet Milkman, be preserved in the minutes of the board after having been read aloud and passed unanimously by the board on this, the 3rd day of June, 2022. All right, that concludes the Athletics Committee meeting. And next on the agenda will be Regent Owens with the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Chair Krigler. We'll convene our Finance Committee. Consists of Chair Krigler, Vice Chair Tharp, Regents Rudolph, and Regent Schimberger. And we have 5 items that will require board action, full board action. And the first is the approval of the Public-Private Partnership P3 Pre-Development Agreement. The Finance Committee met, special Finance Committee meeting to discuss this. Vice President Dudley led us through that, as well as General Counsel Miller. And I believe everyone that is a member of the Finance Committee was present, and everyone as far as the full board was present, with the exception of Dr. Fitch. And I believe that Dr. Fitch was briefed. At this time, since the Finance Committee will be making a recommendation to the full board, we've asked General Counsel Miller if he would just lead us through the actual pre-development agreement, the specifics relative to that.
Yes, thank you,
Yes, sir.
Regent Owens. The agreement, I believe, is at the very end of your revised board materials, so if you want to look through there or follow along, feel free to do so. I won't take too much of your time because we did cover this in detail at the Finance Committee meeting on May the 26th. As the neighbor and Robert Frost Owen wrote or said, good fences make good neighbors. I believe that good contracts make good business relationships. So with that in mind, we paid very close and careful attention to the wishes of the operational committee and to the university administration in negotiating this pre-development agreement so that it matched those expectations. And what this agreement does, in essence, is it permits the developer, RISE, the development, to begin working, as they already have done, on the architectural designs, drawings, and plans. And if the university proceeds to financing the overall project, any of these costs in this pre-development agreement will roll into the bond issuance. So the university will not be making a separate payment for these services. It will just roll up into the overall agreement. If the project does not go forward, then the university will pay a lesser amount, a discounted amount, depending on when the project was halted or terminated. So we built those in. That's Article 20. That was some new language in there that sets those expectations. So that is the essence of the agreement, that it allows us to go forward with architectural drawings. Then once those are complete, sometime in October, then the board shortly after or about that time will be presented with an opportunity to approve the overall project development agreement. And that will be a much longer document than this one, I can assure you. But we will spend as much attention to detail as we did on this agreement. So that's the essence of this agreement that's presented to the board today for approval.
Do we have any questions from the committee or from the full board to General Counsel Miller? If not, Chair Kriegler, I move that the Board of Regents, upon the recommendation of the President of the University, approve the President and/or his designee to execute the attached pre-development services agreement with RISE Development LLC, and authorize the President to proceed with the development of a suitable financing model and land lease agreement with a goal to finalize both in the late fall 2022 for approval by the board before executing any final agreements.
So moved. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments? You know, a lot of the questions from the Finance Committee. Any other questions or comments? This is a roll call vote, so Secretary Hunt, would you take the roll, please?
Okay. Dr. Evans? Aye. Dr. Fitch?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray? Aye. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Puckett?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph? Aye. Dr. Schamberger? Aye. Dr. Tharp?
Aye.
Mr. Walbert?
Aye.
Mr. Kriegler?
Thank you for your work with the Finance Committee. Thank you for that information available to us.
Yeah, this is another project that has been in the works for years, and I know a number of people and a number of different teams around the university and on the board have done a tremendous amount of work on. So thank you to everyone who's done that.
Chair Kriegler, our next item is disposition of surplus property, and Vice President Dudley will lead us in that discussion.
items today. One is bringing to the board, we're seeking approval to surplus a fire truck. Well, the university purchased a fire truck, we appropriated dollars for a fire truck back in the 92-94 biennium. And the city has been using that truck under a memorandum of agreement, however we kept ownership. And it's reached its life, at the end of its life. And the city is still housing it. They have replaced, I won't say replaced it with the same truck, but they've replaced it with a truck that actually has better capacity for the institution. And we've got with us today, there are questions specifically for the board. We've got Jim Osborne, our city administrator, and we've got the fire chief, Paul Grudo, with us. They've been taking care of this truck for 30 years, so they can answer more specific questions if you have them. But our intent is to move forward if approved, to put it out for an auction. You can see the minimum values in the action.
Do we have any questions from the committee relative to this item? If not, we'll entertain a motion on the committee that the Board of Regents, upon the recommendation of the President of the University, approve the sale of the 1993 tower truck considered surplus property per the requirements of KRS 45A.365 for the minimum of no lower than $15,000.
I move to that effect.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do you have any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Chair Krigler, I move that the Board of Regents, upon the recommendation of the President, approve the sale of the 1993 tower truck considered surplus property per the requirements of KRS 45A.365 for the minimum of no lower than $15,000.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
The motion and a second. Any questions, comments, discussions regarding the fire truck? If not, this is a voice vote, correct? Is this
It's wrong. This voice vote's wrong, you're right.
voice vote? Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Now I'm really getting confused.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Here, fire truck. All right, so all those in favor of the motion to sell the fire truck signified by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I want to say one thing while we have City Administrator Jim Osborne and Fire Chief Paul Grudo here. Thank you all for all that you do for Murray State and this community and beyond. You're on campus a great deal, and we appreciate it. And I know your interest in regard to the university is very high, and we call on you guys often. And we just appreciate all that you do for this institution. Thank you.
Okay, our next item, and I apologize to Vice President Dudley because we did go out of order, but our next item will be the 2022-2023 university budget with executive summary and salary roster.
Do we want to do the land while we're still under surplus
Well, I
property?
thought we might, but I wasn't certain.
Okay.
Are you good with that?
Yes.
All right.
Get rid of all of our stuff.
So we're on surplus property, right?
Exactly.
Which is, I believe, page 444. So the view on
So
PDFs.
the university has owned for many, many years a small tract of land on the north side of Highway 121. We've provided some photos, but they're not the best, but it's the best way we could show you where that was. We've not done anything with that property in the way it's designed. You can see by the layout, the drawing, it's a very odd piece. We've had easements, we've issued easements on this property. There's a lot of utilities that run under it, and actually the city now is doing some significant drainage improvements along that area, and we felt it was in the best interest of all parties to transfer this property to the city. We provided you with a description of the property. It's not quite 2 acres. Jason's been maintaining it for a very long time, so he can answer probably more questions about the property itself. But we do from the university's standpoint, it's across the street from CFSB, and, we have drainage is a concern all around the city of Murray, so we think this is the best thing.
Have any questions from the committee? From the full board?
If I remember correctly, there was an electrical substation on this. And I guess all that's been cleaned up.
Yeah, prior to the development of Lowe's and that area behind it, there was electrical substation and we had a small metal building structure on that property.
When Dwayne Hale was developing and all that, that little triangle was a bane in his existence. He would love to have had it. But it is what it is. And as I recall, it's landlocked, right? It's not that any, unless you want to get to it by helicopter.
Any other comments? Okay. For the committee, recommendation is that the Board of Regents, upon the recommendation of the President of the University, approve the attached resolution and order transferring a 1.977 acre tract of land located on the north side of Kentucky Highway 121 between Paramount Drive and Walmart Drive, as specifically described above, without any monetary consideration to the City of Murray, with said transfer being subject to approval by the necessary state and city offices, including the Kentucky Finance and Administration Cabinet Secretary.
I make a motion to that effect.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any question? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Chair Krigler. I move that the Board of Regents, upon the recommendation of the President, approve the attached resolution and order transferring the 1.977 acre tract of land located on the north side of malfunction.
Of Kentucky Highway 21?
Yes, sir.
Per in the minutes?
Per in the minutes.
Okay, fair enough. We have a motion on the floor for the board. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments, discussion from the board at large? All right, this is a voice vote as well. So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Region O.
Now, we'll move to our next item, which is the 2022-2023 university budget with executive summary and salary roster. Vice President Dudley.
I thought making the budget got really quickly, so
I said several things this morning, but I'll say them again for the record. And I want to thank Vice President Dudley and her staff and the deans, vice presidents, and that list goes on and on. The administration, faculty, staff, students, budget advisory committee, shared governance groups. A lot of time, months have been spent on this budget, as is the case every year. And I'm not sure they're getting any easier. Seems like they get more difficult each and every year. That's probably will be the case for the future as well. But I'm very pleased with this budget, and I'm very pleased that we are making this recommendation to the board today. There's a lot in this budget, a lot of good things to advance the university in this budget, including salary increases, including benefits that will be absorbed by the institution, benefit increases that will be absorbed by the institution, and a lot of other points that Jackie will touch on as well that we've, again, worked on for some time. So, Jackie, thanks again, and thanks to all the staff, Stephanie, everyone in your office, and for the good work.
Yeah, I echo what the president said. This is really something that so many people work very hard on from all areas. All of these guys, academic units, administrative units, it really does take a lot of effort to get the budget together. And we start earlier every year. We're already tracking things for next year, believe it or not. So that's part of the process. What we provided to you today, the first item in this packet for the budget specifically is the summary budget. It's still rather large, but it is a summary. You can see all the detailed unit accounts or anything of specific matter you want to look at in that summary budget. There's reports in here that do provide you with all kinds of breakdowns that you can review. The next item is the executive summary. It is 14 pages long, so I'm not sure how much of a summary that is, but it really is much of a summary. I'm going to go through it and hit the highlights. Stop me if you have questions, but I will try to not get into a lot of detail. The budget this year, going forward to fiscal year 23, it went up 7.5%, $11.1 million for education in general and auxiliary. So that is all we have budgeted. That's all we typically budget. We do have the plant fund, and you hear us talk a lot about the plant fund. That's where our projects are paid for and where those expenditures fall. But this does only include education in general and auxiliaries. Listed on page 388, which is the first page of the executive summary, a very condensed list of changes. I'm not going to go through those, but you will see those throughout this document. One thing to note is the $2 million contingency remains in the budget as it has for many years. We talked about it earlier in the treasurer's report, and that still is in the budget as it has been. Going forward, we provided a list of guiding principles to you, as well as primary assumptions. Primary assumptions are really the basis for what we try to gather when we start developing the budget. So again, I won't go through this detail, so stop me if there are questions. The revenue section starts with our state appropriations. State appropriations went up this year by almost $5 million. And there were three primary reasons. One is we did have the increase for the Breath at Vet Center, which the President talked about earlier in his report. It was $834,000, and that brings the fenced amount for Breath at a little over $4 million. So in the state budget, you will see that amount for the BBC, and that can only be spent for the BBC. That is for their purposes only. But it is reflected in our appropriation. Debt service. The debt service amount that's being appropriated to us will be for the bonds the state will sell for the asset preservation pool they funded for us this year. So they will give us the money to make the debt payment, and we will make the debt payment back to them. So it's an in and out, but it does increase our revenues and expenditures accordingly. Performance funding allocation, we talked a lot about that, but that is reflected in the appropriation. So when you look at the revenue schedule, you'll see the $3.2 million. That's a performance funding pool that we will be receiving next year. Included in the budget, which is not new money this year, is the $3.2 million for our KERS supplement. We talked a little bit about retirement this morning, and part of this fixed cost that we have to continue to pay, the state is supplementing by $3.2 million. That is the same amount that they covered and was in our budget for the current fiscal year. So that has not changed. I'll explain a little bit more about that as we get through the next few pages.
Can I just ask for a moment? So 388, when we're talking about the KERS state funding shortfall, that's an extra $1 billion. Is that over and above what we paid in the past, or is that the entire amount that we're paying?
I'm not sure.
So in other words, is that incremental? I tell you, oh yeah, this is 11 million is incremental. So that's an additional $1 million we're paying for KERS
It
employees.
is additional that we are paying, that we have never had budgeted before.
That's right.
Right, so it's being allocated, but it goes to basically shore up the retirement fund for our,
Yes.
right? Our
That's right.
KERS.
It's going to pay on
Paid
that
in the system,
liability.
so yeah, so the employees don't see that, but we're paying that in.
Right,
Okay.
that's correct.
And so what is that on a percentage basis? Because it was going from one to the other. Could you just-
Back in the fringe benefits section, we will be paying with all the amount we pay on KERS. We will be paying at 59% of the payroll.
Page 398.
Yes, 398. There's a pension section there, so the third paragraph there, you'll see that we'll be paying 59%, even though it is a fixed amount, it's 59% of payroll. And in 5 years, that 3.2 I was talking about will gradually go down over 5 years, and we will be paying close to an 89% of payroll level.
So for every dollar we're paying for a KERS employee, we're putting 89 cents into their pension fund to shore that up. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes, that's how that will work.
Or between 50 and 89 over the course of the next 5 years from now. Okay, thank
And
you.
that 89 cents represents amortization of the past liability in addition to the current liability.
That's correct.
That we
In
accrue
addition
every
to
day.
what we consider a normal payroll contribution,
Every day, right.
which is 10.10%. That's the normal contribution. And then we have this payment for all the past liabilities that we'll be paying close to with all those Rite Aid in total.
We're self-insuring healthcare, or,
We are self-insuring healthcare.
so this 600,000 is a prediction or a forecast of what?
600,000 is the forecast for the claims increase for plan year 23. So we budget on a fiscal year basis, but we have plan years for healthcare, as we all do, on a January through December basis. So we're already planning for plan year 23. And that is the estimated cost of the claims increase, which the university will cover, and not, we don't intend that to be higher.
So we don't share that with the employees, we're picking it up.
We're picking it up.
Is that correct in this budget? Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
So kind of going back to page 391, I did want to touch just briefly on the middle of that page. We have a small chart that shows you the impact of our appropriations over the last many years, back to 2008 actually. Our appropriations, although not for the last few years, but collectively through fiscal year 23, it went down 12.3 million or 22%. So we always point this out. We have not received general fund appropriation increases in many years, actually many cuts. The performance funding pool increase is not a general fund increase. It is not a permanent increase in our base. So that's really not considered in this number. So I do want to be clear there is a difference there. We do have a chart at the bottom of that page that gives you a better picture of the performance funding pool since we started. Before last year, we were contributing to the performance funding pool out of our base. So we had lost $1.2 million to go into a performance pool. That is no longer required with legislation from last year. And we are now participating in the proceeds of that pool. Tuition and scholarship discounts. I'm going to move on over to page 393. There's a chart at the top of that that explains the changes in the budget to our gross tuition as well as our scholarship discounts. Gross tuition's going up about 4.5%. And again, for those of you that, I know this is a hard concept, but gross tuition is what we bill the students for. It's our tuition rate. And that's what's going up, 4.5%. That's going up by a 1.95% rate increase. We are also going up 1.8 million for this mix of students I talked a little bit about this morning. And that primarily is going to impact our scholarships, as you can see below. And then we have a new international program we're budgeting for. So those are the only things that's increasing for our gross tuition. Scholarships, you can see a number of scholarships that are changing, and the net impact to gross tuition fees is right around $300,000. Scholarships are increasing at a greater rate than our revenue. So it goes back to the conversation of us trying to support our students, a lot of conversations this morning for enrollment management, just trying to ensure affordability.
Jackie, the proposed technology fee is not included in this. Is that because it's not a mandatory fee assessed to all students?
That's correct. Mm-hmm. It is included in this document, I'll touch on it, but it's not included in the tuition and mandatory fees. I'd like to take you back to where we're talking about tuition. If you can flip forward, we have a chart in the part of this section. It's actually attachment C and it's on page 404. it's a graph we provide to you each year in the budget as we approve tuition rates to show you where our sister schools are at, where Murray State falls in comparison to those. What you see here is Murray State at our proposed rate, our fiscal year 23 rate. We do know Northern has already taken their 23 rate to the CPE. The other rates you see here are the FY22 rates. We don't have those yet. You see where Murray State falls with a proposed rate increase compared to most of the 22 rates. Then if you flip the page, I'm certainly not going to go through the tuition rate schedule, but the tuition rate schedule is provided. It's 1.95 increase. And then if you'll look at the graduate section on page 406 where it starts, this is the few areas highlighted in yellow are the areas that we're trying to flatten our graduate rates, trying to start that and trying to even those out. We have a lot of different rates in our graduate programs. So we're trying to get those closer together. That's costing us some this year, about $50,000. We couldn't do it all at once, but this is the first step of that. So again, I'm not going to go through this, but these are the rates that will be, if 1.95 is approved today, these will be our new rates. Part of the discount structure is changing our regional rates. So this has been something we've put a whole lot of time into this year. And you can see at the bottom of page 393, the new regional states that we will be using starting really this fall. I say this fall. So maybe can we say it's
Summer of 2020, semester after.
This fall.
These aren't action items for the board, the regional states are not, because we don't change the gross tuition. We process those through as a discount, so.
And I'd commend the administration for doing this. I think, you know, the number of students we have from these students, we're not losing much, but then it opens up and it makes us much more competitive and in a farther region, and we can expand our reach.
What's interesting, Chair Krigler, is we ran this number, and Dr. Pfister, correct me if I'm wrong, but about 500 students come from these new prospective states today, both graduate and undergraduate. I think that's 400. And so I was surprised. I was surprised that the number was that large. And you know, states like Ohio, especially North Georgia, there's an opportunity.
So these states will be paying the same net rate as the regional states we have. So there will not be a mix. You may recall we used to have different regional rates, so it is all one down. So, scholarship discounts, I want to point out, we talked some about this, and Dr. Tharp, you were asking earlier about university scholarships. So this budget does include 41.9 million of discounts just from the institution's budget. That's a 40% discount rate. So for every dollar we take in on tuition, we're providing scholarships, discounts, waivers for 40 cents on that dollar, on the average.
Dr. Tharp, if I could interrupt, Mr. Chairman, again, the question you asked earlier today about scholarships, financial aid, et cetera. So that's that number. So 40% of whatever the gross is, 40% is being discounted down, and 60% is the net to students. A significant change.
That's a lot. This morning when Dr. Pfister and Dr. Roberts were talking about on the grid, is that what that was?
The scholarships that we say are on the grid or academic achievement are included in that 41 million. Yes. Now there's lots of other scholarships included in that. Governor's Scholars, we talked about that. We fund additional scholarships for those students. We have a pool for athletic scholarships. Multitude of other recruitment type scholarships are funded. Our Mills Scholars Program is funded in that 41 million also. The detail is in the revenue schedule, but it is quite lengthy. I don't think you'll want me to go through all of that. So that's tuition fees and discounts. It's a big number for us, but 1.9% is a very affordable number to go up for our students. That's the maximum we could. We could go up 2% based on the CPE, but we couldn't quite make it work to get to 2%. We couldn't make that work with the fee schedule. So.
Jackie, again, for the record, so publicly and otherwise, the last 4 years, and Ian and I were talking about this last night, but for the last 4 years, I think the average was 0.63% was the average tuition and mandatory fee increase. So we try to hold it to zero or flat as possible, especially during the last 2+ years.
So housing and dining is next. Instead of talking about what's on page 394, I'll direct you back to page 409 for the housing rates. And we also have on this schedule, it's attachment E. And you'll see the rates as we move forward. Housing, we're proposing a 0.75% increase. You'll see the amount of those increases on that chart. And then you'll also see at the bottom of that page where Murray falls in that rate schedule compared to other schools' housing rates of comparable facilities. Dining, on the next attachment, I'm going to take you back quite yet, you'll see the dining rates again for FY23. And we're proposing a 5.8% increase for dining, which is a contractual rate with Sodexo. And again, at the bottom of that page, you'll see where Murray State falls compared to the rates of the other schools for similar type plans. We have a couple fee options in this budget. Program fees, we only have one program fee at Murray State, and it's for our Doctor of Nursing Practice program. And when this fee was first implemented, it was implemented to be charged to students for the fall and the spring. And these really are year-round programs, and the costs are there year-round. So the fee is being proposed to charge to the summer semester also. The fee's not changing, it's just we would request to charge it to students for the fall, the spring, and the summer. So the summer semester is what's being added to that item only. And that would start for next summer, not this summer. Course fees, we do not have any course fee increases, really no changes, other than we have a handful of courses that you'll see on page 395 that are online courses. These courses are part of our academic partnership program. And for courses in that program, we do not charge the online fee. So because the board has approved an online fee, we would automatically charge it. So this is exempting those courses from the online fee. That's the only action from a course fee standpoint. So then we move forward to the expenditure part of the budget, and salaries and wages, again, is the largest portion of the budget. We've talked today a lot about that. Talked a lot about fringe benefits. The salary portion is including a 3% across the board for all regular employees. The average of that raise is $1,626 as an average. I would point out that our total salaries and fringe benefit budget is increasing by $4 million this year. And that's a component of the COLA, it's a component of health insurance, a component of retirement. So that's a significant increase out of that $11 million increase. 4 of that is for salaries and fringe benefits. You can see on page 396 the changes in the FTE. I won't go through all those, but you can see the different types of positions, how they change, as well as management level FTE changes. They're very small changes. Our FTEs went up by 4.1 FTEs. Now that was due to a multitude of things, but we did try to focus on student retention, a lot on student retention. We've added a mental health counselor. We've made several changes for retention services that we were talking about this morning through Peggy Whaley's area. We're adding faculty support for the Faculty Development Center and increased recruitment, changes in FTEs from that perspective. Organizational changes, again, we've done to support that. I won't go through all those. We've made a change in Education Abroad, which was reporting to the Provost Office, and that is now going to report to Dr. Robertson under Dr. Zoe. So it will be consolidated under the Institute for International Studies, where it was for many years. And we've actually made some changes in that unit and took a director's position and moved that over to the faculty side. So you can see what some of the other changes are there, and we've talked about many of those already. Fringe benefits. Out of that $4 million, if you were to take the fringe benefit component, our benefits in total, though, make up 44% of our average compensation package. And I wanted to make sure I pointed that out. That's a lot. 44% of a total compensation package is fringe benefits. That's primarily health care, retirement. Of course, the university does pay federal taxes and Social Security, Medicare type. That's a large portion of fringe benefits.
Does that include the KERS pension, or is that total?
It does include it. Now, I'm not saying that's the increase, that's just of our total.
Right,
Fringe
so
benefits are 44% of our compensation, of our
into
salary.
the private sector, that probably runs 12 to 15%
Yeah,
or something
probably.
of that nature.
Yeah, under 20, I would say. We've talked a little bit about health insurance already. We will not be increasing health insurance contributions by our employees. University will pick up that total amount. One thing of note, we don't have that total amount for 22 yet. We haven't finished it, but in our 21 audit, Murray State paid 87% of our health care costs, and our employees paid 13%. So that gives you a little bit of perspective on the value of that benefit. We did some surveys of our other sister schools in the state, the ones we were able to talk to, and most of them are passing a portion of that health care benefit onto their employees as far as an increase this year. I didn't bring a chart with me because we hadn't talked to all of them, but I did want to relay that. It does seem to be the common practice that they are passing some of their health care claim increased costs onto their employee.
Costs being passed on.
Yes.
Not just the benefit.
Everyone's experiencing healthcare costs going forward in '23. I think all of us understand that. But the other schools do intend to pass some of that on. The pension section is rather lengthy, and I'm not going to go through that. We talked an enormous amount about pension. We've already discussed just a few moments ago that our KERS contribution will be 59% in this budget of payroll. I don't know what that was. Deferred maintenance, we go forward. I'm not going to, I understand. Deferred maintenance in itself, we have a large section of that in our budget, $2.7 million. That's all we had last year. We haven't changed that. And I do want to point out, though, that the money we're getting from the state, we're getting $23 million from the state this first year of the biennium. That is not included in any of this budget. We will be spending it, but it is not included in the budget. Jason's going to come up after we get done with the budget. He's going to give you an overview of the projects. We're not going to do that right now, but we'll do that after we get done with this action item. Going forward, technology. I know everyone here has probably looked at the town hall meeting. You see many of the items we're increasing for technology. A lot of that is related to security of our systems, our hardware. We're also going to give you a presentation on that. Ryan Purcell's here, who's our Chief Information Officer, and he's going to go through some of that also. But suffice to say, there are a number of security concerns the institution has. We've got to invest in protecting our systems because we can't really operate without them anymore. So we are proposing a technology fee. That technology fee is incorporated in this budget. It's $100 a semester for any student that's taking more than 5 credit hours face-to-face, taking 5 or more, let me rephrase that. It does exempt students that are online classes. It does exempt dual credit students, and those special high school students are visiting students that we have. So it is not a mandatory fee. So I wanted to be clear what the parameters were for that fee, and you can see the details of that on page 400. Going forward, the last section of the executive summary really is just management of our budget going forward. We're going to continue to do the same things we have for the last several years. We monitor our budget closely. We go through a number of approval processes. That all is going to stay intact. Again, I'm not going to read that, but we're going to continue those processes. They've worked for us, and we've managed within our budget for many years. We've had some budget challenges, and this has really carried us through. So we're going to continue those processes. So I'm not going to go through any of the other exhibits unless anyone has questions or Region Owners you want me to touch on anything specific. If not, I would direct the board also, there is a salary roster included. So by acting on the budget, you will be approving the salary roster also. And that's all I have.
Jackie, I do have one more question for you. It's mentioned a couple times in here, in addition to technology, that a plan's being developed for centralization of academic technology and support. What exactly does that entail, and what does that plan look like as of now?
Well, there's not a plan as of now. We're developing, we're talking about what really is the best thing to do, but we do know that centralization of support, however that means, whether it's centralization in specific units or for the institution, I think will save us greatly on procurement, managing our budget, our personnel resources. So we're looking at it. That's really there is not a plan I can give you or a plan I can describe today.
Could I offer though some, I don't know if Brian will speak to that or so I'm glad you brought this up, Dr. Evans, because I've heard some concerns about the technology piece, especially in decentralization, and particularly from those programs that are accredited by their respective agencies, where technology must be a core component of that. So for many of us faculty, if I'm in front of my students and then I experience some sort of technology snafu, I need immediate attention. And that's a loss of instructional time, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess my recommendation would be when you all get to really filling out what that plan looks like, really take those concerns, especially with accreditation and how it's going to affect certain programs. Because this was something that wasn't very clear in the budget town hall meeting or any other time until I've been hearing some things, that things have been brought to my attention. I was like, wow, I missed that completely.
Yeah. Well, there are changes in the budget related to that. But that's, we don't have a plan. We're starting to talk to all of our units and trying to learn what their needs are. I will say for the last, actually we started this 3 years ago with the school of nursing. And it has been a very successful transition for them.
And it might be, successful for them, but
yeah, we have to learn what the plan is.
Regent Schimmer,
we don't know that yet.
It will be a very careful, thoughtful approach. It was started 3 years ago. We talked about it around this board table at that time, and the School of Nursing Health Professions was the pilot project, and it's worked there. It doesn't mean it'll necessarily work everywhere, or it could work everywhere. I really don't know at this point, but it's something that, because of the technology needs looking at the entire campus, it's something we should look at.
I agree. I know. I understand. It's just, again, especially in the lens of accreditation with those programs. They're just concerned, that's all. So I'm bringing that concern.
You know, a shared service model can take on many forms. And it may be different in different pockets of the institution. We've got to get there.
I do have some other questions that are not technology related. One does pertain to the tuition increases, but particularly for graduate enrollment. Unlike undergraduate, where those students have opportunities for scholarships and other types of discount, graduate students do not have it in the explicit sense. In Beget, we've got a tuition increase, which last year I didn't support. I will be supporting that this year because, our employees need a COLA adjustment a little bit. But I don't know, what are we kind of considering for our graduate students? That it's going to be kind of hard to retain, possibly, as well as even recruit graduate students if we, I don't know what the examination of that was exactly.
Yeah, well, there were years we didn't increase our graduate level. I guess it was probably back in maybe 2016 or 17, we reset our graduate rates. And there were actually several years through that period we did not increase them, so they still are a very competitive rate. Again, it is time to increase those, and we're applying at this budget, we put 1.95% across the board.
And then the other thing that I wanted to ask about, I think you had mentioned, I think President Jackson, you even mentioned about how it's becoming more challenging every year to put together a budget, and then you're indicating how, we start earlier in the process. We have a budget advisory committee on this campus made of faculty, staff, and student representation, which your 3 constituent regents serve on. We met late January, early February, just to kind of outline what that work will entail, and then we met again in April, when the budget was shared with us prior to the town hall. I don't know, I mean, maybe the advisory committee can meet earlier. There are some good ideas that were brought forth in that town hall that maybe we could try to discuss if we had more frequent meetings with the budget advisory committee. I would just make that request, that's all.
Do we have any other questions from the committee relative to the budget? Vice President Dudley? Any other questions from the full board?
I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman, if I could, that, I realize there are a great deal of increases to students this year. There's a 1.95% tuition increase proposed, 0.75% for residential halls plans, dining plans, 5.8%, technology fee, $200 per year. And I wanted to say for any students watching who may watch this later that I'm fully aware of that, and I'm going to be a graduate student here, so this applies to me as well. I'll be paying on these increases as well, but I wanted to lay out some of the things that we get in this budget from the student perspective, because there are increases, so what are we getting out of this? So I met with Dr. Jackson, and of course we have on the budget advisory committee meeting, so I was able to be in on those discussions, and I really believe this is a student-friendly budget. It is. I know that tuition increases are never easy, and increases to other areas are not, but we'll be getting a renovated Curris Center soon, new nursing and health professions building, which our nursing students desperately need. There's also going to be new programs within health professions that are going to be implemented in this new building, which is, Dr. Jackson, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's respiratory therapy and occupational therapy, correct? You're going to be moved to the main
Respiratory
campus.
therapy for sure, yes.
Yeah. New dining hall at a more accessible location on campus. And whenever I ran for SGA president, I ran on 3 things in particular, and that was I wanted to transition back into normalcy from COVID-19. We were able to do that safe and healthily. So we were meeting in person more, having in-person events, in-person classes, and we're very appreciative of that. Ran on mental health initiatives, and to my predecessors' credits, to several of my predecessors before, mental health initiatives and programs have been put on SGA's radar and therefore the university administration's radar. And Races and Power has been started. Peggy Whaley does an excellent job overseeing that, and we have good student representation on that. But what we really needed was a new psychologist in counseling services, because they're understaffed and they needed help, and we have a new counselor now, and that's going to help us out a great deal. More students, faculty, and staff can take advantage of the counseling center. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, 25% increase in URM scholarships, $2.1 million in new scholarships. So there is a tuition increase, but there's more scholarship opportunities. So to students that are hearing this, apply, really. We have generous deferred maintenance funds, and I talked to Regent Owens about this earlier, but I really think that we could look at using that for repairing some handicap buttons on campus, for opening doors, and those really need some love and care and attention. So we're getting good deferred maintenance funds for things across campus. And then the technology fee would go towards increased cybersecurity, which we desperately need. I know that we've had, but there have been other universities that have been hacked and have lost private email communications, personal information that we just don't want to happen to anyone on our campus. So yes, there are increases, and that is unfortunate. It's not perfect. Nothing, but that's just the reality of the situation. And I think this is very generous to our students, and I know it takes a lot of time and effort to put this budget together, and I wanted to thank the administration for doing this well, and we appreciate your efforts.
Chuck, earlier, if I may, really quickly. Dr. Justin, go ahead. You were getting ready to.
I'm sorry.
I thought you were getting ready to speak. I'm sorry. Okay. I want to echo first a comment that Melody made about the Budget Advisory Committee and Shared Governance Committees on campus, that I do think more frequent meetings could be beneficial, because there are some good ideas that come out of those groups that I think more frequent meetings could lead to recommendations that could be implemented down the line. We've talked about this, of course. I also want to say that I'm appreciative of the 3% that's being proposed in the budget, and if I understand this correctly, this is the single largest increase in about 10 years. So it is commendable that that's done, but I also think that's a very telling sign, and I would very much like to see that we, one, reframe this instead of calling it a COLA, because it's not a true COLA, because COLAs are based on national indexes, that this be actually considered a salary increase, and if we do COLAs, that it's one based on the national average, but that we actually start budgeting annual salary increases within our budget. And I know that's a very complicated thing to do, but if we have the budget to keep the lights on, our employees are just as essential, we should have some sort of budget for our annual salary increases. And on that line, it took almost 5 years to get to what was initially a 3-year plan to implement $10.10 an hour raise for some of our employees. And I would really hate to see us go another 10 years before we see significant increases.
Dr. Evans, I was here when we implemented the 10-10. And last year's raise was I think on average 2.25% that this board approved. This year's 3%. So if you add them together, it's going to be probably the largest in any 2-year period in the last many years. Is that enough? I guess it's never enough. The issue with your comment in regard to predictability, basically. I wish we had predictability with our revenues, state revenues, performance funding revenues. That's the issue about saying, there's no way we can say today that the increase will be X next year. It's impossible. It's impossible. But I understand the point. I get the point. But there's so many different components in regard to the revenue side as well as the expenditure side of cutting, revenues, performance funding, legislative actions that may or may not be taken, pensions are a moving target, and over the next 4 or 5 years, they're going to continue to be a challenge for all of us. Those are just facts, and obviously we'll all do the best we possibly can in regard to it as we move forward.
Any other comments?
Regent Owens.
Yes, sir.
A concern that I think we have as a board is as we roll out of this pandemic, we don't know what this economy is looking like. We don't know what the new normal is going to be. But we know now we're paying more for everything. Gas, food, clothing, and the supply chain is still backed up. So for a university our size or even larger, smaller, I think our concern in budgeting is going to be how do we grab hold of that and how do we manage this budget for this university on things that we don't have what's the new norm? What does it look like? Where are our revenues going to come from? And as we know, the revenue, 71% is in 71% student tuition, and all those parents out there are suffering greatly in trying to find those tuition dollars to pay us. So I think that's where our real grasp of this budget is going to be, is how are we, what does that look like for us? And again, we don't know what that's going to look like. So we're dealing with a 71% bogey that we don't know what's going to be.
Any other comments, questions? Vice President Dudley, just like to thank you and your team, President Jackson, because me personally, as part of our fiduciary duty as a board member, to ensure that we provide oversight, not that we direct, but that we provide oversight. And the level of detail that this budget provided allowed us as a board to do just what we were tasked with doing, so thank you very much.
Chair Holmes, I apologize, if I may.
Yes.
I'd also like to thank Vice President Dudley, President Jackson as well for this one additional item I forgot to mention. Well, I appreciate the student orientation of your team, and especially within the realm of scholarships. This past year, after we felt that we had delivered as best we could on our campaign promises, the SGA Executive Committee decided after much conversations with students that we felt that student teaching students, nursing students in clinical hours, and social work students in agency hours were particularly burdened because they have to go through unpaid experiences to graduate. And they have to oftentimes forfeit jobs in order to do that. And it's gotten so bad, as Regent Tharp has mentioned, with inflation and increased costs, that departments have begun to allow, that previously made students quit their jobs. They can now work in order to pay off some of the expenses they have, but they don't have many hours to work. So it really is a hardship on them. And the SGA Executive Committee and Student Senate worked with your team, Vice President Dudley, to get a scholarship created for those students. And that is included in this budget as well, $50,000 in total, I think, for the pool. And we really deeply appreciate that, because that took a lot of hard work on y'all's end, and I know it's going to make an impact in a lot of students' lives, and they're going to be deeply appreciative. So thank you once again.
Absolutely. Student teachers, there's a classification, a group of students this will help, and Regent Puckett did an excellent job working with the deans, the colleges, the schools that this will impact, and it's a number of students. So obviously we're trying to make sure we're accommodating, because they're driving, they're going at far distances in some cases.
Right.
As are our as our community students are as well.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay, for the committee, recommendation is that the Board of Regents, upon the recommendation of the President of the University, approve the 2022-2023 summary budget, executive summary, and salary roster.
So moved.
It's been moved, seconded. Have any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Chair Kriegler, I move that the Board of Regents, upon the recommendation of the President of the University, approve the 2022-2023 summary budget, executive summary, and salary roster.
There's a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion or questions before we vote? All right, this is a roll call vote, so I'll ask Secretary Hunt to call roll.
Okay, Dr. Evans?
Aye.
Dr. Fitch?
Aye.
Mrs. Gregg? Aye. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Puckett?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph? Aye. Dr. Schemberger?
Aye.
Dr. Tharp?
Aye.
Mr. Walter?
Aye.
Mr. Kriegler?
Aye.
Kriegler. Vice President Dudley, if you would, I believe you're going to have Mr. Youngblood provide an update on the project.
Yeah, we have both presentations. We've got Jason to come up and do a facilities review, so we'll do that one first.
Yep.
And then when Jason's done, Brian Purcell's here to talk a little bit about technology.
this is essentially the same presentation that was given at Town Hall. We'll go over some of this in a little bit detail here and hopefully make it as quick as possible. Obviously, we talked about the state appropriations, $47.3 million for FY23 and 24 that are coming from the state for our asset preservation. That does come with a match of 15% from the university that's required. We're saying we'll use that $12 million bonds as our match. That 15% equates to about $7 million. And we're still getting direction from CPE and the state on how we make that match. It's not just a clean cut, here's $7 million we've got to match. It's on a per project basis, and we're still getting details on how that all works. Also, the $45.5 million for the new nursing health professions building was appropriated, along with the funds for the P3 project we've discussed already. So a few projects that are already in progress. We didn't do a project report in the building and grounds section this morning, but this just kind of highlights a few things that you should already know that are going on, but I won't give you a lot of detail, but projects that are in the works. Some of these are $12 million bond projects we've identified in past meetings. We've had some other asset preservation projects, such as the window projects for Wells and Wilson, some building automation system projects that are ongoing, some small HVAC improvement projects that were some of the CARES funds, and our annual roof replacement plan is continuing as well. So for the larger piece of the state-funded projects for the new nursing building, we'll have a few details on that. And then the applied science building renovations was one of our key projects in our capital plan, our 6-year capital plan, along with Mason Hall renovations. Both of these facilities have nursing and ag, or applied science has nursing and ag ties. Mason Hall obviously is our current nursing building and will remain in that the nursing program along with the new building. And then of course our capital renewal asset list. So these are strictly some concepts, and I want to note they are concepts. These are web images. These are not anything we've had created ourselves through Murray State. These are just screen captures I captured off of the internet for concepts of what a new nursing building could contain. Some of these you've probably seen before. I think in our March meeting we highlighted a few of these. This is applied science with our needs some ADA access improvements. That door to the restrooms is currently 2 feet wide. That's 24 inches. That's not very wide for a door, especially if you try to walk through it.
Why is he looking at me?
I got broad shoulders too.
That perspective, probably the only 24-inch door you have in your house is to your laundry closet.
Maybe. Or you've got a double 2-foot door that opens up as a 4-foot. Older, antiquated HVAC and electrical systems. This component you're seeing here is an old system that's been essentially abandoned, but we don't have a full replacement for it. So we're makes HVAC operations in this building a little bit difficult. We highlighted some square footage of the 2nd and 4th floors of Applied Science, the North Tower. This is square footage that we anticipate converting from nursing space once they move out into school of ag space. For Mason Hall, a lot of the same ADA access issues that need to be corrected with just access into the building. There's stairs just to get into the building. There's stairs once you're in the building to get to different levels, along with mechanical upgrades for chiller, boiler, the HVAC system, elevator, building emergency generator, building controls, on and on. So our asset preservation needs list, and this is essentially the same list you saw back in March as well. I think we may have modified it a little bit, but these are the types of projects we're proposing in our buildings on campus, our E&G buildings on campus as part of our asset preservation money from the state. You can see it includes boilers, chillers, HVAC, electrical systems, building automation systems, anything from windows, painting, structural repairs, fire alarm, elevators, generators, all the above, just all the systems that make that building function. So building by building, we've identified a few key components that need our attention, that have just been on our deferred maintenance list for a while. Some things we hope to accomplish with this money. So Alexander Hall, we've got stair treads in the old part of Alexander Hall, which what you're looking at in the picture is the new addition that was built back in the early 2000s, but the original building sits behind it. Some of those stair treads are in pretty poor shape and create tripping hazards. Exterior improvements on the building. Biology building, not that old, but the chillers that run there feed the entire science complex. So the biology, chemistry, and engineering physics buildings all fed out of the biology building. And those chillers are pretty much maxed out. We've got some repairs that need to be made to those. We want some redundancy built into that as well, so that when one of them goes down, we can still cool the building in peak load times. Blackburn, the building has had numerous occupants over the years, in and out. We've made renovations through there as we've built our new science complex, but there's still a lot of improvements that need to be made to that building, and we've listed several there. Business building is the same. It's still the initial building built in the 60s. A lot of these buildings have that 60s vintage equipment in them. The boilers, common thing we've talked about is disconnecting our steam, buildings on central steam from the central steam and going to individual building boilers. That's something we've been working towards for a while. So you'll see that recurring in several of these buildings. I think there's an elevator replacement plan for this building, some exterior painting. Actually, some of that has been done a little bit this summer. Carmen Pavilion, we've got HVAC equipment out there that supplies air for some of the animals and the labs. So we've got unit replacements we hope to accomplish for Carmen. And these are just in alphabetical order. There's no priority order to this. So I'm going through them by building name in alphabetical order. Car hall, window replacements. Some of the lower windows actually are in good shape, but you'll see some of those upper windows that are still wood. They're missing paint. Squirrels have chewed holes through them. They're in pretty poor shape, much like what we've had at Wells and Wilson. This building needs some window attention as well. Our central plant, our main focus here is on our central cooling. We're trying to phase out our central steam, but we still provide central chill water to much of our academic campus. We have capacity for three chillers there. We currently only have 2 that function, and at peak load in July, August, those are maxed out, and we need some redundancy there. That was part of our ask for a new chiller number 2, and then to rebuild chiller number 3. Electrical infrastructure is super important to us. You all know when we have an outage, I get lots of calls. How long is it going to be out? My usual response is, I don't know, I'll get back to you. So I want to try to make sure we have a better system where we don't have to undergo those outages. When we do have an unforeseen condition, we know what our problem is almost immediately. We're able to resolve it quickly. Old infrastructure here in our electrical substation that needs replacement and repair. CFSB Center, you'll see here in a moment, we've got a project where the first project we're hoping to use these funds for. These cooling towers on CFSB Center need to be replaced. We're going to try to get that project kicked off this summer. We will not be, that's just to order those. It'll still take probably several months to get that equipment here. So it's not going to make it for this cooling season. So we're trying to keep them limping along for this cooling season. On the CFSB Center, Curris Center, obviously we've talked about a lot of interior renovations to the common spaces in the Curris Center, but there's still a lot of mechanical equipment that's not necessarily included in those interior renovations. So there's still asset preservation needs in Curris. Fine arts as well. We've talked about safety and security in the past. We still need to finish that project with the center stairwell, the railings. We've got plaster repairs that need to be made, HVAC, things to correct, etc. Expo Center fire alarm needs a replacement. Faculty Hall, again, is currently on central steam. We'd like to get it disconnected and put on individual building boilers, a fire pump transfer switch. Most of you may not understand that the city water pressure is not enough to supply water in a tall building. So we have to have pumps just for domestic water, just to flush the toilet. But in the event of a fire and we lose power, sprinkler systems have to be on a backup generator. So those pumps need to work on those generators as well. So the emergency generator and these fire pumps are very important for our taller buildings on campus. The Fine Arts Building, again, central steam disconnect, fan coil replacements, air handler improvements. Facilities management, again, HVAC improvements for a couple rooftop units. General Services Building, we've got a generator and transfer switch that's needed. Some other HVAC improvements. Hancock Biological Station, we tend to kind of forget about Hancock because they're not here on our main campus, but all of our farms, satellite campuses, Hancock is one of those satellite campuses that still needs our attention. There's a fairly large facility out there. It's a great campus, super quiet, very peaceful, nice place. But they desperately needed an HVAC system replacement on the main building and a fire alarm upgrade. The INT building, several improvements there, mostly mechanical, HVAC. We've got the old Halon system and the old network room, or mainframe room maybe, that we do have occupants in that space, and Halon is a toxic fire suppression, so we'd like to try to get that out, get that replaced. The Lowry Center, another disconnect from our central steam. Pogue Library, obviously this building is one of our original buildings on campus. We've done some things to improve the building, but the infrastructure-wise, if I get you down into the basement area and into some of those smaller spaces, they look pretty bad. The equipment down there is very old, needs replacement and upgrade. The police department needs controls and a boiler replacement for their heating system, their hot water system. Sparks Hall, our main administration building, HVAC mixing box replacements, so a lot of HVAC electrical issues you'll see. Stewart Stadium electrical infrastructure needs upgrading. There's waterproofing to the stadium, some structural repairs. Utility infrastructure, again, we talked about the central plant substation. Our central utility around campus is paramount to serving all of our buildings. There's hardly anything that works without power to it anymore. And if your cell phone's ever dead, you understand you need power to charge it. The Wellness Center, again, HVAC projects, Wellness Hall. This is more beyond the window. We've got some window plaster repairs that we couldn't do in the original window replacement project that still need to be done. Stair tread replacements, elevator, BAS, building automation systems, HVAC. Same for Wilson, very similar disconnect from steam, individual building boilers. Rather, we have the current project going on in Rather for mostly the auditorium piece, but this building is in need of window replacements as well. Very similar to Wilson Hall issues that we've just recently addressed. And that's pretty much it for the proposed plan. It's a long list. Costs are very high across the board, unpredictable. Materials are unpredictable, supply chain issues. There's probably not any way we're going to get everything on this list accomplished with that $47 million, but we're going to try to piece these together in groups and with the guidance of CPE and the state of how we can spend the funds and try to get as much done as we can for the money we've got. So any questions?
How long do you think the plan is for that $47 million? 2 years, 1 year?
I'm going to say 3 to 4 years to spend it all. There's no way I can spend it in 2 years. I don't have enough consultants. We don't have enough contractors. Bidding jobs right now is difficult to get enough contractors to even bid jobs. When costs come in over budget, it delays. You got to go back and try to find either a way to increase the budget or things to cut out of the project to get it within budget. it's gonna take a little while to get all these parsed out and done. Plus the interruption to campus. I mean, we can't tear up our entire campus at once and still conduct classes and have offices. And, you know, we'll have to take power outages, do electrical upgrades. We'll have to have the heating off at times. We'll have to have the air conditioning off at times. So finding the right time of year, the season to do that work will be critical. A lot of scheduling. And we can't just move everybody out of a building to renovate it, unfortunately.
I think it's, it appears to me that the best thing is that we know what we've got in front of us, and we got a plan. And I applaud you for that, because that's a lot of stuff.
It's a lot of stuff.
A lot of
that is 6-year capital plan.
Yes, the stuff for Mason and Applied was in there. We've had capital renewal projects in our capital plan, and I think that was probably put into some of this 47 million when they pretty much took our top 3 or 4 projects and pooled them together and said we'll call it asset preservation. And didn't, you know, the state didn't earmark money for Mason and Applied. We pretty much tried to earmark that money.
The waterproofing at Stewart Stadium, will that prevent that flooding that occurs, or is that just kind of to help allow it to weather the, no pun intended, future rainstorms?
Hopefully to weather the future rainstorms. The flooding that occurs down in the Dennis Jackson room, we have a project currently we're working on now to alleviate that. The waterproofing would be hopefully to help I don't know necessarily flooding, but the leaking into other office and usable spaces down below. That building's an old concrete structure. If you look at the original plans, the designers knew it was going to leak, so they designed it to leak, but the rain catchment systems in there have deteriorated over time. The drains are not functioning like they should. There's just, you know, the building, concrete expands and contracts a lot. So that building's had a lot of movement over the years, opened up new cracks, new joints that are intended to be expansion joints that just don't have seals anymore. So when it does rain, it literally rains inside the building.
Well, is it fair to say that some of these renovations, building automation, boilers, electrical upgrades will save us in operating costs as we go forward?
Yes, I would venture to say yes. I don't have the numbers for that. We will try to get calculations on energy savings as we do these through our design consultants to give us projected savings. We know in the study we did in 2017 about disconnecting from central steam and going to individual building boilers, there was some savings that we should see as we do that. It's not necessarily in gas costs, but just the maintenance cost will be reduced, because maintaining our central steam is very expensive. Maintaining individual building boilers is not as expensive. There's still a maintenance component to it, but it's just different. So obviously, putting new windows in wells, we expect to get energy savings. You know, from single pane now to insulated double pane glass. The same in Wilson Hall. We hope the heat transfer will be much less when the sun hits that south face of the building of an afternoon.
Any other questions?
Just want to say one thing. Jason and his team do a fantastic job. Angela, the entire team that you have, and Jason, thank you. You guys work hard, you work often, and we appreciate it.
And I will say, I don't know these problems on campus firsthand until somebody on my team tells me we've got a problem. I'm not in the building and working on the system, so our technicians, our foremen, our maintenance staff is the ones that really help put this list together. We sat in our conference room one day and just started writing on the whiteboard, and that's where a lot of this came from. So it's, you know, they're the ones out there that get the calls, the issues, and have to deal with this equipment every day and come in and say, we got to do something. I can't keep it running anymore.
But it's 24/7.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can you pull it by teasing?
Yes.
Brian has a problem with those 2-foot doors too.
Well, I was going to say, I'm worried my presentation won't be as trendy or hip as Jason's with his trendy tiny little doors and his retro appliances. We're going to be talking about IT infrastructure. So, with our IT infrastructure and the security update, I want to talk a little bit about the increased IT funding that we've been asking for. Our IT needs are constantly growing. As more of the mission of the university is supported by technology, so is the dependence on a solid, reliable, and secure IT infrastructure. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about a few of the key areas that are driving some of this increased need. We have some IT deferred maintenance, Wi-Fi enhancements and maintenance, increased security, obviously increased licensing and support costs, and then a multi-year fiber ring completion with some replacement of existing fiber. So talking about deferred maintenance, our network infrastructure, and this is talking about just the electronics for our network. It doesn't count the cabling, the fiber optics that are in the ground in the buildings. But our network infrastructure has grown to a total cost of over $5 million. The number of assets has increased tremendously, especially in the last 10 years alone. We have over 850 wireless access points and 436 network switches on campus. That's a lot. That's grown a lot. The average number of student devices connecting to the campus Wi-Fi has grown to be over 2 per student. You know, I can remember not that long ago when that was less than 1. But every student now is coming with more than 2 devices on average that connect to our wireless network every day. We maintain over 20,000 network ports on campus. That's across 128 network closets and 86 buildings. And we have over 22 miles of fiber in the ground. And that network goes to support our servers and our systems infrastructure as well as our endpoints. The number of servers and appliances we support has rocketed up as well. We've got over 332 servers, physical and virtual. Most of those are virtual, with a total cost of over $1.5 million. The majority of those servers being virtual, they run on our private cloud virtual infrastructure that is here on campus. We have 311 databases. Of all the statistics that we went through counting this up, that one really surprised me. I didn't think we would have that many databases, but across all the applications that we support and the various things, we have 311 databases. Those live in 4 separate data centers. We have 1 main data center on the main campus here in Murray. We have 2 backup data centers. One's at our regional campus in Paducah. Another is housed at Northern Kentucky University through a reciprocal agreement where we share some of our server room space with them and they share some of their server room space with us, so it's a cost-saving measure for both institutions. Then we also have one at Breathitt Veterinary Center. Inside our main data center, we have a storage area network that has over 787 terabytes of spinning disk storage and flash-based storage. And that supports everything on campus, from our video camera storage for our video cameras to classroom files, presentations, and to our enterprise resource planning system. And we apply 2,400 patches every month to this infrastructure in our applications. Now, a lot of those are obviously automated. We don't have time to put that many in, but many of those are labor intensive to get those patches installed. Folks are having to do that manually. So where this actually leads into is, with this large, complex, and expensive infrastructure that we've implemented, these components, most of them have a 5 to 7 year lifespan. The manufacturers will support them and provide security updates for them throughout that 5 to 7 years, and then they consider them end of support or end of life. Once the manufacturer has kind of abandoned those models that we use and are no longer providing support for them, they become a risk. They're a potential vulnerability that could be exploited by a bad guy, or they're a potential component that could fail and cause us to have an outage. For these reasons, we've developed a rolling 5-year plan to replace these equipment in both the network and the server side. It's going to help us replace some of that that's already lived past its lifespan, as well as make sure that we don't get into this situation in the future and have this deferred maintenance. This accounts for a very large portion of the increased funding that we've been asking for. Wi-Fi enhancements. We're continuously enhancing our Wi-Fi network. With the increased reliance on our Wi-Fi network, it's no longer a supplement or a nice to have, but it is the network. especially for our students. The students, that's a network they use almost exclusively while they're on campus and in the residence halls, is the wireless network. We want to be able to increase the coverage both inside and outside buildings. We've come to find that green space coverage is very important to our students, so we've really been focusing on improving that. We have to increase the density of our access points to provide Wi-Fi coverage because of the 2+ devices our students are carrying with them. We've got to have more access points, often much closer than you would believe, to be able to support the number of devices. And we also look to increase the speeds of our Wi-Fi network to meet the emerging uses that our students, faculty, and staff have. And I'm going rather fast. If you have any questions, feel free to stop me. Don't feel like you gotta wait till the end. And everybody's favorite subject, information security. You guys have seen it on the news. Cyber attacks are on the rise. Higher education is becoming more of a target every day. I'm sure you're aware, just down the road, Austin P, they had an attack, forcing them to take some drastic measures to contain it and to recover from it. There was even a struggling university, Lincoln College, that was hit by ransomware. Maybe not the reason they closed, but it was definitely a contributing factor to their closure. And those are all things we absolutely want to avoid. Murray State sees a considerable number of attacks against our systems. Just got a few statistics here for you today. We stop over 9,000 attacks a day at the border, at the perimeter of our network. Granted, these are not super sophisticated attacks, but there are attacks that are there constantly. People are constantly trying to come in through the firewall, various attacks and scripts. We have that many per day. Spam and phishing emails, we have 13,000 that are identified and put in the spam folder for our faculty, staff, and students every day. Another 5,000 are rejected whenever they attempt to connect to even deliver the email, and we'll just cut them off before they even deliver it because we know they're coming from the bad guys. And then on a more manual note, we have 11 malware incidents a month that require us to take a computer, do a complete investigation, figure out where it came from, how it got there, what could it have done, what did it not do, what access did it have to data, and we have 11 of those a month. Why are they looking at us? Well, the size of our infrastructure that we just got talking about all these access points and network switches and all the servers and data, on that, we have the personally identifiable information of hundreds of thousands of individuals, much more than you would have ever imagined until you start counting. We also have 2,300 university-owned endpoint devices that we currently protect. And then on the last statistic there, we have 230 critically rated vulnerabilities and 250 highly rated, priority rated vulnerabilities that we find and mitigate every month on this infrastructure and on these servers and systems. Add that to the recent surge in cybersecurity regulations. You hear about it every day. There's a new regulation for not just HIPAA and PCI, the ones we're used to in FERPA, but there's even new ones coming down. New privacy regulations are coming down the pipe at the state level, hopefully at some point from the federal level, so we don't have 50 state laws to worry with, but those are coming down the line. So this is forcing us to have much more security controls and protections than we ever had in the past. We just recently rolled out an advanced endpoint protection system. We're rolled out a new threat protection and identification module for the border, catching those 9,000 events. And we're working on a new security information and event management initiative. So all of this leads to more funding that's required to support the information security program and protect our students.
I'm sorry, before you move on, I legitimately only know what one of those words means on the screen. I know what PII is, but what is an endpoint device? And what's the difference between a critical vulnerability and a high vulnerability?
So an endpoint device is everything you're using right here. An endpoint device, now when I say university-owned endpoints, I'm talking about faculty, staff, PCs in their offices. I'm talking about lab computers, all the things that the university owns that connect to the network that are electronic. So that's what those endpoints are. As you can imagine, a lot of those are lab computers. We have a tremendous amount of those on campus. The difference between a critical and a high rated vulnerability, a critical vulnerability means we're going to patch it right now. Even if it means we have downtime, you have to patch this now because bad guys are actively using this vulnerability to exploit infrastructure. A highly rated vulnerability means they're probably not actively doing it right now, but they're probably going to be doing it tomorrow. Or there's just a level of difficulty between the exploit between those two. So a critically rated vulnerability may be really easy to exploit and they're doing it. a high rated vulnerability may be easier to, or maybe harder to exploit, and they're not actively doing it today, but they're likely going to be doing it the next week or so.
Got it. So one's a more of immediate urgency and one is it's a priority because it's there.
One is you've cut your wrist and you're bleeding, the other is you've lost your hand. So it's, there's just a level of urgency there.
Kind of understand that.
They can't all be fire trucks and helicopter rides, sorry. All right, any more questions on that before I move on? I know this is really exciting. So increased licensing support. Information systems in our IT group here, we have over 40 maintenance contracts that summarized over to over $2 million. We've seen price increases year over year for all of those. A couple of large ones in the license and maintenance costs is our campus agreement. Our Microsoft campus agreement supports all our labs, classrooms, and desktops. Our Illusion contract for our enterprise resource planning system that maintains all of our grades and classes. We've also seen increases in our software as a service contracts, and that's what SaaS is. I try not to use a whole lot of acronyms, but sometimes they just slip past me and get in there. Software as a service is basically where we're renting the use of an application from someone else. Some common examples in there are going to be Canvas Cloud and Canvas Studio, Zoom, which I'm sure we've all used more than we've wanted to in the last 2 years. Respondus and Turnitin are some of the software as a service systems that we have on campus, and these have all raised their prices as they deal with inflation in their own way. And then the fiber ring project. So all of our network and everything on campus is tied together through fiber optic cabling. This has been identified as a need for years, but our reliance on our network and systems have reached a very critical level, and this is something that we're going to have to address. The availability of our current network has been increased. The availability and reliability has been increased over the years through the use of different means, such as battery backup units, redundant equipment, other technologies that we've leveraged. But one of the largest risk factors that we've never been able to address has been the lack of redundant fiber connectivity for a lot of our buildings. This project will complete that fiber ring around campus that's never been complete, and it'll allow for the redundant connections for our core buildings of our network and many of the buildings on campus as well. And much of the fiber that we have on campus has reached the end of its usable life. A lot of it is 25 plus years old. A lot of it was being put into the ground and wiring these buildings when I was in my undergraduate year in 1994, 95, and 96. So some of that, we're starting to see more and more of that fail. And as it fails, we're losing the ability to replace it with the backup that's there. So we may have been running on the same pair of fiber. One fiber optic cable will have 8 strands. We've been using 2 of them for 20 years. Those 2 have gone bad. We've moved to another 2 out of those 8. Now it's gone bad. So not only are we losing the availability of that, but it's failing quicker because it's older. There'll be 3 main components to this project. First is very boring, but we have to put physical pathways in the ground for this ring. So fiber is a lot like water and electric. You've got to have conduit in the ground to pull it into, and that's a big part of what we're missing. So one part of this project will be putting in those physical pathways, and then we're going to pull fiber into those pathways to complete the fiber ring around campus and allow for this redundancy, and then we're going to replace some of the old existing fiber. I've got just a few maps, and these may be hard to see. These maps are showing new pathways. It doesn't show the existing pathways. It doesn't depict the existing fiber that we're using. But on this one, you can see there's a green line there that actually allows us to finish the ring. Currently, we don't have a way to get all the way around campus. So a very strategic fiber cut, I'm not even going to say where it is because I don't want to speak it into existence, but a very strategic fiber cut could take the whole south end of campus out right now. And we would lose network connectivity for everything south of the INT buildings, or even south of Chestnut if it was in the really right place. So this green line shows some new pathways that would have to be put in. We've kind of targeted some fiscal years for this project based on the amount of money that we hope to have each year, and this is work that we would do in FY23, hopefully. This is a very rough preliminary plan, but it is what we have so far. The next one gets a little bit more interesting. This brings some buildings into play. So this actually leverages that new pathway to put redundant connectivity into our core buildings. The core buildings are in yellow. Those have been our core buildings for years and years. Now what a core building means on our network is that building is used as a cluster to connect all the surrounding buildings around it. Those buildings connect back to it. That choice was made a long time ago based on pathway availability that was already there, but those are the hub for that portion of the geographic part of campus. So really, really important that we get those 4 critical core buildings some redundant connectivity. Because, for example, right now, if we lost the yellow building, the yellow box there that is business building, that everything you see that is south and east of it would lose connectivity. That's a big swath of campus. And if faculty hall were to go down, we lose everything in the middle. So we really have to have redundant connectivity for those. The buildings that are shown in red are ones that once we finish this ring and get some of this extra fiber in the ground, because of the pathways, we could get into those buildings and have redundant connections for those buildings as well. And that was FY24. FY25 is putting in the green as the new, so you see a little bit more of the ring hitting the center part of campus, and allowing us to extend that redundancy. FY26 takes the ring around the northern part of campus to cover a lot of the residence halls and the other buildings that are on the northern end of the campus. And then FY27 just using some of those pathways to bring in more of the redundancy for those buildings. So I know I went through that very quickly. Does anybody have any questions about the fiber ring or the need for that? And honestly, that's the majority of what I have. Our systems, our networks and technology in general, it's very critical to the university, the mission of the university. Supporting this technology is expensive, and we realize that. We continue to look for ways to reduce these costs. We want to reduce costs and improve services where we can. Everything from shared services to standardizing equipment and software we use, aggregating purchases, avoiding redundancy, streamlining and automating business processes. These are all things that we're looking at and trying to build plans for to find ways to improve our costs or reduce our costs and improve our service to the students and faculty and staff. So I appreciate your time today. Any questions?
Brian, good job. Good job. Thank you for what you do.
You know, I want to point out something on the maps you're seeing here. What Ryan's talking about in regard to different projects for each year, we have included in the budget this year, the FY23 phase of this. So that's how it's been parceled out, is we would continue to budget that if we can, so we can complete that with budgeted dollars. So FY23 portion, we haven't bid it, but that's our own estimate to be able to complete that portion.
With the technology fee, or is that?
Yes.
Okay.
And this has been on our capital project for...
Yeah, we have tried to get funding from the state for these technology priorities for a number of years and went forward this year, and we're not able to do that. So hence, we've had to start doing something ourselves.
So all the changes, the new nursing building, the new dorms in the PP3, all that stuff, you're part of that team, right? You're part of that.
I've got representatives on that. And actually, this map that we just saw actually didn't take the P3 into account, but we will revise that to do that. We'd actually show connectivity to the existing dining hall. Obviously, we're not going to pull redundancy in the dining hall that we're taking away, even though it's a year or two. And the way that the pathways are laid out, it does allow for those new buildings, so they're not going to be in the way of it or anything. And that's actually a part of getting into specifics of the project, but we're laying these out. I don't know if you noticed in the pathways, a lot of them are closer to roads that probably won't change. And we're putting a lot more handholds and manholes in those because we've learned from our past experiences that only having a manhole every 300 feet is not enough, because we may take that building down and move it and raise it and build one somewhere else. So we're building in more points in the pathways to be able to reroute and change this fiber and add to it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our next item is project approval.
The project list we're bringing forward today is on page 453, and we're providing you with a short list of projects that we expect to cost over $200,000. You can see what those are. I'll point out the Expo Center roof, Jason mentioned, the roof replacement plan, so we will be doing section A and C with this project. The Chestnut pedestrian bridge, We talked a lot about this already with this body. This project will present some challenges. We had hoped to get it done this summer. Supply issues are presenting some challenges for us. So that's probably the biggest project on here that we're kind of concerned about the timing. And the cooling towers that Jason was talking about would be the last project on here for the CFSB Center.
We have any questions from the committee? Vice President Dudley, welcome to the full board. Okay, if not, for the committee, the recommendation is the Board of Regents, upon the recommendation of the President of the University, approve the projects outlined on the attached listing that Vice President Dudley just went over.
Move to approve.
You have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. If you have any question, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Chair Krigler, I move that the Board of Regents, upon the recommendation of the President of the University, approve the projects outlined on the attached listing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other questions or comments? All right, this is a roll call vote. Secretary Hunt, if you take roll, please.
Dr. Evans?
Aye.
Dr. Fitch?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Puckett?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Dr. Schamberger?
Aye.
Dr. Tharp?
Aye.
Mr. Waltrip?
Aye.
Mr. Krigler?
Aye.
Chair Krigler, our last item is personal services contracts. Vice President Dudley.
We have 3 personal service contracts. The first one is the consultant we have already engaged. The board approved back in February for us to do an RFP of sorts. We've been under a state contract, and we hired Brailsford and Dunleavy, and that was for the first phase, which we actually are completing and completed just a short time ago with a pre-development agreement. So we would like to extend their contract, and their proposal is for $166,000 that would get us through the financial close, which would be the next phase of that project. The next personal service contract would be to engage a consultant, A&E firm, to help us with starting the scoping for the Mason Hall project, the Applied Science project, some of these early asset preservation projects we'd like to get scoped out. So we would seek approval to proceed with that engagement, as well as increasing our audit engagement due to the changes that we discussed this morning in the audit committee. Our internal auditor always has in our contract contributed so many hours to our audit, and that position will be vacant, so the auditors will not be able to use those hours this year.
Questions from the committee? Full board? For the committee, the recommendation is the Board of Regents, upon the recommendation of the President of the University, approve the personal services contracts as listed in the attached document per requirements of the delegation of authority, item number 11. There's a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Chair Krigler, I move that the Board of Regents, upon the recommendation of the President of the University, approve the personal services contracts as listed in the attached document per the requirements of delegation of authority, item number 11.
Thank you, Regent Owens. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion or questions? This also requires a roll call vote, so I ask the Secretary Hunt to call the roll.
Dr. Evans?
Aye.
Dr. Fitch?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray? Aye. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Puckett?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Dr. Schamberger?
Aye.
Dr. Tharp?
Aye.
Mr. Waltrip?
Aye.
Mr. Krigler?
Aye.
Chair Krigler, that concludes this committee.
Well, thank you, Regent Owens.
Especially since you started last Thursday.
And thanks for all the work. I know this committee has been a lot of work, and obviously a lot of the administration and the team has done a lot there. So thank you all for that. I have it's 3:13, so let's take a break until about 3:25. We'll adjourn. reconvene the meeting here. I need to circle back to an item on the athletics committee. I got so flustered with my golf joke, floundered that I forgot to actually take a vote on the resolution. Regent Tharp said I should clarify that my wife stopped playing golf and took up water skiing on Kentucky Lake, so it's not a reflection of Coach Milkman there. So.
No, your joke didn't fly.
Yeah, it did.
Exactly what you meant.
All right, so we just need to basically accept the acknowledgements and appreciations for the women's softball team, the track and field team, and the Velvet Milkman in her retirement of golf coach. So the floor is open if someone would like to make that motion. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion or comments about?
I want to clarify, so is this coming from the committee first, or this is full board?
This will be the committee, and then I'll do the full board. Thank you. So committee, all those in favor of accepting the resolutions, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Like sign. Motion carries. All right, now for the full board, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the resolutions for the athletics department as read earlier in the meeting. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of accepting the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much for that. Now we'll jump to item 9, the faculty promotion recommendations. Dr. Jackson, it's under you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and very important topic, faculty promotion recommendations, and I'll defer to the provost who's going to carry through.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. It's my honor to present to you for an action item those faculty that have gone through the promotion process to either full professor or associate professor. And may I read the names? That's okay with everyone. It's very good. Samer Khalil, professor in accounting. Vladislav Krotov, professor in computer science and information systems. Semil Kuzi, professor in computer science and information systems. Simone Silva, professor economics and finance. Yana Andanova, associate professor in management, marketing, and business administration. Christopher Craig, associate professor, management, marketing, and business administration. Teresa Betts, professor, management, marketing, and business administration. Miguel Gomez, associate professor, adolescent career and special education. Ben Littlepage, professor, educational studies, leadership, and counseling. Julie Juzeski, associate professor, English and philosophy. Joshua Easterling, associate professor, English and philosophy. Danielle Nielsen, professor, English and philosophy. Sahul Zia, professor, English and philosophy. Benjamin Post, associate professor, global languages and theater arts. Daryl Philippi, professor, global languages and theater arts. Ji Wu, professor, global languages and theater arts. Christine Linder, associate professor, history. Ashley Cumming, associate professor, music. Matthew Giaforte, professor, music. Andrew Morlock, associate professor, political science and sociology. Mark Palisa, associate professor, political science and sociology. Esther Malm, associate professor, psychology. Jana Hackathorn, professor, psychology. Andrea DeRock, associate professor, biological sciences. Laura Sullivan Beckers, associate professor, biological sciences. Dina Weinberger, associate professor, biological sciences. Marcy Venter, associate professor, earth and environmental sciences. Justin Taylor, professor, mathematics and statistics. Yusuf Abdul Hassan, associate professor, occupational safety and health. David Wilbanks, associate professor, occupational safety and health. Christy Guffey, associate professor, agricultural sciences. Jessica Neighbor, professor, nursing. Arthur Boston, associate professor, university libraries. Sean McLaughlin, associate professor, university libraries. And Candace Vance, professor, university libraries. And those are the recommendations presented respectfully to the board for consideration.
Thank you, Provost Todd. Do we have any discussion or questions on the list?
I just want to say, as the faculty regent, I know a lot of these individuals, and I can tell you, and then of course, as you know, on the asterisk at the bottom, some of these faculty that Provost Todd read are recommended for tenure. So I know we have a faculty member in our presence who wanted to listen to that as well, Dr. Ben Littlepage. And then I know we have faculty watching via the stream. Many of these faculty have waited years to hear their names being called because it is tough work to earn that promotion and to earn that tenure. This is the work that's not for the faint of heart. It takes a lot of evenings past 5 o'clock, a lot of summers. People think we get summers off. We don't. It's time for research. Isn't that right?
Sure.
And I just really applaud their, I guess in a lot of ways, their stamina for really making it this far. I'm really encouraged by all of their accomplishments and just bravo to them.
And Mr. Chairman, if I might quickly add, I want to say to Regent Schimberger, you're absolutely right. We appreciate all the hard work the faculty put in and the dedication of the student body. I've had the privilege of having some of these individuals for class, and they're phenomenal. And I want to congratulate them and thank you for what you said, echo what you said.
All right, we have a recommendation. I'd open the floor for a motion regarding that.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second, and we are, the motion is to approve the named faculty for promotion effective in the 2022-2023 contracts. And this is a roll call vote. So Secretary, take roll, please.
Okay. Dr. Evans? Aye. Dr. Fitch?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Puckett?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Dr. Schimberger?
Aye.
Dr. Tharp?
Aye.
Mr. Waldron?
Aye.
Mr. Crickler?
Aye. Congratulations to all the faculty who have been. You have some tenure recommendations as well?
Mr. Chairman, we're recommending 20 faculty members for tenure today. So one of the most important events in a faculty member's life. And Provost Todd, will you read the names again, please?
Yes, sir, President Jackson. It's my honor to present to the board these names of faculty for tenure recommendations. Yusuf Aboud Hassan, Occupational Safety and Health. Yana Andanova, Management, Marketing, and Business Administration. Arthur Boston, University Libraries. George Buntick, School of Engineering. Ashley Cumming, Music. Julie Shuseski, English and Philosophy. Joshua Easterling, English and Philosophy. Miguel Gomez, Adolescent Career and Special Education. Christy Guffey, Agricultural Sciences. Samer Khalil, Accounting. Christine Lindner, History. Esther Malm, Psychology. Sean McLaughlin, University Libraries. Andrew Morlock, Political Science and Sociology. Mark Polizzi, Political Science and Sociology. Benjamin Post, Global Languages and Theater Arts. Bikram Sabini, Chemistry. Dana Thompson, University Libraries. Marcy Venter, Earth and Environmental Sciences. And Dina Weinberger, Biological Sciences.
All right, these are the faculty tenure recommendations. We have a recommendation from the provost on the floor.
So moved. Second.
Do we have a motion and a second? Do we have any other discussion, comments, or questions before we take the vote?
Just again, congratulations to all of these individuals.
Great job to them all. All right, this is a roll call vote as well, so Secretary Hunt, if you would take roll, please.
Dr. Evans? Aye. Dr. Fitch?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray? Aye. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Puckett?
Aye.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Aye.
Dr. Schimberger?
Aye.
Dr. Tharp?
Aye.
Mr. Waldron?
Aye.
Mr. Crickler?
Aye. Okay, congratulations to all the faculty. We also have some more resolutions of appreciation to go through. The first being resolutions of appreciation for retiring faculty and staff, and we will ask Provost Todd to read that resolution, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, honored to do so. Board of Regents, Murray State University resolution. Whereas the following faculty and staff members of Murray State University are retiring or have retired during the 2021-2022 year. Cynthia Barnett, Global Languages and Theater Arts, 16 years. R. Michael Bacchino, Organizational Communication and Leadership, 27 years. Kala Chakradar, Community Leadership and Human Services, 18 years. Daniel Claiborne, School of Engineering, 37 years. Gina Claywell, English and Philosophy, 25 years. Laura Dawkins, English and Philosophy, 23 years. William DeWeese, Veterinary Technology and Pre-Veterinary Medicine, 17 years. Richard Dobson, Educational Studies, Leadership and Counseling, 11 years. Michael Kemp, School of Engineering, 27 years. Paul Luco, Community Leadership and Human Services, 22 years. Ann Nealon, English and Philosophy, 30 years. Lynn Patterson, Early Childhood and Elementary Education, 14 years. Brenda Sheets, Management, Marketing, and Business Administration, 24 years. Lou Tilson, Organizational Communication and Leadership, 30 years. Barbara Washington, Adolescent Career and Special Education, 15 years. Tracy Wortham, Occupational Safety and Health, 27 years. Jean Bridges, Center for Adult and Regional Education, 16 and a half years. Wendy Breyer, Center for Communication Disorders, 7 years. Susan Brown, Center for Communication Disorders, 26 years. Ellen Dale, Accounting and Financial Services, 28 years. Robert Daniels, Housing, 23 years. Sarah Delaney, Student Financial Services, 37 years. Patricia DePriest, Kentucky Academy of Technology Education, 10 years. Barbara Gibbs, Housing, 26 years. Jamie Haynes, Office of Development, 27 and a half years. Kimberly Hill, Hudson School of Agriculture, 27 years. Elizabeth Holland, Facilities Management, 24 years. Linda Hopkins, Department of Economics and Finance, 16 years. Amy Manus, Athletics, 27 and a half years. Jean Miller, Breathitt Veterinary Center, 21 and a half years. Candace Miller, Housing, 22 years. Jerry O'Brien, Facilities Management, 27 years. Glendale Olive, Procurement Services, 11 years. Mike Pruzalczyk, Facilities Management, 6 years. Gary Shade, Athletics, 9 years. Carrie Thomas, Facilities Management, 11 years. Cynthia Thresher, Teacher Quality Institute, 20 years. Mary Tyler, Breathitt Veterinary Center, 16 years. Kevin Wilson, Facilities Management, 25 and a half years. And Denise Windsor, Human Resources, 17 years. Whereas they have served Murray State University faithfully, loyally, and professionally, and whereas the university is cognizant and appreciative of the vital support and services of these members, and whereas they have served the students of Murray State University on a daily basis with warmth, understanding, and concern, and have performed their responsibilities in a dedicated manner. Now therefore be it resolved that the university recognize these individuals and their collective total of 844.5 years of service to Murray State University. And be it further resolved that the Board of Regents express its deep and heartfelt appreciation to these faculty members for their loyalty and devotion to the institution and their contributions to the betterment of the university. With a signature below by Eric F. Kriegler, Chair, Board of Regents, June 3rd, 2022.
All right, thank you for that, Provost Todd. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept this resolution on the behalf of the board.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions? This is a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Congratulations to all. All right. Regent Tharp.
Regent Kriegler. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to present to you, Regent Kriegler, a memento on behalf of this university faculty and staff for all your hard work as chair of our Regents. And if I may take a few minutes to say, there's some people that come into a position and they wonder, am I up for the task? Well, when Eric came in position, he was clearly up to the task. And he wanted to do it, and he did it, and he did it well, and he kept us all informed. And it's good to see people when they move to a position where they want to make a difference. And Eric wanted to make a difference. He knows this university, played football here. This is his home place. So I'm proud for him and of him for his work. Eric,
Thank you very much.
I guess there's assumed y'all knew that he's retiring chair. I didn't say that, but I assumed it was back in that.
Yeah, that's great. Whenever you go to the resolution. Okay. All right, so next, I guess I need to do resolution. Okay, you do the resolution. All right, we'll go to Dr. Jackson next.
So on behalf of the university, I have a resolution I'd like to read to the Board of Regents. From Murray State University Board of Regents, resolution of appreciation to Eric F. Krigler. Whereas Eric F. Krigler was appointed by the Governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, Matthew G. Bevan, to the Board of Regents at Murray State University on August 6, 2018, to fill the remainder of the unexpired term of Dr. Walter Bumpus. And whereas he has exemplified outstanding leadership on the Board of Regents, serving as chair from July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, and vice chair from July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. And whereas Eric F. Krigler has served as chair of the Athletics Committee since his appointment to the board in 2018, and also as chair of the Ad Hoc Presidential Evaluation Processes Review Committee since 2020. Whereas he has been an invaluable member of the Finance Committee since 2018 and has provided additional service as a member of the Enrollment Management and Student Success Committees from 2018 through 2019, the Audit and Compliance Committee 2019 through 2020, and the Marketing Community Engagement Committee 2019 through 2021. And whereas Eric F. Krigler served as an ex officio member of the Murray State University Foundation Incorporated Board of Trustees in 2020 through 2021 and 2021-22. And whereas he has served as an important advocate for the university as a 1990 alumnus, has been involved in many initiatives for the improvement and advancement of the university and its efforts to serve the educational needs of the citizens of the Commonwealth. And his leadership has been strong, inclusive, and encouraging, leading to a cohesive, dynamic, and forward-looking board. And whereas Eric F. Krigler's service has often required the sacrifice of valuable time and the contribution of many hours of difficult work which he has rendered selflessly without reference to personal inconvenience, without a personal agenda, and always for the public good. Now therefore, on this third day of June, 2022, be it resolved that we mark this milestone reverently, and I would add, and his birthday, with words Eric F. Krigler will hear again at the last milestone. Well done, good and faithful servant. And be it further resolved by the Murray State University Board of Regents, this recognition of the contributions and dedication of Eric F. Krigler be preserved in the minutes of the board, and having been read aloud and passed unanimously by this board this third day of June, 2022.
You have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept this resolution on behalf of Eric Krigler. All those in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much.
It's not often I have people I have to look up to, so I just want to let them.
All right, well, that was a nice little birthday present. Thank you very much. We're going to move on with a resolution of appreciation for Regent Lisa G. Rudolph. So the Murray State University Board of Regents resolution of appreciation for Lisa G. Rudolph. Whereas Lisa G. Rudolph was appointed by the former governor of Kentucky, Matthew G. Bevan, to the Board of Regents of Murray State University on August 12, 2016 to fill the expired term of Harry Louis Waterfield II for a term ending June 30, 2022. And whereas she has exemplified outstanding leadership on the Board of Regents as chair of the Enrollment Management and Student Success Committee since her appointment to the board, served as a member of the Athletics and Finance Committee since 2019, Audit and Compliance Committee in 2018 through 22, Academic Excellence and Scholarly Activities Committee from 2016 to 2019, and the Legislative and Economic Development Committee from 2016 to 2018, and served as Vice Chair of the Board for 2018-19. And whereas Lisa G. Rudolph, a distinguished alumni, has been involved in many initiatives for the improvement and advancement of the university in its efforts to serve the educational and healthcare needs of the citizens of the Commonwealth, whereas her leadership has been strong, inclusive, encouraging, leading to a cohesive, dynamic, and forward-looking board, and whereas Lisa G. Rudolph's service has often required the sacrifice of valuable time and the contribution of many hours of difficult work which she rendered selflessly, without reference to personal inconvenience, without a personal agenda, and always for the public good. Now therefore, on this third day of June 2022, be it resolved that we mark this milestone reverently with the words Lisa G. Rudolph will hear again on the last milestone, well done, good and faithful servant. And be it further resolved by the Murray State University Board of Regents that the recognition and contribution of dedication of Lisa G. Rudolph be preserved in the minutes of the board, having been read aloud and passed unanimously by the board on this, the third day of June, 2022. So I'd entertain a motion to accept this resolution about Lisa Rudolph.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you for your service. Next on the list, Student Regent Ian B. Puckett. Murray State University Board of Regents Resolution of Appreciation for Ian B. Puckett. Whereas Ian B. Puckett was elected by the student body at Murray State University to serve as the president of the Student Government Association, and accordingly served as the student member of the Murray State University Board of Regents for the 2021-22 academic year. Whereas he demonstrated that he possesses maturity, sound judgment, and strong moral values as he contributed to the discussion on various issues that came before the Board of Regents, provided leadership as co-chair of the Enrollment Management and Student Success Committee, and rendered service to the academic excellence and scholarly activities and legislative and economic development committees. Whereas Ian B. Puckett has demonstrated characteristics of a keen intellect, courage, common sense, and independent thinking throughout his term in the Board of Regents. And whereas he has served as a strong leader of the Student Government Association, always representing the best interest of the students of Murray State University, both as a member of the Board of Regents and as president of the Student Government Association. Whereas the Student Government Association engaged in many activities throughout the tenure of his leadership, which benefited all students of Murray State University, including traditional and non-traditional students, as well as those students enrolled at regional campuses. Whereas Ian B. Puckett is an extremely active student at Murray State University, engaging in numerous extracurricular activities, all of which enhance student life on campus. Now therefore be it resolved that this Board of Regents, on behalf of the faculty, staff, and students, extend to Ian B. Puckett sincere gratitude for outstanding service rendered to Murray State University and to the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Be it further resolved that the Board of Regents extends to Ian B. Puckett our best wishes in his career endeavors and a life filled with good health and continued honorable service to his fellow man. And be it finally resolved by the Murray State University Board of Regents that this recognition of the contribution and dedication of Ian B. Puckett be preserved in the minutes of the board, having been read aloud and passed unanimously by the board on this, the third day of June, 2022. floor is open for a motion to accept the resolution for Ian Puckett.
So moved.
So moved. We have a motion and a second. You'd think maybe this was my first meeting, not my last. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Congratulations. Good job, Ian. All right. Next item of business is the election of the Board of Regents officers and reaffirmation of the treasurer. And so in accordance with the bylaws of the Board of Regents, the following information is provided. All officers are elected annually at the spring quarterly meeting and shall serve for 1 year, commencing July 1 following their election. A separate election will be conducted to elect each officer, chair, vice chair, and secretary. The treasurer is appointed by the board and serves at the pleasure of the board and shall not be a member of the board. It's also standard practice for the board to reaffirm the appointment of the treasurer. And so we'll start with the chair. We go through at a roll call vote for nominations for chairperson for the next fiscal year. So I'll ask Secretary Hunt to call roll.
Okay, Dr. Evans?
I nominate Regent Tharp.
Dr. Fitch?
Pass.
Mrs. Gray?
Pass.
Mr. Owens?
Pass.
Mr. Puckett?
Pass.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Pass.
Dr. Schamberger?
Pass.
Dr. Tharp?
Oh, pass.
Mr. Mr. Kramer?
Pass. Okay, with that, do we have to then vote on it officially, or?
You just announced.
We just announced that,
Unanimous and he's official.
that it's unanimous, and I'd like to be the first to congratulate Regent Dr. Don Tharp on being elected to the chair of the Board of Regents of Murray State University for next year, our 100th anniversary. Okay, now to
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair. We'll go through and do roll call again.
Apologies. Okay, Dr. Evans?
I nominate Regent Owens.
Dr. Fitch?
Pass.
Ms. Gray?
Pass.
Mr. Owens?
Pass.
Mr. Puckett?
Pass.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Pass.
Dr. Schamberger?
Pass.
Dr. Tharp?
Pass.
Mr. Waldron?
Pass.
Mr. Kramer?
Pass. So it's unanimous that Regent Owens will be the co-chairperson of the Board of Regents next year. Congratulations.
Speeches.
What,
Speech?
Well, they can, sure. Yeah. And now for the secretary.
Do you want to declare the vice chair unanimous?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, the vice chair is declared unanimously for next year to be Regent Owens. And then we also go through with the secretary. So with that, could you call roll for that?
Sure. Dr. Evans?
I nominate Jill Hunt.
Dr. Fitch?
Pass.
Mrs. Gray?
Pass.
Mr. Owens?
Pass.
Mr. Puckett?
Pass.
Mrs. Rudolph?
Pass.
Dr. Schamberger?
Pass.
Dr. Tharp?
Pass.
Mr. Waldron?
Pass.
Mr. Kramer?
Pass. Unanimously, we declare that you continue to be. And if you haven't figured it out from today's meeting, Regents Tharp and Owens, she'll be your best friend trying to keep you on track through these meetings. So thanks for helping me this last year, and I know you're a big help to everybody on the board. So thank you so much for that. Yes, sir.
If I could, just before you go. I appreciate the trust that my fellow Regents put in me to do this job. And, you know, in the words of Hattie McDaniel, when she gave her Academy Award speech, she said, "I'm full to overflowing and I'm about ready to bust." I just hope that I can be a credit to my race. And I hope that I can serve at capacity in this job that will make all of you proud of me.
That'll be the case.
That will be.
Mr. Chair, I think it's significant that Reverend Cleo Tharp, our new chair's father, worked 2 jobs to get him and his sisters where they are today. He worked every morning at Mayfield Electric and Water and every afternoon at Mayfield City Hall, in addition to his preaching job.
And he preached.
So he really worked 3 jobs to get he and his sisters where they are today. And congratulations, and you deserve it.
So it's standard practice of the board to reaffirm the appointment of the treasurer. So I have the floors open for a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, with that then, we will, this is a voice vote. It's a voice vote, okay. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Those 2 jobs are safe, I'm telling you.
No doubt. All right, the next item is to set the meeting dates for 2022-2023. And you can see a list of dates for the annual retreat. Typically, you have the annual retreat on a Thursday and the quarterly Board of Regents meeting on a Friday. And you can see there are 3 possibilities there, and what else may or may not be a conflict. Are there any board members for next year who have conflicts on any of those 3 dates for the Thursday, Friday?
I do on the 15th.
Likewise, 15th as well.
The state dental convention is it's like not 20, I think it's 6th, 7th, and 8th. I don't have to go
September?
to of August. But I don't have
Well, that's
to.
not one
I
of
can
the
get
dates,
CE
correct?
classes. For August 25th and 26th.
August 25th and 26th, you said,
Yeah.
okay.
Like I said, I can make it 5th.
And does anyone have conflict on the 8th, 9th? That is the Thursday and Friday before Labor Day. Do we have to vote on these, or do we? Or excuse me, okay, excuse me, it's Thursday, Friday after Labor Day. So do we?
Oh, just unanimously.
Long as there's consensus.
Is there consensus on then Thursday, September 8th, Friday, September 9th? All right, then those will be the meeting dates by, I guess, unanimous consent there. Then the October to December, the fall meeting, you can see there you have December 2nd and 9th. The 9th is the Friday before commencement. And the 2nd, obviously, is the, what is that, the week after Thanksgiving? It looks like the Friday, a week after Thanksgiving Friday. Does anyone have any conflicts on those dates?
So we'll be meeting on the 2nd and then the 9th.
Or
2nd or the 9th.
Oh, I should say, but.
Doesn't look like anyone has any, so does the chair have a preference?
It seems like if we met before commencement, it would be easy.
Is he good for you?
So December 9th?
December 9th, sounds like.
It's my birthday.
All right. You know, practice singing that song before he gets there, right?
Yeah. We're gonna break in.
No, I enjoyed the song, I shouldn't say that. So the winter meeting, January through March, we have February 24th, March.
We might have a conflict.
Was the second not good, or?
The 2nd and 9th, no one said there was a conflict, so then I just asked for
I may
preference.
have one on the night, but I don't know yet.
Okay, do you want to make it the 2nd, or, I mean,
I can go either way. I don't have a problem.
Don't matter. I live here.
Whatever works for you guys.
Sorry.
you're driving the farthest, sir, you can on the 2nd?
This is no problem with me.
Okay, so we'll change that to the December 2nd. The winter meeting, the options are February 24th, March the 10th, and March the 17th. Does anyone have any issues on those days? That you think the 10th will be a conflict because it's
All St. Louis.
St. All in St. Louis? It's through the 5th, so the 10th will be the NCAA. You don't have to go and have the meeting wherever our basketball. I'm gonna be optimistic and say they're still playing at that time. How's that?
Exactly.
So that would mean the February 24th or March 17th. February 24th.
I go either way you want.
February 24th then? Okay. February 24th, and then the spring meeting, June 2nd, 9th, or the 16th.
I have a conflict on the 16th.
Just for the record, the 2nd would be our preferred date if no one has a conflict, in order that we can take recommendations to the CPE meeting, which is the 9th, the next week. Otherwise, it will be the July CPE meeting before we can take recommendations to the CPE board.
So is everyone okay on June 2nd? So it looks like the meeting dates for next fiscal year would be Thursday, September 8th, Friday, September 9th, Friday, December 2nd, Friday, February 24th, and Friday, June the 2nd. Speak now. Okay, so I think we have the Board of Regents meeting dates for the next year. And then President Jackson, you have some items as well to go over.
Very, very, very quickly. Regent Rudolph says it's after 4 o'clock. There's supplemental materials in your board book. I will not go over those. You probably have already reviewed them. Thank you all for being here today. A long day, a very good meeting. A lot was done. It's good to see everyone. Congratulations again to our retiring regents, and we hope to see you often and at ball games this fall. Thank you again.
Before I open the floor for a motion to end the meeting, I would just say that it's been a real pleasure to serve alongside each of you, and it's been an honor to be a chairman this year with you, and thanks for doing everything, all the work that you did throughout the last year. It was really a historic year in a lot of ways, so I really appreciate that. And with that, I'll open the floor for a motion to end the meeting.
Adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Then we'll vote. All those in favor? Say aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
All right.